said let's get it, you say not today. What can I say? You ain't gon' go for it, get out the way. Yeah, got no time to waste. Can't be with me if you not at my pace. You not at my level, you not in my race. One foot on the gas, I'm pushing the brakes. You dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they be scheming and said adios. Yeah, I gotta get it. Get it, don't mind it. I gotta get it, don't mind it. I gotta get it, don't mind it.
In May, it was all about going as fast as you can around one of the world's greatest racetracks. We come to the month of June, and June has a historic place, being the month of endurance, as we welcome you live to virtual Watkins Glen International and an iRacing special event in partnership with VCO. We are in upstate New York. This is one of the favorite racetracks for drivers from NASCAR, from IndyCar, and of course, those of endurance racing. And for the next 6 hours, we're going to be talking about Le Mans prototype cars and GT cars as they will do battle on this tough, narrow racetrack that on paper looks so easy, but then you've got the braking point done for turn 7, the return onto the old cup layout, and anything can happen all the way through this race. And I guarantee already there will be drama between LMP and GT cars. Hello again, everyone. My name's Will Vincent, joined here by Arjuna Kankapati as we go commercial-free, live for 6 hours worth of racing. And we are about to head ourselves over, Arjuna, to qualifying in about 4 minutes' time.
New Watkins Glen, a bit of a change from the classes we had last year, but this is one of the shortest endurance races of the year. It's going to be one of the most frenetic with no GTLM. Expect more LMP2s, more GTDs, traffic chaos. Oh, we're in for a treat, Will.
I was watching a certain motor race that was going on for 24 hours. I'll talk about that in a moment. And they said that the 6-hour races, it's just normal for them. 50 cars here today. And this is the second time that VCO has had this a part of their Grand Slam. Yeah, it is the shortest endurance race of the year. We expect high temperatures, and Team Redline are looking to do the three-peat. Well, it won't be a three-peat, it'll be a two-peat this year. And we've got to pay attention as well to those incident limits, especially down at turn number 1, but also for the bus stop chicane and maybe through the carousel as well. 50 incidents, and then you're going to get yourself a stop and go penalty. But Arjuna, from that motor race randomly I was talking about last weekend, they said that these 6-hour races, you know, it's kind of kids change for them. And for a lot of these teams, they've taken part in 24-hour races, 2 of them this year. They've taken part in 2 12-hour races. For them, the strategy has got to be so different. It's all about the action. You cannot afford to make any mistakes. Fuel mileage will be critical, and negotiating traffic exactly the same.
I won't dive too much into the strategy just yet, but when it comes to this sort of a race, endurance racing is sprint racing now. Let's be real. Whether it's 12, 24 hours, it is individual blocks of time that you just go as hard as you can for. But in these 6-hour races, there's no thought about anything other than push, push, push. Yes, if you're fuel saving, you'll be a bit mindful of that, but really, you talk about the incident limit being a factor. I don't think off-tracks are going to be so much of a consideration, rather than the car contact that we very well may see.
There's going to be lots of bumping, lots of driving, and these are the cars that we're running here today in LMP. We have the Dallara 217. We're just going to call it LMP for today to make it easier. Then we have GTD, which has got the Audi R8 LMS, the BMW M4, the 488 Evo Ferrari, the Huracan Evo from Lamborghini, the MP412C for McLaren, this random car called Mercedes AMG Evo, and of course the old favourite, the Porsche 911R. I was having a look just before we came on air, Arjuna. Once again, it seems to be you've got yourself the German car manufacturers, that's what's being chosen, and pretty much nothing else.
The shiny new toy is, for some teams, the preferred choice of car because they are manufacturer Mercedes teams, but for a lot of others, they've gravitated to the new car, the new shiny toy. It does seem to be fast. Talking a bit about the cars for GTD, Mercedes seems to be the fastest. BMW's not that far off it though, and the Lamborghini that will see Team Redline compete in 3 of those charging bulls will struggle in stint 1, will get much better through the second stint of a double stint.
Oh yeah, indeed. So lots in terms of not just fuel mileage, but actually how these drivers will negotiate double stints, especially with the tyres. There's a look then at Watkins Glen International. As we say, it's built in upstate New York. Turn number 1, of course, you've got that wide runoff and corner exit. The S's, you're pretty much flat out in these cars these days. And that's the point where you've got to be careful about these cars pretty much having to go single file. The inner loop, expect much drama there. The one corner that's not listed, turn 7. It's one of my least favourite corners, and we can see a lot of cars hit the wall there. Toe heel, back onto the old racetrack, then at turn number 11, 2 corners to home. This track has so much history in it. It's been used for Formula 1, for IndyCar, for NASCAR, for endurance racing. The thing is, though, Arjuna, it is narrow, and I point to the S's section at multiple points during the race. LMP2 cars maybe trying to squeeze down the outside, because it will be the outside of GTD cars, and it can go very wrong very quickly.
I guarantee you they'll be 2 wide. I can almost guarantee you they'll be 3 wide up through the S's. And it's a big climb as well. The exit of turn 1, the 90, is the lowest part of the track. You climb up almost 30 meters of elevation on the run through the S's into the inner loop. Just about 100 feet in total of elevation change. But it doesn't end there. Out of that section, through that fast chicane, down the hill, you go into that boot section. It's winding, it's undulating, it's built into the natural landscape here in upstate New York, and it's a track where you and I both love some IndyCar racing. I'm disappointed we don't come here in the real world anymore.
Hopefully Roger fixes that down the line. This is actually one of my favourite racetracks in the world. I've actually survived a 6-hour endurance race here at this track driving solo. I absolutely love it, but again, there are those 2 or 3 corners which are really complicated. It looks easy on paper. Almost every corner, pretty much every corner, it's got some form of banking or gradient to it. So it's almost like you take a road course, marry it off to an oval and see what happens. Cars are on track then for qualifying. Solo qualifying here today, and these drivers basically got to go as fast as they can. Track position is important here today. So making sure that you get yourself into the top 5 of each of your classifications, that will be important, because overtaking, especially of the draft train that we're going to have for the opening hour of this race, that could be difficult. As we go on board then with one of the Coanda cars coming past the start finish line and coming down into turn number 1 right now. Notice they just go over that curb on the inside, not too much, straggle the curb on the outside a lot more, then you work yourself, Arjuna, up through the S's.
Foot to the floor, this is easy in a P2 car. You'll be jinking left, jinking right as you work your way through traffic. And this is going to be a crucial spot to decide if you want to go for a move, if you want to lay back. What gear stack are you running? The shorter gear stack will top out on your run into the bus stop. Look how much curb they use. Joshua Rogers right on the edge of the grip.
I just want to note, by the way, track conditions already are getting sweltering. 39.4 degrees Celsius in on the track, and it's 26 degrees in the air right now. That is expected to go up. Note the time. It's 10:37 in the morning right now, basing this on basically next weekend. So it's going to be hot in New York all the way through today, as we see that Coanda car heading itself down on what we call the boot section of this racetrack. Lovely shot there of that number 2 machine, which has currently got Joshua Rogers on board. As now on the exit onto the old cup layout once again. 2 corners to go. Pretty much flat out there for the second to last corner. Breaking it down into the final. A lift, go down a gear, down into third. Now let's see what lap times we're going to have as they'll come past the start finish line now. Good lap there for Joshua Rogers. He's showing on my computer second place right now.
Showing on my computer, top with a 1:33.57, 200ths quicker than Josh Ladd, one of the newest members of the Williams Esports team. But he is the king of qualifying for a reason. Josh Rogers seems to have that Ayrton Senna-esque ability where when the pressure's on, when it's go fast time, you just find those thousandths, those hundredths, those tenths that you need to go pole.
I would be honest though, I'm a little bit surprised that we've got Rogers and an LMP2 car where there was the opportunity to be running a Porsche here today. I know that they're not necessarily going to be the best car in class here, but, you know, he's got the black T-shirt with the white and red writing on it. I'd have expected him, after that massive deal we had a couple of weeks ago, to be running in GCD. Well, not today, but we've got the timers now on the left-hand side of your machine. It is currently the number 6 Mercedes AMG Williams fastest, but look at that. 5 1,000ths, actually no, it's a bit more than that. It's 85 1,000ths of a second between P1 and P2.
Yeah, I mean, it's typical top split qualifying. When the margins are this tight, the times tend to be equally close as well. And I'm expecting, like you said, qualifying position is going to be important for track position through that first cycle of traffic. Here comes Josh Ladd to the line. He's got some pressure on his shoulders and will match the time of Joshua Rogers. It is a dead heat in qualifying. It's not even down to the 4 decimal digits. They have exactly the same lap time.
I think that's the first time we've ever had that in iRacing special event qualifying. So get this one. It is 1:30.357 for Coanda, exactly the same time for Williams Esports Chill Blast, and it's only a small gap back to the Marla Racing team. I'm not going to lie to you. I honestly think, Arjuna, this is the closest top 5 qualifying we've had in the history of an iRacing special event, outside of maybe the iRacing Indy 500.
Regardless of the top 5, the top 24, so all of your LMP2s split by just over 7/10ths of a second. Incredible. A 10th splits, what's it? The top 10 basically. So we're in for a treat, and we were talking about the potential for some traffic management chaos. Well, when the times are this close, what tends to happen? The intensity ratchets up, the moves become a little bit more desperate. They don't want to lose the toe. My word, what are we in for today?
I have no idea at this stage. This is the one thing I love about this short 6-hour race. There is so much unpredictability. A lot of our commentary handbook basically gets thrown out the window due to the fact that anything can happen. It will all come down, in my opinion, to what happens maybe about 35-40 minutes into this race. That first stint definitely will be critical. We have still got drivers out on track, by the way. We're looking at the number 7 BMW car, one of the BS competition machines, coming past the start-finish line. 141.2 to beat. It's a 142.002. That is only P number 17 for Nathan Lewis. And here is one of the red line cars. As Arjuna said, there are 3 of them in GT Daytona here today, and Gianni Vecchio doing qualifying behind the wheel of one of those Lamborghini Huracans. The number 70 then just working itself through the boot section of this racetrack. That little bit of a run from the toe to the heel, because one part of the corner looks like a toe, the other one part looks like a heel of a boot. That's the reason why we call it that. Through the right-hander, the camber drops away a little bit here. You run a little bit wide naturally, and now this is the corner where you've really got to be careful about when you get onto the throttle. You do it a little bit too early, the back end would want to step out on you. Very nicely over the curb there from the number 70 of Gianni Vecchio. We might not expect to see this car go top of the timing stands because of the way they manage the tyres in this Lamborghini. But out of the final corner, down towards the start-finish line for Gianni Vecchio, 4T red line. The time to beat is not going to be beaten. It's a 142.1 there for Gianni Vecchio. Only 22nd in class. Long of work to do there, Arjuna.
The best of the red line Lamborghinis is down in 10th, so a lot of work is a bit of an understatement, but all the cars have set qualifying times. The result is basically done and dusted. I should say, 2 cars haven't set times, but we're done with qualifying.
We are indeed, and with that, it is time for us to run through your starting grid for the 2022 6 Hours of Watkins Glen. Our coverage today is brought to you in part by VCO. So we're going to start our qualifying review by starting with the LMP category, and it is Joshua Rogers for VOS Commander Sim Sports with a qualifying time of 1:30.357. Alongside him on the front row of the grid, get that, Josh Ladd, Williams Esports Chill Blast, exactly, and I mean exactly, the same time, with Arthur LeHook from the Marlin Racing team just 9 1,000ths of a second back from pole position. That top 3, that's about as close as you will ever get in qualifying for an iRacing special event. Johan Haar for the Apex Racing Team P4, Dane Warren P5 for Commander Esports, then Apex Racing Team P6. And go back, Kenneth Gundersbrun, Williams Esports Fanatic, row number 4 alongside him, Eduardo Leo for SRC Bavana Corsa Rosso, Patrick Wolf and Alessandro Fabrizzini in row number 5, row number 6, Zach Campbell and Owen Carl. Off to row number 7, Monaco Esports Finest and Apex Racing Academy. Then Lenik and Nicole Fogarty. Then you've got Dominic Hoffman, Mac Back in row number 8, Daniel Alves Lorenzo and Jan Turkendak in row number 9. And off to row 10, you've got Team Rentrol Online, Sim RC, Pure Sims Esports, SRC Movano Corsa Blue, High Point by Dota Sports and Full Send Racing 85. We have got ourselves a total of 24 drivers who have qualified for LMP. Come on then, Arjuna, talk us through this incredibly close GTD category.
So Williams lock out of the front row, but it is the official Mercedes customer team with Daniel Pastor behind the wheel that secures the first pole position in this new Mercedes AMG Evo. Alongside them will be Sota Muto, the always quick Japanese driver in the Williams Esports BenQ car. Not going to mistake those two. While right behind them, it's a lockout by Mercedes AMG Team Urano. Alexei Nesov won the Sports Car Open Endurance Championship at this very track, but he switches from the Porsche to the Mercedes, where he'll share row 2 alongside his World Championship running teammate in Sam Coiter. Jordan Caruso has been lobbing some sends in that Altus Esports number 43. He'll share row 3 with the Monaco Esports number 19, while right behind them, rolling from 7th, is the BMW Team Redline Red car, looking to back up its victory last time out. Bram Van Putten and Sim RC will be alongside them, while through the top 10 we see Kova and Oskari Rene and Luke Bennett, the first of the Redline Lamborghinis. Daniel Lafuente will share row 6 with his teammate Agustin Canapino. Where are our Canapino fans in chat, while Nicholas Laubich and Chris Lallam are right behind them. Rolling from 15th, it's the feisty Italian Simone Maria Marceno. He'll be sharing with row 8 with another Mahler Racing team car run by a different team in the form of BS Competitions Phil Denez. Daniel Ferguson in a nice neon yellow 116 for Pure Sims alongside the Bieler Racing team car that is not a Lamborghini today. Instead, it is a BMW with Ulias Ozoldrim. Apologies for butchering the name. Our pole position winner at the Nürburgring for the BMW Sim GT Cup all the way back in 19th, with only half a second off the pace. Team BMW Beck are through the top 20, while gridding and going it's Govan Kini alongside the BS Competition 89, Gianni Vecchio and Dylan Burst right behind them. 2 cars with no lap times on the board. It's Matti Siepola in the 777 for Kova alongside with Pablo GoPro Lopez and William Chadwick. RaceSpot's own in that Team Fordzilla 66 car. We've got 50 cars raring to go here at Watkins Glen.
A lovely field of 50 cars, and the one little point that I want to talk about before we go green, just so we can remember it later, it's a full pace lap here. That is always important in an endurance race. When you have that full pace lap, you've got to take that into consideration.
Yes, when it comes to how much fuel you're going to use, how much you're going to use the clutch, be up through the gears to try and make sure you're not burning through too much. However, with that said, Will, that's only the first stint. From there, your fuel saving is all down to you.
Indeed it is. So welcome along then to the 2022 6 hours of Watkins Glen. Our coverage today brought to you in part by VCO. If you're new to RaceSpotTV, you're new to iRacing, hello, it's great to have you with us here this afternoon for 6 hours of glorious racing. Now, you can go to live timing and scoring visiting RaceSpot.wtf/endurance. That is RaceSpot.wtf/endurance. You can also join us on Discord by going to RaceSpot.wtf/Discord. We put absolutely zero effort into communicating that one to you. But now we can turn our attention over to the iRacing pace car, which now has 2 corners to go before it comes on towards pit road, and it puts the field in the command of the number 2 VRS Coanda esports car of Joshua Rogers. Alongside him, you've got Josh Lag. They were absolutely equal in terms of qualifying. Who will win it when it comes down to the race? Pace car is off. Barney is about to wave the green flag to get us underway for the 2022 running, and cars in the wall already. One of the Coanda cars in the wall before we even took the green flag. We'll bring you the update on that one in a moment, but Rogers able to hold on to the lead at the start. We go picture in picture because your GTD cars are just heading themselves now to the start of this race. Hopefully they can make it past the start-finish line without any difficulties, but they are almost automatically single file there. They are 3 wide, however, in your LMP field as they work through the inner loop for the first time. We almost had a massive crash at the start of this one. And you know what? Maybe that Coanda car holding that car to the wall saved maybe a 7-8 car pile-up, Arjuna.
We'll find out when we grab a look at the RaceSpotTV replay, but what's that about top split drivers being the best? No, we all have our moments, we all make mistakes, seemingly what we had on the start. 6 hours of action though, look how frenetic minute 1 has been.
Yeah, indeed, we're already into minute 2 of this 6-hour race, and we've had action all over the place. We go then to look at your LMP field as they work themselves through the back section of the racetrack for the first time, merging back then onto the old layout. I will say, almost a 1 second advantage already from Joshua Rogers to Arthur Huck and the Mahler Racing team. P3 was able to move up to P2. Josh Ladd and the Williams Esports Chilsworth car dropping down a position at the start as they come by to complete lap number 1 of this race. And a little bit too wide racing going down in towards turn number 1 for your second lap. We have seen 1 car onto pit road. That is Patrick Wolf in the number 20 car, Arjuna.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be the only one that's nursing a bit of damage from that lap 1 incident. Of course, Paddy Wolf's going to be heartbroken. The first, major event for the Veloce team after really coming onto iRacing with the band, stealing many prototype drivers from Team Redline, but outside of the top 10, their second machine is looking to fight where Dominic Hoffman just got swarmed. There's a car over the wall! Urano, SRC, Mirvano, more chaos here in Watkins Glen.
It's been an absolutely frenetic start. What is going on right now? We'll get the replay of that one in a couple of moments' time, but that's the last thing you want to see at the start of any race. Of course, it's a lot easier in virtual. You don't have to worry about the fans, but a car going over the wall is something that you never expect to really see. So much happening then in the opening couple of moments of this race. At the front of the field, they have pretty much gotten themselves single file, but we now have two LMP cars on pit road. It was Aaron Carl in the race clutch white car involved in that second major incident of the day. Look at this though. Look what's going on in GT Daytona. Look at how close they are as they work themselves back onto the old cup section of the racetrack. This is frenetic racing going on right now. In terms of who is leading in terms of that field, it's currently Daniel Pastor in a Mercedes AMG Team Williams. It was a lockout, it's not anymore. The number 5 car from Monaco Esports Red, Elias Raker, up into second place in class, albeit 2.5 seconds back.
Yeah, say goodbye to the Daniel Pastor-driven number 6, at least for the time being. We're not going to say it's completely done and dusted. I will apologize as well for confusing Urano and race clutch machinery, although the trend of black and red machines, well, there's just so many of them, you'll understand my confusion there, that's for sure. But it's not just the LMPs that are getting together. The GTDs are deciding to be enemies of one another, I guess, because that was a little clumsy, it looked like, on the exit of the bus stop chicane.
Well, the key thing about these GTDs is the fastest lap, by the way, has just been set by Jordan Caruso all the way down in 24th place overall, second place in GTD. Here's a look then at the start, Arjuna.
Yeah, so Paddy Wolf goes down the inside, makes it 3 wide. I don't think that's where he takes, obviously, all the damage, although you can see bumping and banging. He definitely is not getting through that start clean, but it was there we go. So on the run up into the S's, that's why that car is basically terminal, as Altus will get past on the run into the bus stop for second. Here's one more look, though, at the chaos on the start.
Yeah, and you notice the Commander car going all the way down to the inside. That was a number 77 car. I don't know if that was contact, anticipating the start, getting brake checked. So much happened there, but the number 77 Commander Esports car looks though it's still running. However, a bit of a bruised ego for it right now is what I would like to say. And that number 77 car has Dane Warren behind the wheel of it. I want to talk very quickly about why it's so frenetic in GTD for the moment, because you've got to remember that these drivers want to get themselves into the order they want to be before they start getting lapped. The second that these LMP2 cars will come up around and start to put a lap on these drivers, you don't have the opportunity pretty much for the rest of the race to have a clean lap to make up those early opportunities.
It breaks up as well, right? You lose the draft, you lose fuel-saving opportunities, and that's kind of why, like you said, they're all scrambling for track position. To go back to the start again, I do want to bring something up, Will. Going back to 2021, the SCO Sprint Masters, we did see Kawanda trying to work amongst one another to try and build up, as Daniel Ferguson has dropped to the tail end of this grouping. Not sure what's happened to that 116, but Kawando trying to do the team game, coordinate with one another. You know, one of the benefits we have in sim racing is being able to get onto the radio and say, I'm going in 3, 2, 1. The race control, the stewards tried to put rules in to remove that. No rules here today. I think that was just gamesmanship as they tried to play the start of this race.
Yeah, and you see, by the way, a little bit of draft braking. You're 3.5 seconds ahead, almost, is the Mercedes AMG Williams cars. Logitech G out to see
something's happened.
Over second place. Yes, indeed.
Dane Warren, well, from bad to worse. That LMP2 car, well, to say it would be worse for wear is a bit of an understatement, and he doesn't come down to pit lane. He's got to do an entire lap of Watkins Glen with no rear wing on that car.
I think he was just after the commit point. He would have been able to get away going sideways across the racetrack, but I don't think he would have been able to necessarily make it in. So a full lap then with no rear wing spoiler, call it what you will, in an LMP2 car. But the number 77, you can pretty much put him out for the day. To go back, Logitech GL2C Sports into second place in GT Daytona, almost 3 seconds now behind the Williams AMG Mercedes number 6 car. I just said that name completely backwards, but you know what I mean. And the important thing here is that Logitech have had a really good start to this race. You talked about how the tyre strategy and tyre management is going to be so different between the cars that we're seeing here today. So we're going to see some teams be very good at the first stint, some teams be a lot better when they get to the second stint.
Yeah, and that's where setups as well will come into play. How much are you putting the load through the tires in the first stint? How have you judged the track conditions? Because, of course, it's dynamic weather. This session may be a little bit warmer, cooler than what you anticipated. So adapting to the situation, trying to be weather forecasters in some sense as well, and be forward-looking. Let's get a look then at the, well, space shuttle moment that we had. And, well, it was a couple of cars going through the grass. Apex Racing Team, and it was Owen Carl, the innocent victim in all of that, minding his own business. He gets absolutely skewered on the exit of the corner.
I have to say, Apex Racing Team, I'm sure they have a number of races that they can have error-free in a year without anyone getting into them, because they always seem to have 2 really good races a year. Every other time someone's issue comes to haunt them. They got away with it that time though. They're currently P4, Kevin Ellis Jr. in the number 98 car, number 99 car, Johan Haaf down in 6th place for the 2 Apex Racing Team cars. We're still looking at the second place driver in GT Daytona. There's the gap. It's 3 seconds right now between Mercedes AMG Williams and number 6 car, Logitech GL2C Sports of blue in the number 43 car. This front train of the GTD is getting out separated a little bit more than what we've got in LMP2 right now. And it seems to be Logitech great at the start. Logitech, of course, Logitech GL2C Sports, that blue car, a massive fan base around the world. And there's going to be a lot of people cheering for them this afternoon.
And they've shown up in force with 2 machines in this race. I saw Simon Feigl jumping in with Luis Nunez in a LMP2 car. That's not in this top split, but always good to see team managers going and racing as well, because it turns out they do sometimes know what they're talking about. Simon's one of the nicer people that we have. I also want to grab a look now, Will, at what happened with that GT kerfuffle on the exit very same chicane, and it seems like a similar sort of thing, just pushing the limits as hard as they can. And now Sotomuto is going to get absolutely launched by Urano car, synchronized drifting. They somehow keep it out of the wall.
We saw a little bit of that in the BMW Sim GT Cup a couple of weeks ago down at the carousel. I remember one incident in particular where there was a push, then a double push, and it got race control involved. This one was, good synchronized. Unfortunately, you're going to have to wait a little bit for the next set of the Olympic Games.
Oh, boy!
That's the number 7 BMW Team Bank car.
That's because we've got traffic starting to play a factor as the prototype leaders start to come on through, or you would have to assume it's somewhat assisted. And look at the craziness as Rogers launches it down the inside of the Cova 707 machine, right behind Luke Bennett in that red line orange. Look how the gap is closed. Arthur LeHook is right on his tail.
It took 10 minutes worth of racing before the LMP2 cars fought this massive traffic jam. Now, the good thing is, normally, if you are the front driver, you can be the hot knife through the proverbial butter. And I tell you what, it is a hot knife today as the track temps up to 43 degrees Celsius. But we've got a car off. That is the number 28 car. As we go back to look at this traffic jam, look how it is. 2 wide racing. This is about as frenetic as it is getting into New York City on a Monday morning.
That was close between Williams' teammates through that penultimate corner as well, as Kenneth Gulbranson almost leant on the side. I think that was of Daniel Lafuente, but now going to clear himself of another one of his teammates. Oh, a big send down the inside of Luke Bennett. This is Pucker City, I think, is the best way to put it if you're a GT car, Will, because you can only do so much here. I was talking with someone about how if you want to run a VLN race at the Nordschleife in the real world, you pay X amount of money, you better put 2, maybe 3 times that initial investment down as reserve for when you get punted by a faster class car. This is tense moments.
Oh yeah, indeed. We're very lucky in sim racing that you don't have to pay for your car repairs. I'd love it one day if that was built into one of these series or special events or something. But we can see the gap actually between Commander Big Trouble. That's your number 83 car. That is the other Logitech G Altus Esports machines. The number 72, that's one of the Team Redline cars involved in it as well. Is that the one that had... It's one of the Redline cars,
It's
indeed.
Chris Lullum, and I think he's sharing it. Well, I forget off the top of my head, but yeah, that's drama. That is drama. That's all we can say right now. What is in the air right now in upstate New York? And Altus still trying to limp their way around.
Yeah, that is going to be a limp. The good thing is the next part of the racetrack is a little bit wider. Replay is going to come up on your screen. That's the BMW number 7 Team Bank car.
I did say assisted.
It comes back onto the track, and then there's going to be more drama behind. No, that's the Team BMW Bank car. That was down into the bus stop chicane, and that was assisted by LMP traffic.
Yeah, can I say unnecessary from Apex Racing Team? You were saying that sometimes they have races without any sort of drama. This does not seem to be this race.
No, it doesn't, and I will have to put that one on the Apex Racing Team. I'm sure Alex Simpson's going to send me a nasty message later on. It's a shame that we don't have lane control and we don't have indicators in these cars. I will tell you a story a little bit later on, Arjuna, about how it got so bad today, got out of my car and said some very naughty 4-letter words at a driver. But you'll get that one later on, because the traffic right now is about as frenetic as it was on my way back from Birmingham City Centre this morning to, I call it the RaceSpotTV studio. It's basically part of my house.
Well, and I see some comments about, you know, the rejoin from BMW Bank. Let's be clear, they had no car control there. They were sideways, they were through the grass, they were trying to lock it down on the brakes. There's only so much you can do when you've been turned into a rolling roadblock, if you will. I feel for Nathan Lewis there, a noted hot tub supporter, but I don't think there's much that he could really do now. That second drama that we saw on the exit of the bus stop involving GTD cars, I get the sense this one might be a little bit more clear. Oh, well, you see the Sodamuto Ben Q car, and then Chris Lullum gets absolutely sent from the rear. That just seems like, what's that thing where it's something in airplane crash investigations, but it's the string cheese model or whatever. One thing has to lead to another, which has to lead to another for this to happen, and this is, I think, ultimately what causes that stack up.
I wonder how much this number 72 car is involved. Okay, we're going to get one more replay of this, because I want to pay attention as we come down in towards the bus stop chicane. You see LMP2 traffic getting bulked a little bit by 2 wide GT Racing ahead of it, coming through the bus stop chicane. A lot of drama, all happening in one place. I think the easiest way to say it was a congested piece of racetrack. I know one of the teams involved will use the word "take it out" in their next social media post. I'm not entirely sure that that is completely the case. I'd like to call that one a bit of a kerfuffle, to put it politely.
If anyone got taken out there, it was probably Altus, the only party that looks somewhat blameless there. I think you could also put the argument forward that Redline didn't do too much wrong. It was really that Mercedes car. They got a big old tank slapper. Looks like by itself. Didn't look like there was any assistance between those two cars. But it's somewhat settled down now that the traffic has worked its way through. You can look back in the field. The Grid and Go car battling with RAG. Nathan Lewis trying to get past the Vendeval Dillon burst-powered machine for the time being. It's really opened up 3 seconds at the front. I want to take a look at what happened to Dane Warren, though. I would think he just pushed the limits too hard and got onto the grass, and indeed rears that car into the wall.
Now, here's the important thing to know. Drivers are allowed to make mistakes in esports racing, because we could talk about Suzumoto there and the fact that he did make a mistake, and yes, it did involve 2 other drivers getting out of the race, but a big part of that was a mistake. We saw Dane Warren making a legitimate mistake as well down at the final corner. I would assume with Dane Warren that was done in part due to the kind of scrape of the wall that he had at the very start of the race. Maybe the downforce levels weren't perfect in that car.
Yeah, I wonder. Here's a battle with Mac Backham and Johan Harth up the hill. I talked about gear stacks before. Curious as to how many are using the shorter gear stack that will give you a bit more punchiness on the exit of corners, a little bit more spring through the infield versus trading off versus the longer gear stack, which will have much more top-line speed into the chicane. It looked like Mac Backham just sailed around the outside there.
Well, let's be honest here. If you need a car that's good through traffic management, you'd prefer the short gear stack, one would assume. If you're 1.7 ahead of everyone and you're running by yourself, the short gear stack is better. The only time when you would probably prefer the longest stack is if you are stuck in traffic, like you've got, for example, Apex Tech Racing, you've got SRC Movano Corsa, Viola. Right now they're in 11th and 12th place overall. Let's talk about people who are out of the race, by the way. We saw the first retiree, Patrick Wolf, in the Velocigate IO car. Owen Carl, who decided to go over the barrier in the race clutch white car, is out.
Well, decided is being a bit harsh.
Okay, yeah. You're right. DOS Commander Simsport number 77, Charlie Collins, out of the race. We saw that car out of the incident earlier. Logitech G Altus Esports Red, the unfortunate Simone Maria Marciano, out of the race, as is Sosamoto and the Williams Esports BenQ car, as is Team Red Line Blue in the number 72 car. And on pit road is the number 1 car of SRC Movano Corsa Viola.
Yeah, no, there's plenty of cars. I think the Movano machine might just have gotten tangled up in something at the tail end of that moment with Mac Backham and Johan Harth, as we saw the pass there. Getting word from George Simmons down in race control that there is damage on Harth's machine. Not sure where that would have come from. I would have to assume, just using my powers of deduction, that he was the one that turned around the Nathan Lewis BMW bank car. But don't quote me on that one.
We have, well, Scooby sensors at times. We can try and work this stuff out. Not going to lie to you, I am literally looking at a production feed and two massive timing screens today. So I'm doing this as if we're good old school commentating at insert racetrack of choice here. So we are looking right now at cars going up through the S's. It will be about 10 minutes more before we have the insanity of lap traffic once again. That is one of these important things, the amount of times LMP2 cars are going to go past GTD cars. It means that, in my opinion, they both need to have good heads-up driving for different reasons. The LMP2 cars, for example, need to be able to basically pick their overtaking spot a corner ahead of when they're going to do so. The GTD cars have to make sure they don't get frustrated when an LMP2 car slots itself down the inside when they shouldn't do, because, yeah, you might have just lost a second. Your frustration can cost you 4 or 5 more.
Yes, no, traffic management is a skill that you're not born with. It's not something you can learn in a classroom. It's something you experience and you figure it out as you go. As Harth is going to drop another position, this time to the Urano number 21. So whatever damage he's got, he needs to bring it down to pit road as soon as the pit window opens to get it repaired, you think. But it's why that, you know, the week building up to these special events, the IMSA official iRacing series 45-minute races here at Watkins Glen, it's why so many of these drivers are stacking fields, are spamming races, because they want to know all the different situations that they may be presented with. Although, as we're seeing here today, sometimes the red mist sets in. It's probably the best way to put it. Let's get a look at what happened to the Movano machine, by the way, Will, because this is going to be a talking point through the course of the race. Look at the line that he takes on the entry to the bus stop. It's very slight, but you can see that he knocks down the inside wall right on board from the top perspective here, where you'll maybe get a slightly better angle of it, just trying to cut in. And you can do that with these newer curves that we've got in this new scan of Watkins Glen. That won't be the first time, and definitely not the last time that we see that.
But you're talking about literal inches at best. As we've got, that's an Apex Racing car, Johan Harth on pit road then. In the number 99 Apex Racing Team car, way too early, I would argue, for full-on pit stop. So that Apex Racing Team car trying to now mess around with their strategy. You can get to a point where about now, 20 minutes into the race, if you have got damage repairs, you can do so. Try and rework your strategy and go into something different. You can't do so in the first 10 minutes of the race. We're looking at that battle for third place in GT Daytona. Number 92 Mercedes AMG Team Urano car that started this race, don't forget, on the front row of the grid. And isn't it great to see that big yellow machine of Sim RC once again in an endurance race at number 176, currently in 4th place. I haven't checked to see if there's a RaceSpot logo on that car this time, though.
It probably is. We know the Sim RC guys know what's up. They know those RaceSpot logos give you some extra horsepower down the straights. Their LMP2 counterpart, though, not so lucky. Unfortunately, they had a technical issue through the opening laps of the race. Not involved in any of the shenanigans that we've had so far, but they are down one lap, and slightly miss seeing them in these yellow and black colors. Of course, SimRC now a partnership with Team 75 Bernard, running the same livery that team does in the DTM competitions, for example, in some of the private leagues. I love this Bumblebee-powered look.
And I did just notice there is a massive RaceSpot logo. It's on the rear spoiler. Thanks very much to number 176 car SimRC for giving us some free advertising here today as we now look at, this is on board with the number 71 BMW Team Redline Red car, the highest placed Team Redline car in the field. It has got Max Benecke behind the wheel of it in the number 71. Just to let you know, Team Redline Orange with Luke Bennett, they are currently in 7th place in class. So 2 Team Redline cars doing some good work. One, unfortunately, on pit road at the moment. There is Josh Rogers negotiating a ton of traffic once again.
I think he's lost time here because the gap was at 1.8 back to Arthur LeHook in that Marla Racing Team 15. The Marla Racing Williams car, not the Marla Racing BS competition car. I'm going to rant about this for 6 hours, so I apologize in advance. But it's down to 0.8 of a second, and this is that give and go of traffic. Traffic gives, the traffic takes. Right now it's taking from Josh Rogers, although he has opened it up on the run into the penultimate corner. He's going to have to just be patient here. We know Josh likes to break away occasionally, as that Marla car got absolutely sent wide at the penultimate corner there.
And that opens, I was going to say it would open the gap up a little bit. It's not. It's actually still 9/10 of a second.
Well, it was the Marla GTD car that got forced wide. So the BS competition car got forced wide by Williams. Let's make sure it's clear, because otherwise it's very confusing.
This is why you have the same team name for the same team, not the same, different. Yeah, it's going to be confusing today. We don't blame us, we blame BS competition, basically. Sorry, Timo. As Rogers has got a 1.2 second advantage now over Arthur LeHook as they come into the chicane. The best place really to overtake the traffic now is up to the carousel. After that, it gets a lot more difficult. That's an actual bit of contact between the two Marla cars. So Williams and BS competition gonna have to send a message to each other with the same letter-headed paper. Okay.
A little bit of air between them, we'll put it that way. But yeah, maybe Phil Dinez just trying to turn it a bit early, expecting the Marla car. I just realized how confused that was going to be. The Marla LMP2 car was trying to clear itself early through the corner. It's Phil Dinez that I think didn't actually lose a position through all of that, so at the very least, he's still down in 13th spot.
Dear Marla, we're very unacceptably unhappy about the performance of Marla. Not going to work. Rogers, we see him going past. That is 2nd place in GTD. That is Jordan Caruso in the Logitech G Altus Esports car. Arthur LeHook will be just behind him, get back up to 1.2 seconds. Now, normally, we talk about traffic management and, you know, treating every lap the way it is when we go to Road Atlanta. Because it's the shortest track of the year. It's the one where you have the most issues, especially as you go from turn 2 down to turn 5. The way that the balance is between these LMP2 cars and the GT Daytonas here today, we're basically seeing them go through lap traffic every 10 to 12 minutes. That is going to be a massive mental load, because it's not as if right now you're going to have it a case of one driver every so often. It's 10 drivers all very quickly for 3 laps in a row, as just keeping an eye out on what is going on. LeHouk is keeping in contact with Rogers. Josh Ladd remains about 3.2 back. Kevin Ellis Jr. remains in 4th. They're not able to manage this traffic and gain much of an advantage right now.
That was a bit of a lob from Kevin Ellis down the inside. I guess that's on Daniel Pastor. Lights flashing as Pastor signifies his displeasure. Usually when you're the 2nd car in line, I think you benefit a lot. The 1st car has already gone through and cleared themselves off. What are we seeing right now? Not the trees. That's definitely not what we're trying to look at. Oh, that's a Urano car. That's not where it's meant to be. That's on the NASCAR layout where they shortcut the boot section. It's Alexei Nesov's number 90, hopefully with not too much damage.
Just got to let you know, by the way, that SimRC, that LMP2 car you talked about, is on pit road, the number 76. So, unfortunate for them. We were talking about their GT car just a moment ago. That is the number 90 Urano car. Urano are another team that seems to have massively up and down luck when it comes to these events. They've had some great performances in the last 6 months, but always a shame to see them struggling early on. When you get to this position, you're not even half an hour into the race. It can be massively disheartening, and we're not going to lie here, Arjuna, because of the way the splits work here today. I wouldn't be surprised to see some of these teams hopping out of this session, going to another, and maybe trying their luck again, because they can do that here today.
3 wide! I did say it was going to be a very real possibility. Sorry to cut you off there, Will, but that was as close as you want to be. Mivano in their SRC car trying to bump along a Williams Esports Mercedes. They're in fact bump drafting them on the run into the bus stop, trying to look for a hole. Oh, these guys have got to keep it a little bit cleaner than that.
That was almost 4 wide at one point as well. As they exited the S's, they were all looking for a piece of real estate. They couldn't find any between them. It reminds me of what happened to that Corvette at that racetrack in France last week, how close that was, and it was mighty close between these drivers, and they are racing. Don't forget, these drivers are the top sim racing teams that we know of on the iRacing platform. Here's a replay of the Urano car then into the wall, brought to you by North American New York Woodland.
Yeah, you can see, oh, it's just so close. GT3 cars always are going to track out wide there as they push off the corner. The P2 car wants to make sure it doesn't bobble too hard over the curb. 2 try to go into 1. It never works out. It's Alexei Nesov that pays the price.
Indeed. Just keeping an eye out, by the way, Kevin Ellis Jr. and Josh Ladd have just done their fastest laps of this stint so far. So I was talking about the fact that they're not necessarily keeping up with your top 2 drivers. They are still going fast. It just seems to be that the 2 drivers of Rogers and LaHoque right now are just a little bit faster than everyone else on track as we continue looking at this train. It's not quite a Trilly train, but it's very close to it as they come into 1 once again, as this is a replay then of this is going 3 wide up the S's. I mean, you called it as being mighty close. That was really mighty close. And again, they almost went 4 wide for a minute out the corner. We're looking on board the SimRC car for a moment. Turn our attention over.
Yeah, just look here. You'll see the bump drafting. We ride on board with a hard point by Delta Sport Machine, literally pushing Williams through the corner, and Hardpoint actually have a bit of contact with Beneke in the red line BMW red car. Messy, but kind of what you expect with less than 30 minutes done in this race. Probably.
Indeed. I mean, the temperatures are hot inside of the cars. The temperature is hot on the track as well. We've been running for about 30 minutes. The track temperature has gone up 5 degrees. It was at 40.6 as we got to the start of this race. It is now at 45 degrees Celsius. And that is going to make a massive impact. Those 5 degrees doesn't seem like much. It really does affect how hard these drivers can push around this track, knowing in particular that they're going to have to double stint these tyres. And we're looking right now at Kevin Ellis Jr., 4th place on track, 4.7 behind your class leader.
Now, for those who watched Daytona, they saw some interesting tire strategies, right, when it came to the likes of Kawanda taking front tires every 2 stops, rear tires every 4 stops, but you mentioned the track conditions earlier. Not even a remote possibility of seeing something like that. It's already up to 45 degrees Celsius, so what's that, more than 10 degrees from when we started this race? It's only going to go up from here for the next 2 hours before it reaches the peak, before it starts to drop off from there. You better have a car that can adjust to these changing conditions.
I'll tell you what, 27 degrees. We had 30 degrees yesterday in sunny Dudley, and that was hot for me. I'm not used to having these hot temperatures until I go for my annual vacation with my wife back to Bulgaria, and it gets hot there. I have had sunburn once when I fell asleep in Dubai. That was 40 degrees, but even as it is right now on the air, 26 degrees, I'll be getting myself some form of non-alcoholic slushy drink by this stage, hopefully without sugar-free, as we turn down to Kova. 707 car. They've got themselves Monaco Esports in 9th place, Team Redline Orange in 10th, and Williams Esports Razor in 11th. Now, you talked about the fact that there were at least 2 Team Redline cars who were going to be driving the Lamborghini Huracan. You said 3 earlier on. Am I right that one of them made a last-minute change to what they were doing earlier, or is there a 4th Team Redline GTD car that I just haven't spotted?
There's a fourth car. So 3 Lamborghinis, red line blue, of course, already out. We saw, who was it? Chris Lullum and Luke McEwen getting involved out of the bus stop. This is the leading Lamborghini for Redline in the form of Luke Bennett in this 3, the Redline orange car that we've seen Max Verstappen in the past. You've got Redline Ice Blue still on track, but 4 places further back with Gianni Vecchio behind the wheel of the number 70 down in 14th. Of course, yes, you still do have that BMW team Redline red machine, and Maximilian Beneca is in.
I'm wondering how long it is until Team Redline start taking Red Bull colours for their cars. Not as in, you know, there's a Red Bull livery, but we remember what happened at Monaco in terms of them having green Red Bull cans on the pit wall. I'm wondering at what point we're going to have Red Bull coloured cars for Team Redline. So looking on board with Luke Bennett, currently 10th place in the number 3 Team Redline orange car. And I just thought that it's actually looking inside for a pass into the bus stop chicane right now. Is he going to get it? Yes, he does. Let's move him up into 9th place then. Luke Bennett as he gets himself past Elias Reka in the Monaco Esports red machine.
Where is this Monaco that you keep talking about, Will? I know about Monaco, not Monaco.
I pronounce my words from the 1950s. I use received pronunciation, darling.
The Queen's English, yes.
The Queen's English, thank you.
Sorry, I had to throw that one in there. So, gap for the lead has opened up again. I'm starting to wonder if there's any car that isn't Williams that is going to be able to challenge. Yes, Kevin Ellis Jr. is hanging on right now. I wonder if he's biding his time and saving some fuel. But when I chatted with one of the Coanda drivers yesterday, they were talking 23, maybe 25 laps in terms of fuel windows. We're on lap 22. You got to remember, like you mentioned at the start, Will, we had a full pace lap to factor in as well.
Yeah, and that doesn't mean much for many people watching this. It's a 6-hour race, but every lap can often count here. I always say you actually have to start saving fuel for that extra lap that you might get if you come to the white flag with 2 seconds to go. Every little bit of fuel saving can help you later on. It opens up your strategy box if you need to. Hour 4, 5, 6 of the race if you need to as well. So we're on board with the Marlin Racing Team number 15 car, who is 1.4 seconds back from VOS Coanda Esports and Joshua Rogers. And I keep on having to remember to call it VOS Coanda Esports after, I think it's 7 years since I first commentated, 7 or 8 years since I first commentated on them. By the way, a silly fact I remembered the other day, I am the only person who's ever commentated on My Free ID for Arsa Racing, which Coanda were for 1 race in the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series, and then VOS Coanda Simsport and VOS Coanda Esports.
You're dating yourself. But I, personally, Coanda Simsport rolls off the tongue a little bit better. Now, does Coanda Esports indicate they're going to do more than sim racing? I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there.
Before we see Josh Rogers playing League of Legends, that would be incredible to
I
want
to see Josh Rogers play Rocket League, to be honest.
Rocket League, CSGO. Hey, we can bring Matt Trebet back.
There we go.
And he could call CSGO with... That would be fun. I was working with Matt the other day, by the way. Shout out to you, Mr. Sadikis. It's always great to have some fun with you. Shout out to your dog as well. I think the only dog that is about as beautiful as mine in Arjuna's.
Okay, I was about to say, my dog was about to be mighty offended. We do love a good RaceSpot pet, which is why if you go to our RaceSpot Discord, racespot.wtf/Discord, we have a channel for your sim racing pets.
Yeah, why not? We love our animals here at RaceSpot. VCO does as well. Number 2 car on pit road. So from the race lead, VOS Coanda Simsport, stopping us talking about animals for a moment. Number 4 car is on pit road as well, the Williams Esports Chill Blast machine. It does mean the number 15 Marlin Racing Team car can go another lap. So that is something for me to note down in the little notebook for the moment, Arjuna. They can go 1 lap longer at the start of this race, and if they build that one up over time, it might become something to remember in those last 45 minutes or so.
You don't need a notebook. You have Timing 71 at your disposal, which I would highly encourage those watching and trying to follow with live timing to use their suite of analytics tools. You can follow along with stint lengths. You can follow along with the driver time, the amount of time they've been in pit stops. RaceSpot.wtf/endurance. There is a wealth of information for you to pick your way through. But 1 lap difference at this stage of the race, it's a stat, it's not an indication just yet. We'll only know that second cycle around what really is the situation.
Indeed, we've got a lot of LMP2 cars also on pit road. Monaco Esports finest, Apex Tech Racing, Team Wrenchboard Online, SRC Mavana Corsa Bleu, Hard Points by Delta Sport, and Full Send Racing. By the way, with the SRC Mavano cars, am I supposed to put some form of European accent on when I try to pronounce Bleu, Viola, Rosso?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I got used to that during SCO when they had about 4 different teams or something, all with different names. Here we'll see the rest of the prototypes peel off into pit lane. LeHook, it's Kevin Ellis Jr. I think he's gotten away with that, really risking it on pit entry, but that's where you make up time. On pit entry, on pit exit, the road into your box. Urano, I think that was, knocking down a cone as well. You see how hard they're pushing for this first cycle of the race.
At RaceSpotTV, we do not condone the fatal rolling over of cones, as always has been our policy. Kevin Ellis Jr., though, I mean, let's be honest, last month he was having to be as close as you possibly can to the cones in the iRacing Indy 500. Some of these drivers won't be as in tune with others when it comes to those basics of in-lap, pit-lap, out-lap, and you have to simulate this. You can't just do a couple of laps, drive it on pit road, or whatever. The tyre wear means that both this run and next run, you have to have in the back of your mind exactly how long you can push it. Some drivers like Kevin Ellis Jr., you're likely to see them be better over the course of this race because of the experience that they have, both in endurance racing, also, of course, through open wheel style racing, and, of course, what we had as our last iRacing special event, the iRacing Indy 500.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a skill, and it's where some of these full-time sim racers benefit from having a little bit more practice time, as they all out of the cycle of pit stops to prototypes, start fighting on the run into the bus stop chicane. Kevin Ellis Jr. slightly short filling that car, just over 30 seconds in pit road time compared to 33 seconds for many of the other drivers. He holds station in front now of Josh Ladd, the Apex Racing Team car sliding its way to the podium spots.
Indeed it is then for the number 98 Apex Racing Team, up 1 place for Kevin Ellis Jr. Kind of what we were talking about. Do the basics as well as, if not better than anyone else, and you can find yourself in an increased position. That's not just going to impact you in terms of track position, that will also impact you in terms of how easy it's going to be for him to negotiate lap traffic. You look at how close it can be in LMP2. If you're the second, third car in line, occasionally, from what I've read in books only, the GT cars have to eventually turn into a corner or something. So this means that the LMP car that's third in line might end up having to wait to the next corner before, or the exit of that corner, before they can actually try and make that move.
Everyone knows that the LMP category does not stand for Le Mans Prototype. It stands for let me pass, I'm faster than you, get out of my way. That's certainly some of the driving standards that I've seen from these cars in recent memory. I think back to Sports Car Open Silverstone, where I was about as furious as you could get. Outside of Stowe, not just going to the curb, but going into the grass, swarming around a GT machine and murdering that GT car is about as bad as it gets. We haven't seen anything too egregious yet today, and I'd hope that with already, 6 cars out of the race, that maybe we wouldn't see anything too bad, but I think it's fair to say that without race control, without some of the real-world consequences that come from crashing a car, prototypes do tend to be a little bit more aggressive, and that's why, if you're a GT car, you're a bit scared.
Yeah, indeed. And it is a very hard moniker to shake off for these LMP cars. There are people, by the way, who deliberately put a little bit more extra care when it comes to traffic, because occasionally, if you do a nice thing every so often, someone will be nice to you the time that you really need to get past them a little bit quicker than others. The gap between first and second is 1.7 on track after pit stop in LMP2. Want to focus, though, on the gap between P1 and P2 in GT Daytona, with Mercedes-AMG Williams in first place. We're looking right now at second place in class. That is in Logitech G Autos Esports blue car, and they are 5.6 back. But importantly, up 3 spots. The car behind, the Mercedes-AMG Williams car, up 8 spots since the start of this race. Bravo.
It has been quite chaotic, to put it mildly, on the
true.
start of this race, and that's why I'm not totally shocked to see cars working their way forward. I'm somewhat surprised that we haven't seen the best of Urano just yet. Yes, Alexei Nesov has been bundled down by virtue of that little contact that he had with Dominic Hoffman in the Veloce LMP2 car, but Sam Coitert is a World Championship level driver who is down in 5th. Behind him is teammate in the form of Nicholas Laubisch. You see the pace from these Mercedes, 5 of them inside of the top 6. The only non-Mercedes is the BMW in the form of BMW Team Redline. I do think there's still some pace for Urano to show. And even though Daniel Pastor has got a lead, don't forget that the former Urano driver lost out to who was it? Alexei Nesov and Nicholas Laubisch in the Sports Car Open race that we had here just a couple of months ago.
Yeah, just also having a look for the fastest lap times of the race. And in terms of GT Daytona, it is Jordan Caruso who has that fastest lap time, a 143.198. In LMP, it's a 131.4. That has been set by Jaden Ladek in the Monaco Esports Finest car. But that gives us a really interesting comparison. You're looking at a minimum of 12 seconds around a lap here, which is barely over 90 for these LMP cars. And that's the reason why you see them going through GT Daytona traffic as often as you do. We are looking at Kova in the 707 car. I do love the fact that it's such a monotone livery, except for Kova, almost scratched out in blood or something. And they've got the SimRC 176 car right behind with the RaceSpotTV logo on the spoiler. Team Redline Orange, well, they got past up 1 position earlier on, and they're stuck behind SimRC by the looks of it. They've not been able to make a pass for a while.
Oskari Rene in the 707 has gotten past Bram Van Putten in that Bumblebee 176. But again, remember, when it comes to the Lamborghini, we expect that stint 2 on the tires is where they'll start to make up ground, where they'll maybe start to make up some time. But you look at the gap from Luke Bennett to Daniel Pastor in the lead of this race, and it is significant. 16 full seconds. Yes, there's a long way to go, but at these sort of levels, with these sort of drivers, you don't close that gap purely on pace. Team Redline Orange might have to start thinking about some strategy calls to work their way forward. Now, when it comes to GTD, we should talk quickly about strategy here, Will, because we saw this during the BMW Sim GT Cup race here a couple of weeks ago. The fact that, yes, you can get to the top of the hour in a GT3 car. It requires about 1.5 laps of saving every single stint. Have the teams decided that it's worth doing that saving? Have they decided to just go full blast and do an extra pit stop and a splash and dash at the end of this race for 5-6 laps of fuel? I would wager you want to save fuel, especially as the temperatures rise, where you'll be on the throttle for less amount of time. You'll save a little bit more fuel. We'll see if anyone has decided to go full metal, full action.
And this little battle that we're looking is actually one where you can save a lot of fuel. So the likes of Bennett, the likes of Bram Van Putten in the number 176 car, they probably are saving some fuel. There is a closer gap as well between a couple of drivers further up, BMW Team Redline Red and the 2 Mercedes-AMG Urano cars. I'm probably thinking there might be a bit of fuel saving going on there. The thing is, as I always say, so if you've got a RaceSpotTV bingo card that one day we will actually publish, you can tick this one off. If you're going to do your fuel saving,
there's been a huge crash. Sorry, Will. There's been a humongous crash that is blocking the track. Zach Campbell involved with Johan Harth as they try and get back going. Believe that's a Grid and Go GT3 car in the form of the Mercedes with Govan Keeney. How did this come to such calamity?
I don't know, but Apex Racing, their bad luck in endurance racing seems to be carrying on. That's a number 99 car, not the car that's currently in 3rd position with Kevin Ellis Jr., but instead it is the number 99 car, which has got Johan Harth behind the wheel of it. They're now showing as 17th in your LMP classification, but we are going to get a replay of that one in a moment, and 3 cars involved. that part of the racetrack is very strange as well for them to have it, but we will get ourselves a replay. Look at that, calamity on towards pit road as well. Johan Half trying to slow it down, and the three cars are all back together again. The 88 Koana Esports car with Zach Campbell is on pit road. You have Govan Keeney in the number 18 car on pit road as well. So there are your three drivers involved, Arjuna, and a lot to unpick there.
Yeah, well, I think they all had such significant damage you expected them to come in and pit. The question is, in what form did they receive it? Was it aggressive prototypes? Was it a self-mistake that caught up a couple of other cars? I'm not sure. I think we're going to get a look at a replay now. Yes, we are. So Govan Keeney's running by himself, runs wide through the toe, gets bullied wide then by BS Competition. Oh, he's going to come across the track, get clipped by Campbell, clipped by Hart. That Urano Mercedes parts the seas like Moses.
Yeah, we need a replay of a couple of these cars to show them getting through this incident, because that was, well, Govan Keeney, I don't think did anything wrong there at all. He was running wide. The two might have had a little bit of air contact to start, but Govan Keeney had pretty much nowhere left on the racetrack. Then you had the two LMP2 cars, the number 88 Koanda Esports car, the number 99 Apex Racing machine, pretty much had nowhere to go after that. But it all started off with BS Competition, one of their cars, as we get another onboard replay.
Well, sometimes our cameras decide to jump all over the track, but we'll get the look on board now with Urano, because I want to see this moment. I want to see how close to disaster that Alexei Nesov got. That is real-world experience, knowing when to just go through it in the blink of an eye.
3 cars involved in that incident, and they've all been on pit road since. So, just updating that one in the update that we're going to be doing in about 12 minutes time from now, as just turning back to that battle we saw previously with Team Redline, etc., they are still pretty much doing line of stern between them, and the gap, by the way, is increased now to 8 seconds in terms of your GT Daytona lead here, Arjuna. So Daniel Pastor pulling away further and further in that number 6 Mercedes AMG Williams Esports car.
It doesn't get much better than the job that Daniel Pastor is doing right now, if we're being just completely honest. I mean, one of the newer members of the team. I say newer, but it feels like 2022 has gone by in the blink of an eye since he joined up the Slovakian, less than 20 years of age. He's really been on a roll and just getting increasingly strong as they're 3 wide again on the run into the penultimate corner. These boys have got to be careful. And speaking of care, I have the sneaking suspicion, based on the fact that Mac Backham has dropped down the timing screen, that he was involved in something. We'll get a look here, and, oh, well, 911, I'd like to report a murder. Mac Backham reporting to jail, please.
Wow. Yeah, so that's the number 14 car. Looking on board of him. Up through the S's. And absolutely no need for that one, in my opinion. Back him into the Armco barrier. You've got to remember as well, this first sector at Watkins Glen, apart from turn 1, there is no runoff. You're not hitting a safer barrier, you're hitting a very hard Armco barrier. That means the damage to the car is going to be a lot worse, and I'm just having a look to see whether he's on pit road yet. No, he isn't. Yes, he is, Matt Backham. He's on pit road in the number 14 car.
No idea. No idea what he was thinking there. Sorry, Mac. That was one of the silliest things that I've seen today. And that's saying something, given all of the things that we've seen right now. He was going for a gap that never existed. All he had to do was go wide and run himself around the outside through that first part of the S's, and he'd have sailed on past. It's as simple as that. And yeah, it's not what you expect from someone as part of Coanda, definitely not of someone of Mac Backham's nature, who typically doesn't really get involved in things like that.
No, he doesn't. As we now turn our attention back to Arthur LeHoque, and this is the battle for second place in your LMP field. They've got a 9/10 of a second advantage over Kevin Ellis Jr., who has closed that gap recently. So the number 98 car is on a charge right now. And then you've got the Williams Esports Chill Blast car in 4th place. They are 1 second back. Then you've got the Williams Esports Fanatic car for 1.8 seconds back. So Apex Racing team, after getting that position up onto the podium in the first pit stop, looking like they're taking really good advantage of it and closing up now to the rear of the Marla Racing non-BS competition car.
Well, the good news is now that the other Marla Racing car might be out of the race, so I'm not going to have to rant and rave so much about that. But I was counting, you know, Apex and Kevin Ellis out very slightly, and maybe I'm going to have to eat some humble pie there. Their sister car, of course, Johan Harth, going to probably be retired from this race, you'd have to assume, as we ride on board with the Porsche Carrera Cup Esports Great Britain champion as he comes up the hill. And what a 2022 it's been for this man. Not only our first guest back on RaceSpot's Talking Tense, but a World Championship campaign that, even though he only got third, is one that he can be proud of. And like I discussed with Kevin during our chat on Talking Tense, if he continues this upward trajectory that he's been on over the last 3 years, at some point, he will be a world champion.
He's mightily matured as well. Since the first time I saw him, I have stories that I will not be able to talk about on a broadcast that happened in the kind of village that we ended up having for Sim Racing Expo back in 2018. Saw him recently at an event in Germany, and he always seems to be a completely different character to talk to. The humor, the fun is still there, but the way that he approaches the mindset of racing has mightily matured. So big props to Kevin Ellis Jr. And this is one thing I love, having done this job for so long, seeing the trajectory and the change of some of these drivers. I saw it with Sebastian Job, we've seen it with Josh Rogers, we've seen it with a number of drivers where they haven't yet hit their peak, and you've seen them develop to that place. But we see the gap between P1 and P2 as well. It's only 1.7 seconds. So, of everyone, the team that I'm the most concerned about, I can't believe I'm saying this, is VOS Commander Esports, because they're losing a bit of time to Marla Racing Team. They haven't been able to pull away in traditional VOS Commander Esports fashion. They've been caught a little bit by Marla, who's been caught a little bit by Apex. When you're in this sort of circumstance, you want to have yourself a nice little wiggle gap, is what I like to call it, because we talked about how important in-lap, pit stop, out-lap is. If we catch traffic during that period, you could lose 2.5, 3 seconds. And right now, if you're in that situation of commanding, and you come in through the middle of a lapping cycle, you could end up losing first place just because of track position.
Yeah, no, but to some degree, I wonder if maybe he's got the pace. He's just not going as aggressively in the traffic as maybe he needs to break the toe. We've seen the gap really only close when Rogers has encountered traffic. You see now it's almost up to 2.1, so he's out of the drafting range, which is maybe the approach that I want to see, right? I was talking about how I've seen plenty of bad LMP driving in 2022. You might lose some time in traffic, but to win, first you must finish, right? And I think that's the approach that Rogers is taking right now. Don't forget, he's sharing that car with a certain Mitchell de Jong. It doesn't get much faster in terms of combinations than those two drivers.
Yeah, the partnership that once upon a time was pretty much the opposite side of the world, which now these days is basically about 6 meters, because they are both at the Commander Esports studio, as I now have to call it. And
are we calling it studio or just facility?
I don't know. Whenever Philip's down tells me to do it on a particular day, I think maybe Philip just poked Rogers and says, "Oi, Will's telling you you're going too slowly, pick up the pace," or something like that, because it has gone up by a couple of attempts on this lap alone. And the thing for P2, 3 and 4 as well, they're going to have to deal potentially with rejection of losing a place during pit stops and maybe through traffic as well. Through the final corner with the Williams Esports Chill Blast car as it comes past the start-finish line, 6 tenths of a second behind the Apex Racing Team car. There's a look at Barney, who basically has nothing to do for the next 5 hours and 5 minutes or so of this race. No safety cars in this race today. It's all down to the drivers, and this is the funny part, Arjuna, for the drivers to slow down when they see a yellow flag.
What's that second pedal in the cockpit? I only know about the right one, where it's the go fast pedal. Yeah, I mean, I think now, though, again, we are at almost the top of the hour. GTD pit stop's going to be underway very shortly. 7 cars, excuse me, no, we're down to now 11 cars retiring from this race, I'm pretty sure. So the track is a lot more empty. Traffic becomes a little bit more sparse, which will help someone like Rogers maybe build up a bit of a gap. Will mean that there's going to be less carnage, less chaos. We could be looking at the race getting a little bit tidier. Although, with all of that said, Barney the Flagman holds no might, no candle to Aaron Likens, the best flagman in the world.
Indeed, and of course, the commentator on the first ever RaceSpotTV race at Iowa Speedway as well. So yeah, shout out to you, Aaron. Great job that you do for the Entity Data IndyCar Series, of course, including the Indianapolis 500. There are a couple of people who back out on track, by the way. So, Rich Energy Grin and Go edition, which, let's be honest, I think that joke's getting a little bit old now.
Yes and no. They actually have one of the people on that team is called Reich. So that's yes.
But the fakeness of Rich Energy, I mean, we can put that one down now.
Hey, you have a yeah, exactly. You have the 10-pack of Rich Energy.
Yeah, I do. I don't think anyone should drink that anymore. I don't think anyone should have drunk it in the first place, to be honest, but you definitely don't want to drink it now. But we have got RNG Esports, Team BMW Bank, Nathan Lewis on pit road. We've got Pablo Lopez, Team Fordzilla on pit road. I don't know if these are early stops or not, or whether there's some actual issues going on. For the GT cars, now they can come in and get some damage repair and remain moderately on strategy to go back and finish the point for the bingo card, Arjuna. The strategy that you start now, you want to take through the entire race. For 6 hours, you have not got the time to adapt your strategy. You have to stick to one and commit to it. In a 12, 24-hour race, if things are really not going to plan, yeah, you can change it. You can't in a 6-hour race.
Daniel Pastor will come to pit lane before the top of the hour. Is that the indication that they're not going to even try and fuel save? Is that why that gap had built up so considerably? And yes, you're right, but by the same token, it's a situation, right, where if you had safety cars, then you'd be looking at being able to adjust on the fly. Without safety cars, you are committed to the strategy that you're on. It's as simple as that. 2 cars in that leading peloton have elected to stay up. Maximilian Benecke in the BMW Team Redline Red Machine, as well as Nicholas Laubisch in the Urano 22, the official Mercedes powered team. Now I wonder, I mentioned earlier, Urano not where I expected them to be. Is that 22 car thinking about the fuel game?
That could be really interesting, because we could end up with 3 or 4 different sets of strategies in GTD, starting with what we saw with the number 5 car, Pastor, coming on towards pit road, getting that service out the way early, going full-blown all the way through the race. You can then have those going to the top of the hour, then you might have those that decide they are on the full fuel save game. Yeah, that's interesting.
I thought it would be double stints, to be honest. Well, the dropping off the jacks indicates that it's a 2-tire stop with just 57 seconds stationary. Now, you'd assume left side tires, given that most of these corners are right-hand sweepers, but is anyone going to gamble and take no tires?
We'll find out over the next couple of minutes, as we're 59 minutes into the 6-hour race. And what I can tell you, the track temperature is now up to 48.3 degrees Celsius. The air temp has gone up a degree, finally, but it's a track temperature that is continuing to climb. There's the word I was looking for. It's a crime for it to climb. Global warming's bad. There we are. Switch to esports racing instead, but it is 48.3 degrees Celsius on track right now. That is going to make a massive impact as BMW Team Redline Red are on pit road. Number 22, Mercedes-AMG Team Urano are on pit road. So, more cars on pit road, GTD. Again, they will finish their pit stop after the hour, but they come in before it.
I think that's a good indication, though, right? Because the temperature goes up for a while before it will come down. Good indication. Should be noted, 3 or 4 cars in that first cycle took 2 tires. About 7 took 4 tires. So we're seeing some splits there. Matty Siepler's got the best pit road box in the world as he'll trundle down all the way to the front of the pit lane because, of course, we're sharing stalls here today. Such a packed field, 50 cars on the grid here in upstate New York. Wait and see if the likes of Benecke, Laubisch, maybe even Canapino are going to try and gamble at this early juncture of the race. No, they go up on the jacks. At the very minimum, 2 tires on their cars.
The question is, do you risking it on the first stint? Because if you're the one to go out there, everyone's looking at your data and it will become useful again for hour 5 and hour 6 of the race. It's better to start off being a little bit more secure in your knowledge, because don't forget the amount of simulations that these teams would have done is high. We talked about the fact that you can't just do 2 laps, come on towards pit road. Some of these teams would have done 2, 4, 6-hour simulations in various track condition models. They will have, those teams and drivers, including the people working in the back, will have a magic number when they know it's faster to go on a full set of tyres, faster to go on 2 set of tyres, and faster to go on no tyres. The only unknown right now is just how hot the track temperature is going to climb in the next hour or so. But we do know that an 8-degree change in track temperature in the first hour means that this track is going to be baking hot, enough that you could almost sous vide an egg on it by the time we get to hour 2.
Also means about 0.8 of a second slower a lap. Roughly a second equals, 10 degrees equals 1 second of fall off. A tenth is 1 degree of change then as well. You just grab a look at these weather conditions. We're almost touching 50 degrees Celsius on the track, and roughly 1:30, maybe 2 p.m. is when the temperature will start to drop. We've still got a good hour or so before we see what those peak conditions are going to be like, and that's just the first 2-3 hours of the race. It will cool off from there. Like I said a little bit earlier, having a car that's adaptable is going to be important.
It's also worth noting the fact that for the first time in this race, it's actually warmer in the air in Watkins Glen virtual land than it is in my office. Unfortunately, I can't actually open all my windows because dogs, kids, etc., etc. It doesn't work. And of course, it's a weird one. You've got air conditioning where you are, Arjuna. It's kind of built into every home possible. You don't get that in the UK. So running a fan, all you're going to hear is for the next 5 hours.
Oh, I've got the AC turned up to the max right now, and it's 6:45 a.m. for me right now. I am nice and comfortable for the time being.
We are, though, finally past the first hour of the race. So with that, let's have a quick run through where we are in terms of both of our categories. And we're going to start with LMP2, where it is Coanda Simsport who are leading the way by 1.6 seconds over the Marla Racing Team car. These teams have already had one pit stop. The big news in terms of LMP2 is that Kevin Ellis Jr. was able to gain up one position during that first pit stop. Josh Ladd, who started on the outside of the front row after setting exactly the same time as Josh Rogers, well, he's dropped down 2 places to 4th. Kenneth Gunterson and the Williams Esports Fanatic car is in P number 5. You've got Monaco Esports Finest in 6th, Urano Esports in P number 7, Apex Tech Racing in 8th, Veloce Fanatic in 9th, and then running out your top 10 is Team Grensport Online. Retirees from that division include VOS Coanis Esports 88, the Marla Racing Team car. No, that's not. It's the Apex Racing Team number 99. You've also had SimRC out, as well as VOS Coanis Esports number 77, VelozGate.io, and of course the race clutch car that wanted to become an aeroplane, as you talk us through GTD, Arjuna.
Yeah, left side of the screen you can quickly see those pit stop times basically identical for the entire of the LMP2 field. Slightly different though in this GTD class, where you can see the top 8 or so all took just 2 tires. Now, a little bit varied in how much fuel they seem to have put into the car. Kova, Redline Ice Blue was the 2 teams there. 3 cars when you count in the 2 Kova machines. A little bit shorter in terms of the time has enabled them to jump up through the field. From Altus on back, though, you're looking at more 4-tire pit stops, but it is still the Mercedes AMG Team Williams that leads the way by a full 10 seconds. Behind them, the defending champions in the form of BMW Team Redline. Then you have another one of the Mercedes AMG teams, Urano's 22 car up there in the podium. While we look backwards then to 9th on back, Altus leads a pack of cars with 4 tires, only about a second clear of the number 12, the second Mercedes AMG Team Williams. While then you have a couple more cars on 2 tires. Beeler's made some ground up on the start as well, as we tend to normally see, but this is a class where eventually the pit stops will converge.
Indeed, so we'd like to say thank you at this time to VCO for sponsoring this as a part of the VCO Grand Slam for 2022 here as a part of the iRacing special events calendar. Don't forget, you go to VCO's website, you can order yourself a copy of the first episode of Send It magazine as well, including an article written by that guy, Arjuna Kankapati. My name's Will Vincent, along with Arjuna. We're with you for the entire race here, the entire 6 hours of the 2022 iRacing 6 hours of Watkins Glen, presented by VCO. Live timing and scoring is available. Visit RaceSpotTV/endurance. That is RaceSpot.wtf /endurance. Make sure you come and follow us on Twitter at RaceSpotTV, Facebook /RaceSpotTV, Discord, RaceSpot.wtf /Discord. Come and join all the fun and be a big part of our ever-growing Discord esports racing community. We are looking at Team Redline Orange, who are no longer the one of the top place. Well, they were always the second place car, sorry. They've fallen down a little bit, but it is the orange BMW. It's not a BMW today, Will. Get it right.
No, you're getting yourself
Team
confused.
Redline Orange car. I am. I'm getting it confused.
Because the
it's
red
a
line...
Lamborghini. The red car is the BMW.
Yes, no, exactly. This car, like I said, 2 tires, it's worked its way forward. This is where we'll see how good the Lamborghini is on the second of a double stint. That's what the indications were coming into this race, was that expect the Lamborghinis to charge forward in that second stint. However, you still got to get through the first stint. It's as simple as that. Redline Ice Blue, one of the 3 Lamborghinis that this team put forward, did not get so lucky. Luke McEwen as well as Chris Lullum are out of this race. Gianni Vecchio is in the other of the Redline cars, the Lamborghini Redline cars to be specific, because now I'm getting just as confused as Will is. They've actually leaped in front of Luke Bennett in the orange car by virtue of a 5-second shorter pit stop, so not insignificant by any means. So it's that point part of the race, whichever way you want to say it, that it starts to settle into the rhythm, right? You know what strategy you're on. You've seen 20% of the field already retire from this race, Will. You now just have got to get your head down and continue to try surviving. It's as simple as that.
I was about to say this is the reason why you're VCO's Simi Award winner and I'm not, because I just butcher everything that comes my way. But then you ended up falling into the Team Redline trap as well. Talking about rhythm, of course, we had the Queen of England, or Queen of Great Britain, sorry, Jubilee the other week. I remember 20 years ago there was someone that did a song with a hula hoop around them the entire time, singing "Swing to the Rhythm." That's kind of where we are right now in this race. Everyone's settled down. Everyone on the field has now made a pit stop. In fact, we're not that far away from a second round of pit stop. I think it's going to happen within the next 5 laps in LMP2.
Yes.
And we're more likely now to see things calm down. These LMP2 cars are not going to be overtaking 15 drivers on 1 lap. A lot of these GT Daytona cars can start breathing a bit of a sigh of relief. They've made it past the first hour, and let's be honest, we've had a number of cars who haven't made it past the first hour. Almost a fifth of our field got involved in calamity. So these drivers are thinking, okay, now we can focus on the strategy and what we want to do, because driver changes, you're either going to do a double, or 3 hours, then 3 hours. It's more likely to be 2 driver changes because of the way they change tyres in GTD.
More prototypes have retired than GT cars. 6 prototypes out of the race, 4 GT machines out of the race, and we already started with more GT cars than prototypes. So as the prototypes fall by the wayside, it makes life a little bit easier for the GT machines. And I've thrown my fair share of anger towards the prototype machines, but let's be clear as well, Will, that traffic management is a give and take. GT cars, they may not want the prototypes to take all the time. That does not mean that sometimes a GT car should not give. We have seen a couple of examples of that today. For example, on the run-up into this chicane at the end of that run-through up the S's, where GT cars are backed out to let the prototypes go. That's what you want to see. You want to see the give and take.
Back on lap 4 of the iRacing Indianapolis 500, I talked about that. Yes, you can go into a free ride situation. Yes, that can be dangerous, but every car does have a brake pedal. And it means that you can withdraw yourself from a situation. Yes, it might cost you half a second, but it means that your car stays on track. It means that your nerves are going to be in place. I will tell you my story in a little bit. I actually got out of my car for the first time in my life and actually screamed at a driver. Now, many people at RaceSpot have heard me shout. I think Conor Maddox's the only person that's ever heard me get really angry back in Germany at Sim Racing Expo with a Ford Tornado. But this time I was so bad I actually had to drive the slow way home because I was too angry to go onto the motorway, highway, call it what you will. But that's the kind of an anger that you have to, both in LMP2 and in GT Daytona, you've got to tell your drivers, okay, someone just did a stupid move on you. I was going to call it the four-letter word move. Someone's done that move on you. It's happened. You can't go back and change that now. Like they do in college football, like they do in the NFL, it's next corner up, next lap up for them. What have you got coming up next that you can focus your energy on, rather than focusing all that negative energy on X car just did being naughty?
I've got some stories of my own, at least when it comes to the virtual racetrack. Now remember as well, right, a lot of these drivers, a lot of these teams are streaming their perspective on Twitch, and I was no different when I ran in a couple of high-profile, high-level races, and I remember one in particular, a sports car open race at Barcelona, where Paddy Wolf, who was at that point, of course, part of Team Redline, passed me on the run into that final sector at Barcelona in an LMP2 car. We'll get back to that. Pit stops underway. Kevin Ellis Jr., as I mentioned earlier, shorter pit stop in stint 1, is paying the price now earlier down to pit lane here in cycle 2.
Yeah, indeed, because Marla Racing was a team that was able to go a little bit longer that first time. Joshua Rogers is able to do an extra lap this time, so it's Kevin Ellis Jr. He's kind of out there on his own. This comes back down to whether or not you want to do the strategy. There is a driver change. Peter Berman in behind the wheel of the number 98 car. So a double early on for Kevin Ellis Jr. Now Peter Berman getting behind the wheel of this car. You got to remember as well, though, different drivers can save fuel at different rates. So there are some drivers who I never understand how they can fuel save as well as they do. Also, with the LMP2 cars, you talked about the short and the long gear stack. This is one of those tracks where also the downforce level can have an impact as to how much fuel you save as well.
Yes, that is true. A lot of the downforce from this car is generated underneath the floor of this car. I don't want to call it ground effect because it's really not ground effect, but it's just the way that the underside of the car is configured to produce the downforce. Now you have the option of at the front of the car running some different dive plane configurations, but I had a scroll through at the start of this race, and basically everyone in the field is running the same 2 dive planes at the front of the car. We'll get a look at that now. It will give us a good indication of what these dive planes actually look like, as Josh Rogers is going to lead the field down onto pit lane.
And they all come in this time by, including the Marla Racing team, who went 1 lap longer last time. So it all shakes out that everyone is equal except for the Apex car, who is going 1 lap shorter. Big part of that could be, of course, they were trying to catch up to the rear of the Marla Racing team car and just maybe using a little bit of extra fuel for that one. And they might be thinking all that hard work might pay off as driver changes De Jong in behind the wheel of the Coanda car. You got Ati Kuppanen behind the wheel of the Marla Racing team car. You've got Arturo Malga behind the wheel of Monaco Esports' finest car. Josh Ladd, however, stays in behind the wheel of the Williams Esports Chill Blast car. So for, who was I thinking? About Kevin Ellis Jr. when he's doing that double stint. Maybe he was thinking he's getting car into position where he hands it over to Peter Berman. Berman can do the fuel saving after he's done the hard work at the start.
Different approaches here, right? It's only a 6-hour race. It's not long by any means. You could split this into just a race with 1 driver change. And I've done that in the past myself. Done 4 hours, handed over to my teammate for 2 hours. Looks like some of these other teams want to change every double stint, want to keep their drivers fresh, especially with how much traffic we're talking about here today. Not entirely shocked to see that. Be curious how it plays out. Josh Ladd has jumped in front of the Marla Racing team car through the pit stop cycle with a 3-second shorter pit stop than what we've seen from Mitchell De Jong. So again, we're seeing the swings and roundabouts of the strategy coming to the forefold, and remind everyone that currently it's a Williams Esports 2 and 3, net 2 and 3, because that Marla Racing 15 car is powered by Williams Esports.
Indeed, and by the way, shout out to Stephen English. He sent us a really nice comprehensive guide as to the 7 cars they had scheduled for this race here today. So thank you very much to Williams Esports. It's that little bit of information, and I remember John Heindorf was saying this, that as he was running through the last moment of the 24-hour race in France that took place last week. I'm not going to get myself into trouble with the ACO. I'm not mentioning the name of it. We all know what we're talking about, but it really does help us, both in, you know, what I like to call asphalt racing and tracks around the world and what we have in esports racing, that information that these teams provide to us makes our job, A, so much easier, but means that we mess up a little bit less, because honestly, Arjuna, we don't always know who is actually in this team. We do sometimes have to do a lot of speculation when we come into these races, working out who signed up for the session, who's signed up as the backup, who signed up as this, who's doing that. We've got your top 4 drivers on pit road from LMP2 right now. The information that these teams provide really does make a massive difference. So thank you very much to Williams for sending that out to us. And don't forget, you can always send us information about your cars before the race. Just drop us a message on Discord.
You say that, but I often just look at social media to find out lineups.
So do
I was chatting with a certain team and driver who will go unnamed for the time being today. I will shame him in private later, don't get me wrong. But basically, I sent him a message saying, what's the strategy looking like? What's the BOP in GTD? And he said, first you have to tell me if our paints were uploaded properly to RaceSpot Media. It's not always easy with some of these teams and drivers, I tell you. I'll get to my point, by the way, though, about the dive planes very quickly. Here's a slow motion shot of the Apex Racing Team car. Look at there. You see 1, you see 2. Those are the dive planes. We're talking about a little bit more downforce at the front. And I think across the board, Will, from a bit of riding on board that I've done in private, I think basically all the teams are using the shorter gear stack.
You know that you can use a thicker yellow pen for that.
I know, but it's fine.
I was the person that invented yellow pen on RaceSpotTV broadcast. I'm not going to say I invented yellow pen. My name is not John Madden. But we did bring it to RaceSpotTV here first, in live footage anyway. But you're right, the dive planes are the same, short gear stacks the same. And I think that, as I talked about at the very start of this race, there are times when a longer gear stack would be more beneficial if you had to negotiate a lot of traffic early on. But then you end up at the front of the field, then what are you getting to do? You're basically going to be slow out of corners, only hitting your top speed basically as you come out of the S's and maybe on the run down into the toe. It's not going to help you in the long term. If this is a 45-minute race and you're looking to gain positions, yes, maybe to use the long gear stack. The short gear stack, I think, is A, better for fuel economy a little. Actually, no, it's not. I take that one back. But it helps you in terms of being able to power out the corner, and powering out the corner is more useful to you when you are negotiating GT Daytona traffic.
Yes, absolutely. I think the Watkins Glen is one of those tracks where the teams have enough, knowledge of the car, of how these races go, because it's so commonly used across a private series, even official competitions on iRacing, that it's not really a big concern. They all know what they've got to do, and that's why we were in a smaller box than we are in typically. I think it was at Daytona where we actually saw a rather varied mix of downforce configurations there. Yes, they're all trying to trim out, but they all managed to trim out in different ways. They were all similar in terms of top speed, but the way they got there was very different. Always enjoy these little setup variances. Do want to just point out, by the way, as well, Will, we mentioned, of course, the VCO Grand Slams, physical trophies on the line for these top split class winners. But for those watching, there's an opportunity for them to win as well. If you go to twitch.tv/VCO Esports, you can enter to win, I believe it's 50 iRacing credits through their Twitch chat. So if you want to buy some of the new content, of course, we've got some new cars, Mercedes GT3 and GT4, some dirt content as well. Fuji has joined the iRacing party as well. What better way to do that than get some free credits?
I have to say, I really think that they should have waited until rain came out to get Fuji's, because then we could have had the ultra-realistic 6-8 hours of Fuji, whatever it is, I always forget, which is basically just done behind the safety car the entire time, because that's the type of Fuji endurance racing that I know. I don't know Fuji racing and bright clear skies and all that. And of course you can have rain with 100% fog as well to make it even more realistic down the line. So great to have Fuji on track though. It's one of those things that I often think about us hosting another 24-hour race on RaceSpotTV. Fuji is one of those tracks that I might consider using. In fact, Suzuka is one of the other ones. In Japan, you might get a 24-hour race for endurance race down the line. So Yeah, it's great actually. Another Japanese racetrack. Even though the Asian sim racing community is still markedly small, unless you're going to go and do some very weird situation where you invite some people who do, I don't even remember what it was, anime with an A4 piece of paper asking them to race with us. I mean, apart from that, the Asian sim racing community is growing, and I think having more Japanese more tracks in Asia will really help with that. That's a number 91 car not moving, and now it is.
Yeah, I think just trying to get out of the way was Jarl in the 91. Of course, they are about 10 laps down from the leader in class, so minding their P's and Q's, I think you could put it.
Yeah. I'm actually now going to have to go back and remember this disaster of what I saw the other day. So I'm going to have to head over to our private channel on our Discord. But the good thing is...
Oh, I already know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
I think I sent it to you, didn't I?
You did.
Yes. Okay, yes. I will steer clear away from that then.
Pokemane, that's what it was. I'll leave that one there.
Pokemane. Let's put some respect on her name. Hopefully she joins us for sim racing, because it's been great to watch the likes of, Summit. Is it Summit? No, what's his name? Oh boy, my brain is failing me now. But it was Summit. It is Summit. Summit's been loving his sim racing. Even XQC, 115,000 people watching XQC play iRacing was one of the best bits of content that I've ever seen. And if Pokemane gets into sim racing, I think that'll be interesting to see how it brings our little niche to a new audience. Yeah.
And they got, Logitech G29 out of it as well. That was fun.
She did.
Yeah, so 6th place in GT Daytona right now, being led by Williams Esports Razor. That's at the bottom of your screen. We're looking at the gap up in 1st place, LMP2. Well, Mitchell de Jong has got Josh Ladd within about half a second of him right now. So after, well, you were talking earlier on about the fact that maybe Kawani were just keeping it easy. Well, Josh Ladd is on a charge right now. It's about time we see what Mitchell de Jong can do in that number 91 VOS Kawani Esports car. I don't know which one of these I want to look at the most. I think because the gap's down to 4/10 of a second, we should go to the battle for first in LMP2.
It all depends on how aggressive Josh Ladd wants to be right now in his first special events as part of this Williams Esports lineup. Can see how close he is and how much closer he's able to stick to Mitchell de Jong regardless of traffic. A big difference between how Josh Ladd was able to follow in the footsteps of Josh Rogers. So I think if you're going to pounce, this is surely the time. De Jong just lost a bit of time trying to go around the outside of that BS competition car. There comes the run from Josh Ladd.
Indeed so. Josh Ladd is trying, not yet, as they work themselves out of this corner. And the key thing is there's about 4 overtaking opportunities here. However, there's one safe one that you want to do. And this comes back to one of the points that I often discuss in LMP racing. How much do you want to defend? How much do you want to attack? If you're defending right now for Mitchell de Jong, in a 24-hour race, I would often say, okay, just let them go. The race might come back to you. Doesn't apply in a 6-hour race, because we know how long it can take to make back up 8, 9, 10 seconds, whereas in a 24-hour race you've got more opportunities to do so. Williams Esports Shield Blast, Josh Ladd then half a second back, 4/10 of a second back, using the toe, going up the hill. This is that one time where maybe the longer gear stack could help you, as we go on board.
Sorry, Peter Berryman's had an off. So for Apex Racing Team, they were up in the podium spots, 30 minutes ago? They're not anymore. Josh Ladd not able to close just yet, but more traffic to play a big factor.
Indeed so. We'll get the replay on Apex Racing Team, who has had an off and are down to at least 6th place on track. And here we are. Whoa, that is a sweep across the road there by Josh Ladd in the Chill Blast car. And as they work through turn 7. By the way, turn 7 is one of the most underrated corners, I think, in all of motorsports. It is so easy to get that corner wrong in a high-powered, downforce-driven car or a Daytona-style GT car. Or any GT car for that matter. The gap remains about 0.3 of a second. You've got the Marla Racing Team car right behind. Here's what happened then to Peter Berryman into turn number 1.
Oh, he's going to do it by himself on the curb. He bottoms out. It's so easy to do. And a man who is now an iRacing world champion finds himself in the wall.
the man who's an iRacing World Champion should remember back to the iRacing Grand Prix World Championship Series days, when that basically would be the sort of thing that your team manager writes in big red letters before you start the race. Careful of the curb at turn number 1. Now, I know that we're using a different layout, technically, version of this track compared to what Berryman was running in the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series, but that turn 1 can still come and bite you in the rear end, regardless of what version of the track you're running, pretty much anywhere.
I think to some degree as well, it's worse with this new scan, this new update that we have to Watkins Glen, because of the way that the curb kind of flattens out in the middle. I've seen it so many times. It seems very much like deja vu. It's just one of those things, right, as well, where now you can't run as wide. You talked about the off tracks at the start of this race. 50 incident points is the limit. Every time you run too wide through turn 1, you add 1 to that incident limit count. And 50 for a race that's about 230 laps long, give or take, when we're expecting car contact to be a very real possibility as well. You do have to watch that. So Berryman tried to keep it tight, just bottoms that car off, and well, at least it didn't look as though like there was too much damage to his car.
Yeah, the sort of damage there was, because of where he hit it, it was around the dive planes that you were talking about earlier. That can be replaced on pit road. I don't see, and I want to have a look how close this is down on the exit of turn number 11. They all got bunched up together, and now Ladd might actually lose a couple of attempts here because he had to go ultra tight into the penultimate corner. Through the final curve they come. The gap's up to about 6 tenths of a second. And don't forget, you've got Ati Kuppanen there as well in the Marlin Racing Team car. So your top 3 drivers, an hour and a half almost into this race, separated by less than 1.5 seconds. They work themselves up the hill again. Now, Ladd might be able to use a tiny bit of draft to his advantage here, but I don't think he's going to be able to make the pass into the bus stop unless he gets closer, and he is getting closer. He's right behind Mitchell de Jong now as they come down into the bus stop, and it looks like de Jong's taking the ultra defensive line. Indeed he does. He stays ahead, but that means Ati Kuppanen is now right behind in the Marlin Racing Team car. 3 drivers, less than 1 second, LMP2 for your race lead.
Now, again, we said the downforce is likely to be somewhat similar, at least with the dive planes, but look how much top-end grunt that the Williams car and the Williams/Mahler car behind both seem to have in terms of an upper hand on Mitchell de Jong. Now, through this infield, de Jong seems to be able to get through the corners a little bit tidier, a little bit quicker as well, but as soon as they come out of the 90 on the run-up into the S's, de Jong looks like a sitting duck right now. You'd have to think that maybe this move is not too far away. Maybe it's going to be traffic assisted. Look how much traffic they've got in front of them.
A ton, an absolute ton of it. Apologies, I was trying to take a very quick swig of water there. That could be the new game of the day, you know. How much water am I going to drink in a 6-hour broadcast? I'm currently about 1.2 litres already as defensive line, but Josh is going to try and go around the outside into turn number 1, gets out of it at the last moment. That's actually a Williams car in front, behind, to the side as they work themselves now up the hill again. This is the first major defense then that de Jong's going to have to take. Let's try and see if we can go on board with Josh Ladd in a moment, because he's actually going to go alongside right on the exit of the S's. That will put him alongside. It'll be a case now of the last of the late breakers between the two of them. Josh Ladd going to go round the outside. Josh Ladd to the point then here with exactly 1 hour 29 minutes of this race scored complete. For the first time we have our new official non-pit stop race leader, Josh Ladd of Williams Esports Chill Blast, who, don't forget, qualified with exactly the same time as Coanda Esports number 91, goes to the top of the field.
And in about 300, 400 broadcasts, I've only ever seen that tie of qualifying times once before. Remarkable how close that they were, and give a round of applause to Josh Ladd for just matching someone like Josh Rogers in qualifying. And now I would not be shocked if he sets his sails out and he runs away from Mitchell de Jong. He's looking like he's just got a little bit of an edge on the American behind, and I really do think that Williams Esports car is going to take some beating. It's going to maybe take Josh Rogers doing the majority of the driving duty for Coanda to be able to fight. Look how de Jong's slipping into the clutches of Kauppinen behind.
And it could be a case of Mitchell de Jong losing 2 places in as many laps. There's not going to be as much traffic here to impact on the decision making of Koppinen. I think that lad was really helped a little bit by some of that traffic. But Ati Koppinen in the number 15 car coming up the S's, and he's not alongside yet. That's what the difference is. Now he goes alongside the number 15 car alongside de Jong, but he might get bolted, indeed he does, into the corner. That GT car was just kind of in the wrong place at the wrong time. I believe that was one of the Urano machines.
And to talk about the full story, let's point out that maybe Josh Ladd has a little bit less fuel on his car. Maybe that's why he's a bit quicker as well. Lighter, a little bit more nimble on the exit of turn 1 to get onto the power nice and early. He's already built the gap up to 1.3. But just like we saw with Kevin Ellis Jr., that leading car is going to have to come down to the pit lane just a little bit earlier, and it didn't work out for Berryman and Kevin Ellis Jr. They ended up almost 5 seconds off the back of the leading pack, and then of course we saw the spin from Peter Berryman.
Indeed so. So Peter Berryman's down into 6th place in that number 98 car. It's worth noting that Peter Berryman's lap times are about comparable to what I would expect them to be right now. It was for Berryman the last time by 133.722, 2 1,000ths of a second faster than Monaco Esports Finest ahead of him. And in fact, he is comparable. He was the 2nd fastest driver in his kind of grouping as they came past the stripe the last time around. Want to keep it for a moment on that number 15 versus number 2 battle. I do also want to talk about Max Benecke, number 71 car, in a moment's time. We'll talk about the battle he's having with Daniel Pastor in the 6th car and Nicholas Lorbich in the number 22. Again, to the outside will come the number 15 or Koppinen. Will he be able to sweep it round? No, he can't. De Jong just looks so much better on that middle groove of the track.
I think it's just going to require maybe some traffic and a better exit for that 15 to get to the side of de Jong a little bit earlier. It's as simple as that. He's just catching up too late and pulling out a little bit too late as well. Grab a RaceSpotTV replay of something's happened to the Urano 21 LMP2 machine. Trying to go around the outside of the outer loop on that BS competition car. We should be clear, that Urano car is off the track, off of the white lines. He's flashing the lights, but you've got to say you take the risk when you do something like that.
Yeah, and on one hand, again, let's have another little replay of that. It does look as though the BS competition car did move out to the racetrack, but don't forget that's a natural line through the corner. That, I would say, was kind of 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, but you've got to remember that this is one of, I'd say, the second rule of traffic management. Different cars track out of corners in different ways, and even though they might be on the inside line for the first part of the corner, doesn't mean that their natural tracking will go where you expect it to on the exit.
Yes, and again, we saw, for example, earlier the Urano GTD machine having an issue with the Veloce car, where Veloce was still on the track as Urano slid wide, as you tend to do in those big, heavy GT machines. This was different. It was Urano, like I said, outside of those white lines, off of the track surface itself. You take a risk when you put yourself in that situation. Could they have been helped out by BS Competition? Sure. Is BS Competition running their own race? Yes. So Elias Sapanin is not required to help out anyone else, we'll put it that way. Gap for the lead of this LMP2 class, 1.8 seconds, and Kauppinen has slipped backwards now outside of a 1 second bubble from Mitchell de Jong.
So yeah, it looks like on one hand de Jong survived the onslaught as we turn our attention over to GT Daytona. This is Covert Williams Esports in big trouble.
Clumsy, and they'll take Matti Sipula with them as well, who is parked in a very dangerous situation, which he elects to get out of as soon as possible. That is, well, unbelievable.
If Matti Sipula ends up watching this, I would give a penalty for this. I know you're still angry at us from what happened a couple of weeks ago in the BMW Sim GT Cup over a non-penalty. Yeah, there would have been a penalty for that one. Here's a replay then. into the bus stop chicane. This is where bump drafting.
I mean, to be fair,
also
Will,
becomes an issue.
sorry, I don't know if you meant that Kova was going to get the penalty or not, but
No,
okay.
no, they weren't going to get the penalty.
Yes, Kova's holding their line here.
Yeah.
They're, I don't want to say faultless, because you can always, when you reflect on an incident, you'll say, okay, I could have done this differently. But look at how the Williams car is bumping the Altus machine in front, and then, oh, okay, well, from up above, that's a bit more difficult.
Yeah, Kova were moving towards the centre of the racetrack. There was half a lane between them. Now, when you are bump drafting, I mean, you shouldn't be bump drafting in GT cars anyway. I don't like that. But we slow it down here, and that line right down the centre of the track, it starts off first, actually. No,
Kova does come back a little bit.
Yeah, that's a little bit of an angle, and you can use an actual kind of groove of the racetrack there. First of all, can we please stop bump drafting in GT cars? Secondly, these guys don't need to be doing that. That's one of the Coanda cars.
Mac Backham, don't worry.
Yeah, it's the 14 car who's already had a lot of incidents here today. So that GT Daytona incident, bump drafting, it annoys the living daylight out of me. GT cars are not designed to be bump driven. They're not even designed to be bumped into a corner. You know, if you want to do that, go and watch some WTCC racing, as there's a replay for Mac Backham, slow, silly spin at, again, one of the most difficult corners. It looks so easy on paper. You're coming up that corner, turning left. The kind of car just floats underneath you for the center of the corner. You want to get on the power, you can't. If you do it a little bit too early, you end up with a silly spin like that. But to go back to the GT incident, why ruin your race like that, guys? All of you.
Yep. And again, now that I've seen it from up above, I will say that Matti Sipuluk, he drifts back to the right very slightly when, realistically, to be safe, to survive a race, should be coming back to the left. You're entering into the braking zone. Worst case scenario, you lift off and you slot back into line, which, again, not the worst case in the world. It's where you were coming into the corner. Like, it's just one of those situations that takes out Kova likely. I think Williams Esports Razor already done. I don't think they're going to be heading back on track. Altus, I gotta say, Jordan Caruso, very, very lucky there to have not been ping-ponged into.
Yeah, I completely agree. Jordan Caruso, their race has kind of come away from them recently, because they were, of course, up in second place at one point. They're now down in P number 8. Track conditions were up to 52 degrees Celsius, boys, in the state of play right now. So 27 degrees in terms of the track temperature. Humidity 33%, by the way, but there was some gusts around this track, as often is the case actually at Watkins Glen. It is warm, but it's gusty quite often. In terms of, you know, how you survive an endurance race, 6, 12, 24 hours, and knowing our luck one day, Arjun, before I get to my point, knowing our luck, Florian Hasper in charge at VCO is going to come up with a way for us to say, 24 hours isn't enough. Let's do a 48-hour race, split into 2 stages. That'll probably be his next plan, and now I've said it, he's probably going to do it.
Well, if you have a crazy idea, Florian's always willing to listen to you. That is for sure. So many crazy things that we've been doing with VCO so far in 2022. Of course, you mentioned the magazine, Send It, a physical print magazine for a digital world. What a interesting concept that is. Really high quality. Would highly recommend that you order your copy now on social media.
You're only saying that because you're in it.
Partially that, but B as well. I really do. I was so impressed by the quality of the print. I have Top Gear's, F1 Racing's, guitar magazines going back decades now. This genuinely is higher quality than most of those other magazines. It's great. You mentioned, you know, doing crazy things. VCO Infinity, 24 individual sprint races in a 24-hour period. That was one of the most fun things that I think I've ever done in my life, and I know the teams loved it as well, and there's already talk about when are we doing the next one. We have the VCO Pro Sim, which will be back later in 2022, when we will combine the best of the real world and the best of the virtual world together. Maybe we'll get Max Verstappen back in the lineup. We'll get the likes of Tony Kanaan, Robert Wickens, etc., with Beneke, Rogers, etc. And then the thing that we're doing throughout the year, this esports racing league, where we're competing across multiple platforms, multiple cars, requiring drivers to be adaptable, and we're having a lot of fun along the way. I don't think, you know, Oval has got the likes of eRacer, for example, and many others, Monday Night Racing, that are doing things. Don't get me wrong, and they're doing a lot of good things. There's no one that does what VCO does across the breadth of things that they do, including supporting private leagues, Will, which we know are so important.
Yeah, indeed. So they recently joined up with us in terms of broadcasting and the Precision Racing Leagues. They catch much of that, actually. If you're on the VCO Twitch channel, subscribe, because much of that will also be on the VCO Twitch channel, and it's great to be supporting private leagues. We're actually working on a new strategy, and supporting private leagues has always been a big part of what we do, always will be a big part of what we do. Is keeping an eye up, by the way, on the number 43 car in GT Daytona, one of the Logitech Altus Esports cars. I did want to talk, because that is, well, that's not nice, shall we say. I was going to talk about BMW Team Redline Red. They are dropping still from Mercedes AMG Williams. The gap is now about 11 seconds on track, but Max Benecke in that number 71 car is now in second place. And of course, we know that Dom, Max, the entire gang, they love to think about these races from multiple angles. Yes, the Lamborghini trio aren't as far up as this BMW car, but this is what Team Redline often do. Ever since I think they had one race when they're completely outclassed, they always have one car which is different to the rest of those in the field, because quite honestly, if the other three don't work, the other one might do. And just a reminder, guys, it's RaceSpot.media. You should know it by now.
Yeah, I'm at the point now where I have very little sympathy, because we're almost 2 years since the launch of RaceSpot Media. Spa 2020 was the first time that we used that for paint submissions on a special event, and there are still teams that show up less than 24 hours before a race and say, hello, where do I upload my paints? If you have sponsors, if you have any of that, you know your responsibility. I will say, Redline are usually quite good. They have 3 paints in, they're just missing the one.
And the reason for that, I mean, you talk about comparisons between esports and real world. Unfortunately, we're not on RSL this weekend. RSL can't join it. Scheduling conflicts, we're not blaming anyone. Normally, if you're at a racetrack and you want to, and you have like a new design or something, you need to make certain people aware. Andy Blackmore, for example. Otherwise, you're not going to get into the official spotters guide. So sponsors are becoming a much bigger thing. I was doing a podcast a couple of days ago, and I was talking about sponsorship being one of the big things that's changed esports racing over the last 5 or 6 years or so. Having sponsors is great. Managing what your sponsors require from you is another thing in itself. But Max Benecke, to talk about Max Benecke himself, he's 11.8 seconds right now behind Mercedes AMG Williams, and not having a bad day of it at all, actually, despite the fact the car's blue and I'm saying red. I think the fact for Benecke is they're running a strategy. They know that the Mercedes AMG Williams car is not going to do any fuel saving at all. They have a number in mind that they can't fall further back from. And right now, 11 seconds, getting close to 2 hours into this race, they're in that window still. So we cannot discount the 71 car. And don't forget, the 71 cars had so much success in iRacing special events as BMW Team Redline, and of course previously when it was Pure Racing Team.
Yes, no, I think that they are definitely in that bubble where they will want to be right now. We're going to we'll get back to that. I want to grab a look at a RaceSpotTV replay of, you can see the beaten and banged up front end of Urano's number 90. That's Sven Haase and the Biela Racing Team car that, again, goes for a gap that doesn't exist. I saw a couple of comments about that in chat, so I'm glad that we were able to dial up a replay there. Pure Sims got mixed up as well. Not much that Stanley Deslanders could really do.
If you no longer go for a gap, you finally learn to become an endurance driver. Write that down, because that is part B of what Senna's quote should be. Once you no longer go for a gap, you can finally think as an endurance racer, thinking about, okay, what is next? And I mean, I've not done endurance racing for a good number of years. It is my favorite category of racing to do. But when I'm thinking about overtakes, and I'm thinking about positions, when I'm thinking about my race, I'm thinking half a lap up the road. Yes, there may be a time where you can go for a gap immediately, but in the time that it's taking you to process whether or not you're going to go for that gap, something else can be happening in front, behind, sideways from you, and I'm not wasting almost 2 hours worth of work on something that has a very small potential yet nailed, and that's the perfect example.
That was Biela. That was Sven Haase off the road.
I love it when people make my point for me, Arjuna. I think that just did.
Didn't that happened at Sebring as well for me? When again, it was you and myself on commentary for those first 4 hours, and I was making a point about how LMP cars are being aggressive, blah blah blah, and then into the penultimate quarter, I believe it was Dominic Kaufman and the red line car absolutely sent it on GT traffic. It just sometimes it turns out commentators know what we're talking about.
Yeah, I mean 95% of the time we don't.
Yes, no, we don't.
Okay, here's a look at the replay then.
Now remember that Sven is also a lap down at this juncture.
Yeah. Now, I was actually about to come to that, about iRacing rules around lap traffic and yellow flags and blue flags and everything. Because it has, of course, been a major part of the day. We're slowing it down for you.
Sorry, that's unacceptable. If you're a lap down and you're already behind on the entry to the corner, why are you sticking your nose down the inside?
Yeah, I love you, Sven. You're a great racer, but that's one I just clearly don't understand. And that is one that has put the number 70 car, Gianni Vecchio, into so much risk. Now, I'm hoping there's no damage to the side of that Lamborghini. It doesn't look as though there are from our pictures. Of course, we don't know whether there is anything mechanically. But because I know there are some people, every time we do an iRacing special event, are new to iRacing, are new to RaceSpot, are new to VCO. So hello. My name's Will Vincent. That guy is VCO Simi award-winning Arjuna Kankapati. We wanted to talk to you very quickly, actually, about yellow flags and blue flags. The yellow flags in iRacing, because we don't have safety cars in this race, yellow flags are slow down and prepare to stop. I think I've seen about 4 drivers ever be prepared to stop for a yellow flag, but it does come up on your screen when there's an incident ahead of you about 2 corners beforehand. The more important one is the blue flag rule in iRacing. So it's not like what you would see in Formula 1. It is the responsibility of the passing car to make and execute a safe and clean pass. That is the main part of the rule. So it means that you cannot just dive bomb a car and think that you're going to get away with it. You cannot expect a car to just slow down and let you pass, even though we saw the second Mile Racing Team car do that one earlier on because they're many laps down. The second part of the rule that most people forget, though, Arjuna, is that the car being passed should make some allowance to allow the lapping car to go past as and when it's convenient, basically, to paraphrase the rule book.
Clearly what we need to do is the part 2, Will Vincent reads the iRacing Sporting Code, a live stream.
Oh yeah, with a Q&A if we want.
We'll sell tickets for this as well. We'll make it a pay-per-view. We'll do it for charity. I don't think you mentioned any of the charity stuff today yet, Will.
No, I haven't. We'll talk about that one a little bit later on, because I am doing almost all of the iRacing special events where I can to raise money for CALM, which is a male mental health charity. It's something that's been a big part of my life, mental health. It's a big part of many people's mental health. Males under the age of 30 are basically the biggest killer is mental health often. So I'll give you some more information about that one later on in the stream. If you'd like to donate a couple of pennies, it would be much appreciated. If not, well, unfortunately, you just had to suffer with me on commentary for pretty much all of these long endurance races through the years. We are still trying to get me to do the entire 24 hours of Spa. My doctor needs to sign me off for that one, but we'll do our very best, which is coming up in about a month's time, actually. So that'll be useful. As 4 hours 11 minutes remaining in this race, Josh Ladd has pulled out a 2.5 second gap over Mitchell de Jong. But the more important one that you were talking about, as Josh Ladd comes conveniently on towards pit road, is the fact that Ati Kuppanen couldn't keep up that pace and that pressure over Mitchell de Jong. Maybe he got a call from his team saying, okay, you can't make the pass, slow it down, back to plan A.
Now, again, I mentioned this earlier, right? The stint lengths anywhere from 23 to 25 laps. De Jong's on lap 22. Can he extend this stint maybe 2-3 laps longer? We saw before with Kevin Ellis Jr. that it really did not play out the way that Apex was hoping with the call to come down to pit road just a tad bit earlier. So keep that in mind. We'll wait and see if the strategy is going to work out, because the pace is clearly there for Josh Ladd. We'll get another look at an incident that's involved the team RSO, and they get tangled around the outside with the Bumblebee Sim RC machine. You can see damage to Mats Thor Husfeld. It is looking like it is very risky to go around the outside of these GT machines through that outer loop.
Yeah, you call it the outer loop, I call it the carousel. It's the same thing. Here we are.
That Mercedes does track out a little bit wider than I think we've seen before, but that's what, the third bit of contact, or fourth bit of contact, in fact, we've seen, at least live here on the broadcast. There might have been even more.
But the thing is, track temp is 52 degrees Celsius. Then you've got all that dirt on the outside of the outer loop, straight carousel, call it what you will. And it means that because most of the cars start on the inside of the corner and they track out, all of that dirt is going to be basically as you just start putting yourself down on the throttle pedal, if you're in the middle of the track or the outside of the track tracking through. So first 45 minutes of the race, maybe you could get away with the outside of the carousel. I think now, far more competition between the two, the inside and the outside cars.
Sorry, I'm very distracted by the list of retirements that we have in this race.
It's long.
Yeah.
We're down to almost 50 cars, which is
33 right now.
Yeah, it is been a race of attrition so far. I think when we did Bathurst, I got a little bit annoyed by how many drivers we had out the race in the first 2 hours. We're in that situation again. And for most of these, the retirements could easily have been avoided. That's the situation. Now, the reason why we get so angry, Arjuna, is because we like to see good racing. We don't want there to be half the field out by the first half of the race, because first of all, it completely changed the strategy for these drivers. Massively changed the strategy, especially in GT Daytona. But secondly, we like talking about race cars. We should put that one on a t-shirt.
To me as well, there's that added thing, right, where yes, there's no prize money on the line for these special events. There is the trophy for the Grand Slams, but it's about the endurance racing spirit, which, quite frankly, unless you have such significant damage that it's going to take a good 50 plus minutes to repair your car, if you have 5 minutes to repairs, suck it up. That's how I look at it, as De Jong's down on pit road.
Yep, but you know why they're not sucking it up? It's what I said earlier. They can go and run this race again in a couple of hours.
Yes, there are 4 different time slots for this race. It gives you the opportunity to maybe put behind some of the bad races that you had.
I think what they need to do, dear iRacing, this is a list of things I'd love to see. They should make it so once you are registered for a race, you cannot then retire and join another race in that 12-hour window, 6-hour window, for example.
Well, love the idea, but that also then requires that driving standards improve, which sometimes is the bigger issue rather than what you're describing, which is still something to think about.
Heartbreak and agony, though. Heartbreak and agony exists whether the person being hit or the person being hit, and is that Mitchell de Jong being passed by Atti Kuppinen? It is.
He lost a lot of time on pit entry behind the grid and go Mercedes. However, I think that was done by a 2-second quicker stop by Atti Kuppinen. And again, Josh Ladd has only stopped for 31 seconds. Right on the attack, though, here comes de Jong to the outside.
Outside line, he's been defending that inside line the entire time, and now he's having to recognise that defending that inside line can really help you. But as de Jong, he's actually looking down the inside as they come through the carousel, GT Daytona traffic going past them, and now de Jong will have to wait. Probably until they get to heel corner, most likely until the end of the lap. He wants to really make a pass here. But the big story then of this hour, de Jong and that Coanda Esports car was at one point at the front of this field, now down into 3rd place in a mixture of bad luck, bad timing, and actually, in case of the Williams Esports car, just better driving.
Yeah, Josh Ladd clearly has really started to develop and has found a home that is working well for him, as he's got, what, a 2.6 second advantage over the Marler Racing car for the 4/10 back to Mitchell de Jong. Now de Jong has got to get the hammer down surely. Now, we talked about track conditions earlier. Let's mention it again, Will. 53 degrees Celsius. It's the warmest it's been. We're not going to see it rise too much more from here either. It is very much reaching its peak. This will be the toughest of the double stints drivers have to deal with.
Yeah. It's 2.8 seconds is actually the gap between Ladd and Atti Kuppinen. Maybe we're seeing a similar set of strategies going on between Williams in LMP2 and Williams in GT Daytona. Now, one of the advantages And we've always talked about Coanda and Redline of having massive teams, but Williams, we have to remember, 7 cars entered into today's race. Maybe this team have done so much testing and racing with each other, they've come up with a strategy that they think will work across their LMP and GT Daytona division. And a big part of that as well is that these strategies are often thought about depending on where you qualify. Qualify at the top of the field, great, you've got one strategy. But if you start P10, you're going to have a different strategy to work your way through the field. But the big advantage for both the Williams Esports cars, with number 4 in LMP2, the number 6 in GT Daytona, well, they started this race at the front, and therefore they can use what affectionately would be known as Plan A.
Remembers, De Jong again, just really wringing the neck out of the car through the penultimate corner. Remember what happened at Daytona, a race that Coanda have dominated, won the race every time they had entered, which meant that other than one blip, which was a year they didn't race in the prototype category, they had won that race. They were pushed to the very limit by the Apex Racing team, and ultimately a couple of mistakes, uncharacteristic mistakes from a Coanda driver, saw the Apex team on pace, on strategy. Yes, I'm mentioning those mistakes, but I bring them up more to make the point of how much the Apex team were pushing Coanda. The Apex team wrestled away the crown. Are we seeing part 2 of that story, but here at Watkins Glen? Rogers led the first 2 stints. Since then, the car's been sliding backwards.
I have got one more important question to ask in that one as well, and I know that the guys in Ground now might give me some funny comments about this. I talked about it at the start of the race. Mitchell de Jong and Josh Rogers are not only VOS Coanda esports drivers, they are Porsche Coanda esports drivers. And if I know the guys at Porsche esports well, and I do, I'd be expecting them spending the majority of their time working as Porsche Coanda esports drivers. So this may be a part-time project that they've not been able to put as much time, energy as they used to in this one, partially because of the fact that Coanda have reversed themselves so much, and also the rest of their drivers are just about recovered now from another grueling Porsche Taycan Esports Supercar. Yeah,
that Super Cup did not go the way that I think Coanda would have wanted. I was riding back, Zach Campbell drove me from Indianapolis to Kentucky, where I was flying back from the 500, and he was saying, yeah, I didn't realize how disappointed I could be in being 4th in the championship, and I think that sums up the mindset that some of these drivers have. 4th in a World Championship Series, to me, if I ever got there, I would be head over heels. I would just be the happiest man alive. But that's not good enough for Coanda. They expect to win. You bring up, Rogers and de Jong maybe not preparing as much as the number 6 car pits from the lead of GTD, and Daniel Pastor will hand over to Luis Nager. But I'd also put forward the point, they really haven't been doing too much in 2022, at least publicly.
I can confirm the word publicly.
Right,
it's a very
exactly.
interesting word to add in there. I had to stop for a moment because I know some things that I'm not allowed to say. But yeah, the word publicly is a big one in there. By the way, nice to see you getting yourself to Indy. Hopefully see you there next year. Hopefully, maybe iRacing, another part of my long list of things. If you can make the Indy 500 the day before, we'll find a way to commentate from Indianapolis. We'll make it happen somehow. We'll make it big, we promise.
I haven't told you my plan. My plan is to literally finish next year's iRacing Indianapolis 500 broadcast and then start driving to Indy next year.
Nah, we'll do it earlier. We do it on the Saturday like we used to do. Back in the good old days, they would say.
Oh, you want? See, now the problem with that is we're going to be cutting the field in half.
Yeah, maybe. We'll talk about that one another
no,
time.
I can. The reason I could. Sorry, I'll just. There's not much going on. There are pit stops, yes, but I'll harp on that because I know of at least the entire i5G team, as well as several members of the Apex Racing team, are planning to be at Indy next year.
That's easy. Let's make it a LAN event.
Oh, now that I like the sign. We all drive up to Boston on Saturday and drive back to Indy Saturday night. How about that?
Yeah, that'll be fun. 2 hours of this race then almost scored complete. I have to say, very upset. My ERL keyring chain has just come off of my keyring, so I'm going to have to fix that one when we get off the air later on. But I can now say 2 hours of the 2022 iRacing 6 hours of Watkins Glen is scored complete as we continue our coverage here on RaceSpotTV. Our coverage today is presented by VCO. And we're going to run through the field a little bit now. We're going to start, this time we're going to start in GTD. Let's do GTD first, because we have got some pit stops going on right now. But it is BMW Team Redline Red who have just taken over the lead of the race because of the fact that we've had Williams on pit road after leading this race. So the lap times and the positions, they are going to change a little bit. This is Team Redline Ice Cold Blue that we're looking at, and the number 70 car. They are one of 4 Team Redline cars in the race today. 3 of them are Lamborghini Huracans, and the other one is a BMW. You've got yourself a number of cars on pit road, actually, as we speak. BMW Team Redline Red are on pit road. Mercedes AMG Team Urano are on pit road. Noted, by the way, that Max Benecke has gotten out of his car and Patrick Holtzman has gotten into it. In terms of the Mercedes AMG Team Williams car, Louis Nasser now behind the wheel of that. So driver changes, we did talk about that because of the way they're going to do tyres, Arjuna. They're doing the 2-2-2 strategy. So we're going to have this driver do this stint and most likely hand it back over to the first driver for the last 2 hours of the race.
And unlike in that first cycle where there was a bit of split, right? Some drivers doing 2 tyres, some drivers doing 4 tyres. Basically across the board, this time with the track temperatures being where they are, GTD, you will see 4 tyre strategies going on. The notable exception to that I noted was SimRC. Bram Van Putten only spent 46 seconds in pit lane. Now, I'm not sure if there was an issue there, if they thought they were putting tyres on but hadn't configured the pit stop correctly. Watch for the 176. I get the sneaking suspicion they'll be falling backwards as we reach the halfway point of this race.
Yeah, I can agree with that one. We've got the 707 Cobra car currently scored as 4th place. And there's been a couple of changes, of course, over the course of the day. The biggest one that I'm still confused about is Lodset G House Esports Blue, who was at 1 point 2nd place in this race. They've fallen back to 8th spot right now. And they've not really made any moves up the field since we exited the first hour of this event. But we are now back. What?
That was because, remember, they were part of the 4-tyre gang in stint number 1, along with the Mercedes AMG Williams esports team. If I'm remembering correctly, I might be getting myself wrong. No, it was Team Redline Orange, if I'm...
That's the one, yeah.
Yes, no, it was Team Redline Orange. Now, 4 tyres, I don't think has worked out the way that many of these would have wanted. I think the 2-tyre call was a gamble that paid off. Now, will that be something to note when we get into those final hours of the race? I think it will be. I think maybe 2 tyres in that final stop of the race is what you want to be doing.
If I had a whiteboard, I would have looked at the track temperature when you put on those 2 tyres, the track temperature when you took off those 2 tyres, by the way, 53.3 degrees Celsius, and I would base it upon that. If the track temperature when you get to hour 5 is above 55 degrees Celsius, I would say it's not going to be worth the gamble. If it's below 55 degrees, now the track temperature will go down in the final hour most likely, then I think it would be worth risking. Note that down as to do commentators know what they're talking about. We'll find out in about 3 hours from now. But that is your GTD field right now, Arjuna. This time, take us through your LMP machine field.
Yes, the Let Me Pass class. Now we are about 7 laps from the last cycle of pit stops. 9 if you're Josh Ladd, who leads the way in the Williams Esports Chill Blast machine, or to quote John Hindorf, the Chili Blast machine. They are 4 seconds clear of the Mahler Racing Team sister car, which is powered by the Williams Esports bunch. Remember, both of these cars at the front have been slightly short filling to get in front of the pole-sitting car. Mitchell de Jong has taken over from Josh Rogers. Unfortunately, that car has just been sliding backwards. It's 3 Williams cars, incredibly, inside of the top 4, with Mike Partington, a man who loves a good 6-hour race, in the Williams Esports Fanatic car that sits in 4th. Veloce on their first major special event appearance as one of their self-engine machines has Dominic Hoffman behind the wheel to complete the top 5. Then you find Monaco Esports, the Apex Racing Team 98 car with Peter Berryman behind the wheel. Unfortunately for Berryman, got into that car, made a mistake. They've slidden backwards after being on the podium positions through the first first couple of hours, with Apex Tech Racing, the Apex Academy car, and Cooper Murray in ninth, and then Pure Sims, well, after being bundled off into the wall through turn 9, able to recover quite nicely, still inside of the top 10. The Hardpoint by Delta Sport car is then in 11th, and of course, from what I understand, that is the Hardpoint Motorsports IMSA team partnering up with Delta Sport, who we always see in these LMP2 fields. Back in 11th, SRC, the first of their cars, they had, what, 4 of them entered? They're back in 12th, and then a long list of retirements that includes several Coanda cars, the Veloce Paddy Wolf car, Ben Fuller, Johan Hart, and the Apex Racing team car. 2 Coandas, like I said, Mac Backham and Zach Campbell retiring from the race. Plenty of drama in this LMP field.
Yeah, I joked earlier on about one of these teams liking to use a phrase taken out on social media. I'd love to see the hashtag taken out group later on, because everyone's going to have their own opinion as to who was to blame for the issues that basically mean we have just over a shade of 30 drivers still running in this race, 30 teams even. Sorry, I take that back. But the teams that have had incidents, to talk about that one again, a lot of them could have been avoided in some way, shape or form. Now, there were a couple of incidents where it was pretty much impossible to get out of it. The free car incident we had with the number 99 Apex Racing team car, the number 88 Team Redline car, and Govan Keen in the 18. That, of course, was really hard to be avoided. And we also had the other one earlier on, which had Sasamuto causing the free car incident. The other 2 cars, I believe one of them was the other, what's the word I was looking for? Altus Esports car involved. You know, some of these incidents could not have been avoided. That was very close to the number 2, though, I tell you that. Getting off the curb on the exit of turn 10.
Yeah, pushing the limits, trying to close the gap. I think it's as simple as that. They see it's growing now, 4.6 back from the leader. And Mitchell de Jong knows if he's handing that car back over to Rogers in the next pit stop, about, what, 14 laps away now, de Jong's going to have to get back in that car, you'd likely think, to complete the race if they're doing 2 stints at a time for these drivers. He knows he's probably got some time to find.
And I would also argue, how would you do it? Would you keep de Jong in the car for 4 stints and put Rogers back in for the end, or do you alternate the drivers out, do an hour and a bit each, knowing just how hard this track is in terms of running close to the limit?
Like I said earlier, I've done this race where I did the first 4 hours and then handed over to my teammate for the last 2, and that worked for us because I was the faster driver, more comfortable in traffic. So I endured, held my bladder until I could get out of that car. Unfortunately, he got involved in an incident, literally exiting the pit lane and coming up through the S's. We still won the race, fortunately. Otherwise, he would never hear the end of that. But my point being, more than anything, you have to do what you think is going to fit your plan the right way. So our plan was to build up the advantage and then to let the last 2 hours settle as they were, right?
Yep.
If you're Coanda, do you want to be in that situation knowing the pace that Williams have? I don't think you do. I think you want Rogers in for as long as you can have him.
Of course, we need to see what will happen when Josh Ladd gets out of that number 4 Williams Esports Shield Blast car. We're looking at the battle for 4th place in GT Daytona. Cova have got Mercedes-AMG Williams right behind them as they come down in towards turn number 1. The Team Redline Ice Cold Blue car is not that far back. The Mercedes-AMG Williams car is going to have 1 LMP car go past as they work through the S's. Having a look in the background, there isn't another, so now they can try and go to the inside, but that was cut off by the Cova car as they exited the S's. But now it looks like the Mercedes-AMG Williams car should have the inside line as they come into the S's. Cova always break late, but they weren't able to defend that one. We can move Mercedes-AMG Williams, number 12 car, up into 4th.
Antti Holler's been out on track for 15 laps. That's almost 10 laps longer than the rest of the field. So he's slightly off on strategy and maybe just realizing that the right thing to do would be to be patient. And for now, at least, it is Carl Janssen on his... The notes that we were provided by Williams say special event debut, but there's no more special event than the iRacing Indianapolis 500, and Carl ran in the Williams colors in Indianapolis. So I'm going to say his second iRacing special event he wants to impress. Going back, by the way, to Josh Ladd, his teammate is going to be Matt Farrow, who is the 6th most successful driver in Sports Car Open history. 4 prototype class wins. That is a strong driver lineup. I don't think you can be so confident that if you're Coanda, that the pace is going to drop off from the Chill Blast machine.
No, but you have to remember that sometimes the most minute differences in setup in different track areas can have an impact. For example, Rogers and De Jong, I know for a fact they have similar driving styles, having talked to them in the past, but when a setup is so finely tuned, a tiny little bit of that setup can make the difference between one driver and the other in terms of a long race like this. I was also going to say, it took us 2 hours and 10 minutes worth of racing, but I think we finally found something, Arjun, we can both wholeheartedly agree with.
Which is, sorry?
The fact that the iRacing Indy 500 is the biggest special event there is.
Yes, no, that's not even a question for me. I will put forward the idea, by the way, that for Mitchell de Jong, of course, what else does he have on his schedule for 2022? Just this $300,000 competition called the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series, which is heading to the Nashville Super Speedway this coming Tuesday. I have no doubt that's taken a bit of focus on his plate, you know, some of the energy being spent to that, because that's another first-time race. The last time they went racing was at the end of May at the Worldwide Technology Raceway, another first-time race there. These first-time races always require more energy as well, Will. You know this better than anyone because you have no data, you have no form book, you have no setup guides to go on. In a year with a new car, when you go to these new tracks, when the competition is that close, like it is in this race, for example, you'll put in way more time practicing than you would ever dream about racing.
I also think that Nashville race might be one of the most watched eNASCAR races of all time. Probably outside of Daytona, because Daytona always have historically high viewership. But Nashville, eNASCAR, the new car, is going to be absolutely spellbinding to watch. To make sure you check that one out on Tuesday on iRacing. You can find coverage on iRacing's YouTube page, Twitch, etc., etc. But yeah, you're right. Sometimes demand kick into play, and that's one of the reasons why I'm actually glad that this race has happened after the end of the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup by iRacing, because otherwise we wouldn't see some of these teams here. It's not because the teams are lazy, it's because the teams have priorities, and quite frankly, $100,000, $300,000, whatever it is, you go where the money is. I go where the money is. You go where the money is, Arjuna.
Do I? Should we do my day job then?
Yeah. Off you go. Broadcast ended.
Yeah, no. Kill the feed, we're done. But yes, no, you're right. And that's like when I talk to some of these drivers as well, right? Because now, even if they're not full-time sim racers, they earn money sim racing. They have a contract that pays them a certain amount of money a month. They obviously win the prize money as well. But they do what they're required to do. It's not they do what they want to do. It's they do what they're told to do sometimes. And that's where, to talk about Coanda a little bit, I know Stephen English, I love the information that he sent to us, but I don't know too much about them behind the scenes. Talking to some of the Coanda guys, though, what they say about how Philip Stam keeps them focused, I really like the sound of it, because basically all a Coanda driver has to do is show up when they're told to, practice what they're told to, and that's it, which, at this level of sim racing, removes all those complications about, oh, well, what race am I going to do? How are we going to do the strategy? Who's doing what? How are we splitting the teams up? Those are all complications that drivers shouldn't be dealing with.
Or Philip Stam just wakes them up and say, oi, you're going cycling for 4 hours.
Or that, yes. Coanda Zwift Sport, yes.
Yeah. Just another point you made as well about Finnish drivers being patient. I go back to when I was a part of Glacier TV and I was invited all to these great, how do I call it? Meetups is the easiest way to say it, which is basically 4 days of Finnish people by the sea in the forest where your toilet doesn't have a flush. But the only time I've ever seen them be patient was when it came to the barbecue line, when they'd all come up with their sausages out the packet, they'd go into the barbecue, it would come off exactly 12 minutes later into the bun, they'd sit down and eat it. In terms of racing, I mean, to be fair, the Finnish drivers have won so many World Cups of iRacing, and they've done that through strategy. They are really analytical in terms of sim racing, and I think back in the early days of sim racing, they were able to come together as a country far better than almost anyone else. And that's the reason why they had so much country pride. You got to remember as well that most Finnish sim racing teams are Finnish sim racing teams. The first one, Glacier Racing, came about in 2011 after a couple of drivers left en masse from an IndyCar team. And since then, a lot of the Finnish drivers have had Finnish-only teams, and that can sometimes help in terms of the whole communication aspect of it, the time zone aspect. When are we going to practice? What are we going to do? Compare that to when I was sim racing far more frequently than I do now, and it would be a case of trying to get an Australian, an American, a Brit, a German into a practice session at the same time, with not only different times of the day, but also people's working patterns very different from one country to another.
Sorry, the Finnish, Scandinavian people in general, do they know how to communicate? You've interviewed your fair share of Finns? Sorry, bad joke.
Yes.
Although that does now make me wonder who is the worst interview that you've ever had in your, decade of sim racing commentary. Are we going to throw someone under the bus or no?
It would have been someone who managed to swear 3 times in it, and they were Finnish. Okay,
so check both of those boxes off then.
So they do talk a lot more when they want to swear a lot more. As we're having a look at some traffic, that's a number 16 car going past through turn number 7. And again, as I said before, you cannot underestimate turn 7 at this racetrack because it is so difficult when you get onto the power. We're looking at the Apex Academy number 199 car a minute ago, as this is the exit then of the toe corner, working down towards the heel. And again, it's those 2 corners for me coming onto the boot layout and coming off of the boot layout that I think are really the most complicated corners on this racetrack. They're coming into one of them now, turn number 10, Arjuna. Left-hander, you go up, then all of a sudden the car just gets light through the center of the corner. You try to put the power down, you don't want to drift too wide, but you don't want to lose time.
I think it depends what car you're in to determine which is the most difficult of corners, right? Because the bigger the car, the boatier it is, the as you call it, the carousel, the corner after the chicane can be very difficult. It drives almost like an oval sort of a corner. Then you have the penultimate corner where you want to think it's flat, but it's not flat. Maybe it is flat, sometimes it is flat, sometimes it's not flat. Personally for me, I agree that uphill left-hander is probably the trickiest corner. I actually don't find turn 7 that difficult. Turn 7 is the one that I actually don't mind. It's the corner after it that I absolutely detest.
You don't like turn 8?
Oh, I am not a fan of turn 8 at all, no.
I think it, again, depends on what car you're in, because if you're in an open wheel car, it's basically brake as late as you possibly can.
Yes.
Turn the car to the right and eventually get onto the power. It's a lot harder to do in a GT car, and I think the LMP cars can struggle quite a bit there.
Yeah, like, again, it's all about car combo choices, right? But I do... Watkins Glen is an underrated gem, if you ask me. It is so flowing, surprisingly technical, traffic management, whether it's a multi-class race or even an IndyCar race, which sometimes does feel like it's a multi-class race, let's be completely honest.
Yeah.
It is just so flowing that I enjoy driving it a lot, I'll be honest. I wouldn't rate it as my favorite American track in the world, or in the country. I think that goes to Road Atlanta, but Watkins Glen is up there.
You see, I can't stand Road Atlanta. I talk about how you have to be patient. I don't have patience at the best of times. We're talking North America. Unfortunately, it does have to be Circuit Villeneuve. It's one of the bucket lists to go to the Canadian Grand Prix, which of course is on this weekend. I think it's like the 3rd most attended event in the world after the Indianapolis 500 and the 24 de Mans. I said it. Oops. But yeah, the Canadian Grand Prix apparently is like the 3rd most viewed after that, and also because of when it is in terms of TV time, it's always one of the most viewed Grand Prix of the year. Great atmosphere always. Could do with a couple of better Canadian drivers, maybe, but apart from that, absolutely incredible atmosphere.
My goat, Nicholas Latifi, is going to dominate this weekend in the Williams. You watch. What I will say, though, is I've just seen some people in chat, and do let us know what your favorite track in America is, by the way. Laguna Seca. Now, as my, quasi-local track, I'm basically equidistant between Laguna and Sonoma. I actually prefer Sonoma of all of the tracks in my local area. Although, I am being reminded that my favorite track in North America, I'll say it, even above Circuit Gilles Villeneuve, is Road America.
Yes, I can give you that one. Road America as a track is the best, apart from, I would say that Laguna Seca has one corner. That is worth. 2 corners maybe, because I love turn 6 there as well.
And turn 6 is trickier than the corkscrew.
Yes, precisely. Whereas Sonoma, depending on which layout it is, it flows much nicer. It's more fun to drive at. But you're right, this track, and all these people that say, I wish F1 could come back here, I am a part of the no. Please do not come back here. Because if F1 came back here, there'll be runoffs everywhere. There'll be slow down tarmac. A big part of this racetrack is you make a mistake here, you hit the wall. Simple as that. You can't have that in F1.
It's why I don't want to see F1 go to Barber, for example, another track that I love, because you'd ruin it. Barber is fantastic. Barber is also a roller coaster of emotions. That final sector, down, up, it's great. There are a lot of good tracks in North America. Let's not get ourselves mixed up. It is a cornucopia of action.
As we are looking at the number 12 machine of Carl E. Janssen, running in 4th place in class right now in the Mercedes-AMG Team Williams car. Behind them, they have Kova and Team Redline Ice Blue. Just ahead of them, they have the number 22 car on track, which I'm just looking at my timing. That is a Mercedes-AMG Team Urano Esports. Constantine and Scharf in that machine, the number 22. And again, Urano, they've had a bit of a tough day in some categories, but they are currently in a podium position in GT Daytona. It just seems to be that every time we have a pit stop in that category, one car will move up, and we then play the game as to what is it that they're doing that, Luke McEwen's on pit road, number 72 car.
Now, that 72 car's been on pit road for a while, Will.
Oh yeah, that's the one that
I was thinking, wait, has something changed? No, that was the car that retired, about 79 laps, basically 10 laps into the race, something like that. Yeah. Yes, you got me very worried for a sec.
This is why I should read my notes before I say stuff that comes out of my mouth, and that doesn't work as commentators. We see something flash up, like number 91 car, Jartian's on pit road right now, and we automatically think that could be important, especially at this stage of the race where you're halfway through a cycle, so to say, and you don't expect to see a GT Daytona car on pit road. That is the number 15 car that you're looking at, Antti Koppanen, who is 1.6 back from Josh Ladd, and for some reason it seems to me every time I talk about LMP2, there's someone that's 1.6 back from your race leader. Never any closer, but the thing that's really worrying me is the fact that De Jong's dropped back to over 10 seconds now from your leading duo. This is a wonderful graphic, having a look at the lap times. I don't know whether it's just because of bad traffic management or something, but the lap times are nowhere near as consistent as what I would expect from De Jong.
You say that, though. We're always around the mid-33s. I think the bigger issue is that lap time just doesn't seem to be quick enough. He's lost time the last lap, yes, but you have to assume it was traffic when you go almost 2 full seconds slower. You can see he's in the clutches of the 3rd Williams car. It's almost going to be a Williams lockout of this podium in prototype as Mike Partington goes on the charge to try and get in front. And we always talk about how sim racing is a young man's game, right? The youngest ever podium winner in World Championship history was 13 years of age last year. You've got multiple drivers who are under 18, the majority of the field under 21, as Josh Ladd comes into pit lane. Mike Partington...
That is scheduled.
That is scheduled. Mike Partington, one of the old guard, he is 33 years old.
Yeah. Age is only a misnomer in terms of esports racing, sim racing, and I think that's, the big thing that, yes, getting up to the top level can cost you money. In terms of hardware, I mean, I always say that and temper that with the fact that Ray Alfala managed to win an NASCAR World Championship driving a Driving Force GT wheel and pedal set, which is something like, these days you can pick one up for less than $100. As we've got Williams Esports changing drivers. Farrow is now behind the wheel of that one. So Matt Farrow will be taking over, but they are a lap earlier than other drivers once again, but they're not really caring about that. They're just playing the zoom, let's go quickly game and make up the time at the end if we need to, which actually could help out Antti Kuppanen in the Marder Racing Team car, but we won't know until realistically we get into the last 90 minutes of this race. Go back to previous points though. The age is one of those things. You have to be 13 years old to be on iRacing. I know some people who are much younger when they joined iRacing because they only seem to be about 20 years old now, and they joined when I started. But then you've got the fact that iRacing started off as a training tool. iRacing basically has become a way for people who couldn't afford to do go-karting and certainly couldn't afford to do some small level racing series to get the experience that otherwise would have cost them 100 times the money. Simple as that.
Yes, and I'm going to make a slightly different point, but kind of in the same vein. I heard a comment yesterday or the day before where someone said, the only reason I'm not a top-level sim racer is because I don't spend the time. And A, that was a bold-faced lie, because that man was a content creator, which means that he's got nothing but time to spend on esports and sim racing. But when you talk to a lot of these guys, even in a team house, the Apex, Coanda, Altus team house, their life doesn't revolve around being in a rig. Their life revolves around being a human, where they just spend a decent amount of time sitting in a rig doing some driving. If you don't have the talent, you're not going to be as fast. It's as simple as that. The benefit of sim racing, it started as a training tool, but what we've realized since then is it's just impossible to not have enough practice. By which I mean, in the real world, F1, you get 3 free practice sessions, right? They're, what, an hour long each. That's it. You get sim time to add to it a little bit, but that is it. It doesn't fully replicate what you're going to be doing in the real world. Here, when the competition is virtual, when your practice time is virtual, when you can control the bounds of the weather and whatnot as much as you want, you have infinite practice time. And that's where the younger you are, the less real-world commitments that you have. You might not have a family, you might not have a job to deal with, as Partington's going to come down to the pit road along with Kalpin, and De Jong's doing some fuel saving. But you have the ability when you're younger, Will, to commit a little bit more to spending the hours required to build muscle memory week in, week out.
You're completely right. I famously, or, well, famous to myself only, managed to set an iRacing world record. I did that on the week that I was rewriting my dissertation from scratch, where I was doing the 45 minutes worth of writing, 15 minutes on playing pretend race cars. But I did something like 70-odd qualifying laps, and it all came down to basically how you could hold the slide of the car into turn number 1. That was pretty much it. Time is always a factor. You get into your... You made a really good point, actually, a couple of weeks ago in the iRacing Indy 500. Christian Steele about to start a career in accounting. Now, I'm very sorry, accounting life, you're going to be starting off doing 70, 80 hours a week. There is no such thing as your 47.5-hour contract. You're doing up to 100 hours a week easily. So sim racing time becomes, well, do you sim race? Do you have a girlfriend? Do you have a social life? Do you do your job?
Sim racers, partners, what are we talking about here? And to go back to Steele for a second as the pit stops and P2 continue, it might be even worse because he's working in mergers and acquisitions, which, depending on how the market goes, could either be very, very busy or very, very quiet. I get the sense it will still be very, very busy for him, as De Jong is going to come in a lap later. But even yourself, Will, you're not racing, but you spend equal, if not more time compared to a lot of these top-level sim drivers, working behind the scenes with things that a regular viewer of RaceSpot has no idea what's going on. You do it while having a wife, you do it while having moved into a new house, you do it while still being a university lecturer. Like, it's one of these things in sim racing where we're not big enough. We're not at that inflection point just yet, right? Where you look at a League of Legends, you look at a Counter-Strike, they have enough people across the board, whether it be on the competition side of things, the production broadcast side of things, and then the competitor side of things, where a whole chunk of people are full-time. You and me, we're not full-time in sim racing, as much as we'd love to be.
You're completely right. Actually, there was a time when I used to do so many commentary hours, it felt like I was doing commentary full-time. I wasn't really. You know, I currently work 2 full-time jobs. I am a university lecturer, and the good university lecturers do not do 37.5-hour weeks. I can tell you that one. As we have a new leader technically, but just for the moment, Pure Sims Esports, because they've gone longer than pretty much anyone else. But they're going to be eaten alive by Matt Fryer if they stay out for more than 2 laps. Anyway, and yeah, running RaceSpot is a full-time job in itself. I'll tell you what, I'll make you a deal, Arjuna. You bring me on to 10 temps, I will give you the full, unabridged story of RaceSpot. Deal?
Do you have your sim rig set up?
I'll find one.
Okay, because if you're going to be on Talking Tent, you have to do the Master of the Dump Truck Challenge, where I am going to be cackling as you drive what is the worst car ever designed by man.
Deal.
Hashtag
Deal.
blames that Campbell.
Of course. But yeah, you're right. Hugo does exactly the same thing. Are we ever going to make this full-time? Yes. I can't tell you when and how, but yes, it will happen. But, you know, for the majority of people, you know, commentary as well, this will never be a full-time job, despite the fact, you know, people talk about how much sim racers invest in gears. I'm looking at the lead that connects my headset to my mixer, which connects to my computer. That's about $1,200 already. Meanwhile, Josh Rogers, we're looking at him in the number 2 car. We talk about racing once in a while. We're always halfway into this race.
I was just thinking how much money I've spent on my production setup. I don't even want to count. With 3 PCs, 5 monitors, yeah, let's not dive down that rabbit hole. Josh Rogers back in the car, and now behind Kenneth Gould-Branson, who's taken over from Mike Partington in the Williams Esports Fnatic entry. I think this is going to have to be one of the best stints that Joshua Rogers has ever put in order to close the gap. And I'll go back to what I was saying when we were talking about the strategy calls and how the drive time would be allocated. Based on what we've seen so far, you have got to keep Joshua Rogers in for as much of the next 3.5 hours as possible, because as much as De Jong, you know, you say has a similar driving style, for whatever reason, it's not clicking for him. He does not have the pace to take the fight to those out front.
Silly point. Commanders struggled in this race, and they have got 2 of their cars out of the event. That might make a massive difference in terms of the data that they can go back into helping their lead car make decision making. Because if you got 3 cars in a race and you know that 2 of them, you know, they're just trying to get top 5s, podiums maybe, you can try and do something different with the strategies. You can feed data back from one to the other. It's actually one of the reasons why Coanda, Redline, Williams Esports, Apex like having multiple cars, not just because of the fact that they still got someone if one crashes out. You've got data sharing. Data sharing is so important these days, and especially when you've got people working behind the scenes as spotters, as pit strategists, as team managers. If you're Coanda in that number 2 car, you're thinking, I really wish the other 2 guys were here and turning laps.
I wonder how much they're even thinking about it, because I don't disagree with the data part of it, but when it comes to the drivers, like I was saying earlier, I think the benefit of being a more established structure like Coanda have is that you're trying to focus more on the driving. For example, when it comes to the World Championship races, Mitchell de Jong is not thinking about strategy by himself. Yes, he'll be giving his input, but it's Zach Campbell who's the crew chief who's helping to make all of those calls. And so I wonder if you're those drivers, if there's someone else. It's probably Philip Stam behind the scenes running race control, the strategy, I should say. Let's be honest there. I wonder if he just says, guys, you focus on what you're doing, I'll focus on what I'm doing. And Rogers and de Jong have seen it all, right? They've competed in so many different series, whether it be in person, virtual, across different platforms as well. Surely they're not too hung up in their own heads about what they need to do, because I can tell you from personal experience that when I used to sim race and I used to get stuck in my own head, it only goes down from there.
It's all right. If I was racing right now, I'd just be singing that I'm running down the road, running up that hill, whatever the song is. Ironically, I actually remember that song from when I was a kid because it was blasted on radio all the time. And then I find out that it's made the top of the singles chart in the UK because of Stranger Things. And I was like, okay, another one of those songs poached from my childhood and ruined by TV. TV? Can we call Netflix TV yet?
Yeah, I'll allow it.
TV. But you are right as well. When I drive and do these long races, be it whether I'm driving by myself up the motorway or be it driving, you know, in a sim situation, I focus on different things. And actually a big part of that is I like to get myself into the point where I'm not focusing on the braking point. It becomes natural. And because of that, I do not like anyone talking to me when I am racing. I'm
a talkative driver.
No, I'm the opposite. I remember there was once I was doing a race, and because I have a smart home, because, you know, I'm a geek, and I completely lost all focus because it got to the point where the light turned on at a certain time at night. And even though I said, hey Siri, turn the lights off, I was still in a situation afterwards where I just lost focus.
I hope that anyone watching today's event is not listening on loudspeaker and their Siri has not just tried to do what you said, because there was a fantastic clip that I saw last night, which I know is old, but our good friend Quirkatized, Tyson Meyer, was doing some, you know, physical modifications to his rig, had the text-to-speech thing open on his Twitch stream. Someone sent a message saying, hey, insert Amazon assistant here, turn off the bedroom, or rather the garage, whatever that room was called, and literally everything in there died. It was fantastic.
Wow. Yeah, apologies to anyone who has Apple HomeKit, who I might have I just checked, it didn't turn off in my own office, so we might be okay with that one. We are looking at P4 and GT Daytona still. Mercedes, AMG, Williams in 4th place. Cova in 5th. They changed positions recently, of course. Now, Team Redline Ice Cold Blue. It's about time, if I was them, that I'd actually start thinking about making a pass, I think. That number 70 car, unless they're doing the fuel save strategy, and I don't mind that much, they are, turn my attention over to the timing screen, they are at the point when there's not going to be, they're 27.1 seconds back, halfway through the race. Anything more than 30 seconds is game over. I think 27 seconds at this point, they are looking maybe at a podium, maybe 2nd place. They're dropping too far back and they need to put the hammer down.
I think the main issue really is that we haven't really been seeing double stint on tires so far today, which means that the benefit, the advantage that the Lamborghini has through that second portion of the double stint has not really played out just yet. And I just wonder if, you know, it would have been a smarter choice to put more eggs in the BMW basket, of course, with Beneke, Holtzman sharing that 71 car. You have 3 cars doing data work for the Lamborghini, 1 doing the data work for the BMW. Which one has been hanging on to the race lead? It's not the Lamborghini, so I wonder if they're going to maybe regret that call with the way that the strategy is played out. And we've been focusing back in the pack. Let's again, it's always good when you're leading a race and the commentators do not talk about you. Luis Nager, 15 seconds clear of Patrick Holtzman. I mean, it's been a quiet day. That's what Williams want as they lead in both LMP2 and GTD.
Yeah, of course, last year it was Team Redline who did the sweep of everything. Williams Esports Chill Blast, if I was 538, I wouldn't have given them massive advantage at the start of this race, but if I was Nate Silver, I'd be giving them a high percentage to do the double right now because they are more than comfortable in GT Daytona. They have basically been the car to beat with very little opposition since the start of this race. Others have come close, no one has come close to them. Williams Esports Chill Blast, I have to be honest, have pleasantly surprised me in this race. Again, we're not focusing on them every 2.5 minutes, and they are just doing their job. Do we classify Marla Racing Team as Williams Esports if Marla ends up winning this race?
Yes. Technically,
there we are.
yes.
So a 1-2. And
1, 2, 3.
A 1, 2, 3.
Yep.
Yeah. So still things like that. And it's also worth noting, 3 LMP2 cars can now alternate their strategy depending on how closely they're working together. And I do talk about how closely they're working together. You see this quite often. Work teams and customer teams in endurance racing. The work teams will do one thing, the customer teams will do another thing. There's very little cooperation between them. Even when you have got a team which might have more than 2 cars entered in it, the teams will keep themselves to themselves. Kind of what you talked about earlier. They will run in isolation. They will share some important data, but they won't share all of the data. Talking about the big data point of the day, 53.3 degrees Celsius, we've plateaued.
Yeah, we're definitely at that point where I think it's going to start dropping off. But in this sort of sim racing environment, sharing data is so common. Now, there was, as Josh Thompson brings in the red light, ice cold blue machine. It's a bit early, but
20 minutes early.
Yeah, well, I think they've just committed to that full metal attack, as Bram Van Putten also brings in the Sim RC machine. So 2 cars going off kilter very slightly, but you're sharing data so important, having data so important. There was a case a couple of years ago in a World Championship where 2 drivers from the same team were fighting for the title, and one driver not only started not sharing data, but tried to share faulty data, if you understand what I'm meaning here.
Oh, I know all about that.
Yeah, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But my point kind of being that we always have to remember as well, right, that even though they're on a team, people, drivers want to win. It is a core instinct to want to win.
I can tell you from experience, I was at an event a couple of weeks ago where at 1 o'clock in the morning, when there was a party going on, sim racers were still being sim racers, battling to get into a sim rig and some laps. Like, people literally decided to skip dinner because the ultimate phrase, guys, there's some rigs available, came out, and it was about as fast of a movement as you would have in your favorite American grocery store, which you're on the West Coast, so thankfully isn't Walmart, where people move to the reduced aisle at speeds that they would never normally do.
I am a sophisticated shopper. I only shop at Safeway.
You know, Safeway actually used to be was a shop that in the UK where I actually did my first ever real job.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
I'm trying to imagine Will Vincent with the hair, with the piercings in my supermarket now.
Well, it gets worse than that because I worked in the cafe side of things, but because I like hearing the sound of my own voice, I ended up becoming the tannoy announcer for the special announcements.
Why does that sound so normal for Will Vincent?
Yeah. I tell you what, I'll give you one in a little bit. Once we just have a look at what things are going. And I have to say, the number 4 Williams Esports Chill Blast car, it's almost 5 seconds now, the gap between themselves and the Marla Racing Team car. So Williams Esports Chill Blast, again, that rhythm and that's what we expected Coanda to do in the first hour. Yes. We didn't expect them to be 15 seconds up the road by the end of the first stint, but we expected them to be a little bit further up the road than when they are. Williams Esports Chill Blast are now kind of building up that gap. That is the safety net if you get stuck behind a GTD car or a slower car coming on towards pit road.
And Rogers has not really closed too significantly at this point. What, 8 laps into his stint? It's basically a 10th here, a 10th there, and then the gap will increase because of traffic and whatnot. I'm knocking on wood. I'm hoping I'm not going to pull a Lorenzo Bonda here and curse Williams suddenly, but it's looking very, very good for them, and the entries in numbers seems to have played out very well for them. And I do wonder, we haven't always seen this level of performance from Williams. They've shown flashes, glimpses of the potential, but 2022 seems to be the year where they're bringing it together. They're a little bit more organized. They've signed some new drivers who may be bringing more to the team. They're on the up and up right now, and, well, they'll be hoping the Formula One team can do the same.
Oh, yeah. And you have to remember that there is a very close link, by the way, between the Williams. For those of you who are watching this again, who might be new to sim racing, the relationship between Williams Esports and Williams is fully integrated. So people from Williams are specifically working on this esports project. They share facilities. They've got the sim racing facility, of course, in Oxfordshire, where the drivers contribute massively to that. So it's not just an, oh, we're going to stick your name on this sort of thing. The integration is massive. What are you doing weaving down the road like that, Matt?
Because he's got a 5-second advantage. He can do what he wants.
I think maybe he was just trying to maybe clean his tyres. Is that even a thing after going offline, overtaking traffic? I mean,
not really.
Like, you can't even make a story about that. You're just weaving around at 100 and X miles an hour.
He's trying to keep himself on focused in right now. He's having a nice little weekend drive. He's not having to fight too hard. Although, having said that, the gap has come down almost a full second. Arthur LeHook is now within, what, 4.6 as well. There it goes, back up again.
Yeah, that's just the way the timing works and the points around this racetrack, to be honest. The Williams team put so much energy into this. I was really worried, I have to be honest, that after Frank and Claire left the Williams team, sorry, Sir Frank and Claire, I was really worried that the new owners would basically, just turn off everything to do with sim racing, which would have been a massive impact to us, because of course Williams have done so much work for 2 of the kind of World Cup events that we've had going on over the last few years, but it would have been a massive blow to this esports organization as well. And thankfully, the new owners not only seem to have kept the program, they seem to have expanded on it in the last 12 months.
They're starting to bring it more and more to Formula One as well, in terms of bringing the experienced trackside so that they can give in their hospitality area a taste of esports. They bring rigs and whatnot. They're hiring people on a weekly basis locally to help out as well, which is nice to see. But yeah, I agree with your sentiment that it's good that the program didn't get cancelled, because if anything, they've gone harder in 2022. They're going more and more. They're doing more across platforms as well, not just here on iRacing, but very, very involved in some of the other things that VCO is a part of course. So it's good to see, and long may it continue. Not just because they make our life quite easy with all of the different liveries, for the most part, at least looking different.
I was going to say, you just said that, just as we had the number 4 car,
True.
I was thinking it's GT competition.
And I realised that, which is why I hesitated.
But Commando have done exactly the same thing in terms of their partnership now with Porsche, because you saw on social media that they were at that racetrack in northwest France last week, and I know that they were doing a lot of integration work there. That's probably about as much as I'm allowed to say. But it was great to see, again, more sim racers getting involved. And someone made a really good point to me a couple of months ago when they said that in terms of doing the partnership between your brand and getting new people to watch the brand, well, a sim rig, everyone wants to turn a couple of laps in a pretend race car. It's a lot of people still have that mentality of, oh, it's a game, but if it's a game, everyone wants to be the fastest. And it's the sort of thing where you can hook the 14, 15-year-old kid that's been a massive fan of motorsport all their life, but at the same time, you can hook mom and dad into the brand, and then all of a sudden, the kid becomes a brand fanatic, they become a brand fanatic, and before you know it, when they come out to buy their next car, what might they be looking to buy?
I'm trying not to comment because, of course, I am very involved with BMW, and I definitely did not buy a BMW when I just bought a new car.
That's okay. I actually bought a new electric car. This is the part of the story time. Yes, I originally was going to get a Kia, and they cancelled it on me.
Oh.
Yeah, literally been waiting 5.5 months for it, and they cancelled it on me. So I ended up buying a Volkswagen ID4.
Nice.
So very nice car, very good car. And my story today was how many times I had moments like I was dreading in this race of LMP2 cars sticking their nose in when they shouldn't have. I had 4 of them in total. But one of them, I was in central Birmingham picking up my sister-in-law, because I'm a nice brother-in-law and all that. And we get to this kind of main roundabout in central Birmingham. People will know it as the kind of Chinese pagoda roundabout. And it's 2 lanes and some van, which is a large Ford Transit van, tried sticking itself in the middle of us two normal side lanes, third guy in it, and then was, I'd say, less than half an inch away from scraping along the side of my car. So I got out to, traffic lights were red, thankfully. Got out, said some very choice words at him. But then the worst thing was, the lights turned green, and he still continues to try and slot that massive van in the middle of me and the other person. We're both staying in our lanes, and that was about the most furious I've ever been. And that, I think I now fully understand, because I've not driven LMP2 in forever, and when I used to do endurance racing, I always used to be a GT car. I prefer the GT cars to the LMP cars. And I now feel what it was like back when I was driving GT in terms of the anger and how quickly, when I'm driving down the road, I'm realizing, oh, I've got to remember, I still got to keep within my lane, still got to keep to the speed limit, even though I'm wanting to throw something at someone.
I can't talk about rage because I have plenty of rage with some of the Californian drivers here. I
have beat up Californian highways, so I know what you mean.
Yeah, they are the worst drivers in the U.S., at least that I've experienced, and I drove from the east to the west coast when I moved out here, so yes, I understand that pain. I will say, I was interested in buying it. This is how you know it's an endurance race. It's settled into its groove, we're in the middle portions of the race, and we're doing everything except talk about the race. But I did look at buying an electric car, and then I decided that, you know what, this might be the last time that I actually buy a car with a proper engine. I should enjoy it.
True, I can give you that, because to be fair, I was very lucky to get an EV when I did, because
that too,
for most of this country, there's the 40 to 50 week wait.
Yes.
The second-hand market has skyrocketed, and of course, for most people in this country, 2030, they're going to stop making petrol diesel cars, allegedly. So, actually, yeah, this will probably be the last time most people will have a petrol car if they buy it on finance, etc. This is the battle for P7 in GT Daytona. We are looking right now at System Monaco Esports red car. No, we're looking from the front now. We're looking from Pure Sims Esports 116 with the Mercedes AMG Team Urana car number 19 8th. And the number 19 Monaco Esports red car in 9th place, working up the hill again. Even though they're outside the top 5, they're still having a nice little battle going on. I will say it's a bit of a shame. SimRC have had an incident. They dropped down to 14th place in car, so the Bumblebee...
Well, remember, that's not necessarily an incident. They only took a 42-second pit stop.
You're right,
the last time around. They had to pay the penalty with a full service 6 laps ago. Now, it very well could have been that there was an incident that led to the 42-second stop. I will dive into it and try and chat with the team to try and figure out why that happened. But you're right, it is sad to see the yellow and black down there as, what, the third to last running GTD car? Because, wow, 50 cars started this race, 30 are left running.
Yeah, the last place car that I can see running is Govankini in the Rich Energy Grid and Go Edition car. That was involved in an incident earlier on, by the way. That was the one with the number 99 Apex Racing car and the number 18 Redline machine. But we have had a lot of attrition here today. So the battles that we're seeing, they are the main battles on track because of the fact that we have lost almost 40% of the cars in this race to attrition. And again, as Arjuna said earlier on, some of these cars, I hate to say it, it's a case of suck it up. The first win that you get in endurance racing is getting to the checkered flag. You saw that up and down the field a week ago when the emotions of those who finished the race, even if they finished multiple laps down, is, you know, still massive. It's one of these... Again, I don't know how we solve this, Arjuna. I honestly don't know how we solve it. I just think that people, we talk about what endurance racing means, right? And endurance racing means a lot to different people. I think I love endurance racing more than I actually like things like F1 at this stage. Not as much as my IndyCar, of course, but probably second after that. But for me, endurance racing is living the journey as much as a position.
Luca Kita, the newest member of Urano Esports, gets past Dean Ledger. To answer the question, I don't think you can. I think the reason why we have 4 time slots is to accommodate those from around the world. The reality is as well that sometimes you are retired from a race through no fault of your own with this new registration system, which has very much been a benefit, right? The fact that you have to declare all the drivers that are going to race in the race before you get going means that we have splits determined by your average I rating rather than just one driver's I rating. It means that we don't have the oddball competitors in these top splits nowadays, which is good and bad if you ask me, but overall it is very much a good thing. What happens if one driver has a personal issue, technical failure, power outage, whatever the case may be, and suddenly you're now puttering around for another 12 hours to get disqualified? It's one of those things where that is out of your control, and so to limit it so you can only enter one race per special event, while I get why we want to do it, I think it has unintended consequences that we don't want to have, and so you can't solve it there. I think the reality is it's on the teams, it's on us as well to foster the environment that gets people to just get to the checkered flag. Because I'm guilty of this as well, Will. I'll be honest, I'm saying that these drivers and teams need to suck it up. I've been in that position as well, where even in my 7th, 8th, whatever split I'm in, you're racing for 3rd, and suddenly you crash and you're racing for 15th, and you don't want to be there anymore, and you're miserable. The car doesn't drive like it used to. That's where you have teammates who are good and force you to like I said, suck it up.
Yeah. And, I've had most famously, I had a technical issue once on commentary. Just before the 12 hours of Sebring, the entire PC decided to explode. Unfortunately, I was in the situation that day when I had to suck it up. I wasn't on commentary. Couldn't do one of the things I love doing. I honestly, I do think that, I do see the point. However, a big part of endurance racing is reliability. Since day one, what was the entire purpose of the first World races, of the first 24-hour race? It was actually to test endurance and reliability. And
out of a second. Sorry.
Oh, that's close.
Yeah, between teammates. Well, remember, Marla is a Williams Esports powered machine. So Arthur LaHook, Kenneth Gulbranson will have prepared for this race together, carving through traffic. The gap is down to 0.2 of a second. Gulbranson almost took to the grass to try and get the pass done.
Yeah, a little bit aggressive over your teammate. Not quite Austria 1999 and McLaren, but getting there. And we'll see how they do as they go up the hill. But for me, endurance racing is about A, physical mental endurance, and B, reliability. Unfortunately, reliability we can only really put with PCs, pedals, wheels, stuff, internet connections and stuff like that. So if it is, that is your reliability issue, we talk about it in other broadcasts, tough. Simple as that, as we're now going to see up the hill. Can the Williams Esports Fanatic car get past Marla Racing? Well, that's not the camera angle we want to see.
Or
that's
was it?
Very confusing.
Shows that they're bump drafting, Will. You said don't do it in a GT car. What's your thoughts on...
Don't do it in an LMP car. That's even worse.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. Okay. That is a very risk-reward situation. I wonder how it's like with incident points. And that's a big move as well.
Yeah, you can tell that Gulbranson's got the bit between his teeth, not just because they're losing a bit of ground to your race leader, Matt Farrow, but the more they fight, the more time that they lose in lap traffic. Guess who is closing? Josh Rogers is just 2.5 seconds back. Yes, Coanda have not closed to Matt Farrow and the race-leading Williams Esports Chill Blast car. They're still fighting for a podium, though. You can never count out Josh Rogers, Mitchell de Jong.
Kevin Lesgini on pit road, Apex Racing Team number 98. SRC Movana Corsa Blue Car, Jonas Wanner on pit road. So we are doing that pit cycle. We expect all the cars in basically in the next 3 to 4 laps anyway. Williams Esports Chill Blast leads by 8.6 seconds over Marla Racing Team car. And actually that gap settled itself down because of some of the lap traffic there as well. So that one is back to the way how it is. And I don't know whether or not we missed some of these retirees, but we normally get a notification when they had a major incident. But Team Fordzilla, Pablo Lopez, sharing that car was supposed to be with Will Chadwick. I don't know what happened to that car. Would love to find out.
Well, they had stuff happen on lap 8. It did not.
Yes.
They've kind of been on a downward slope since then. The other car that I was a little bit confused about was the Fraser Smith Full Send Racing car.
Yeah.
Team Redline Orange Diogo Pinto. I had a look. I couldn't see anything that happened to that car, at least from the brief gander that I had. plenty of retirements that do have me wondering what happened to those machines. We've seen plenty of crashes. We haven't always seen why some of those other cars have retired, though.
Team Fordzilla, number 18 car, let's not forget, not a number 18, number 66 car even, let's not forget, that was one of the 2 teams that didn't set a qualifying time. So they started right at the rear of the field, and they were on trying to basically beep, beep, please let me through mode at the start of this race. Of course, doesn't matter what car you are. I mean, the Fordzilla car, even though it wasn't a Ford, once again, it's a Ferrari. They were struggling early on because of the fact they didn't set a qualifying time.
Matt Farrow, pit lane. As per usual, he pits a little bit earlier, gives the lead over to Arthur LeHook and the Marla Racing Team machine. Got word, by the way, from the SimRC camp, Will, so I can give you a bit of an update onto what happened there. So they realized that they couldn't get to the top of the hour, and so they will consistently be shortening their stints to be able to do double stints on the tires, or at least take 2 tires and double stint drivers as well. They are struggling a little bit with tire wear. They've just taken 4 tires. Interesting to see with 3 hours to go how they'll fare out.
Yeah, that's really interesting for SimRC. It's an alternate strategy. They look as though they built that one up on the fly. It'd be very interesting to see how it goes, as especially the track temperature has dropped for the first time. We are down from 53.3 degrees Celsius to 52.2 degrees Celsius. So we are now dealing with the drop in temperatures here at Watkins Glen International. 3 hours of this race is now scored complete, so welcome along to continuing coverage of the 2022 iRacing 6 Hours of the Glen special event. Our coverage here today is brought to you in part by VCO. Thank you very much to VCO, of course, for sponsoring this Grand Slam once again. You talked earlier on about physical trophies, Arjuna. I think we might need to ask him for a replacement trophy, because in true typical Hugo Louis fashion, he ended up getting a trophy that was broken.
It's not even Hugo's fault, it's British Airways' fault.
It is British Airways' fault, yeah. Connery Maddock taking it on board a plane, and they forced it into the hold, and they did their stupid... I mean, it might not be British Airways. It could be Swissport, for example, who do a lot of the baggage manoeuvring in the UK.
It's easier to blame British Airways, let's be
Yeah,
real.
you blame the airline, not the people doing the services for them. So we might need to ask.
Well, sorry, I was just going to say, especially with how few people there are. I don't know how it is in your neck of the woods, but traveling this summer is expected to be let's say, tumultuous process in the US.
They've only cancelled like 4,000 flights this summer from one airline alone. So, yeah. It's the reason why I fly Lufthansa to hub airports, even though if I got a direct flight, it might be cheaper. I know if I'm going through a hub airport, I'm going to get re-ticketed. You can find out more airline tech news by joining us on Discord, RaceSpot.wtf/Discord. Who knows, we might even ask and advise you how you're going to get to your next esports event. There's Williams AMG. Williams.
We have a change for the lead.
We do. BMW Team Redline Red, because they've taken...
2 tires.
No tires? Yeah.
So 56 odd seconds for Patrick Holtzman. I mentioned this, right? The gambles to work your way forward. What are you thinking? And they're seeing maybe that temperature trend start to come down, and they're like, okay, now we can think a little bit more about the double stint. They would have taken left side tires, like we were saying, right hand corners, put the load on the left side of the car, and that is defense from Patrick Holtzman, who is trying to tell Luis Nager, not right now.
You're going to have to do it the hard way, is what he's saying. BMW Team Redline Red, the blue car that you see at the front of your screen with the Mercedes AMG Williams Chill Blast car just behind. We're having a look as well, picture in picture. We've got some LMP cars on the road. Williams Esports Fanatec is the main one of those. You've also got Monaco Esports Finest on pit road. If you are Mercedes AMG Williams, you have got to be careful here, because this is about for the race lead. This is a battle for the net race lead. You know that BMW Team Redline Red are going to defend this one very heavily, but this is what the tyres do. This is Mercedes AMG Williams trying to take a lunge then, and he will actually get himself very close to heading to 10. But this is going to be a matter of time situation, but you cannot force the issue.
You've got to be careful if you're Luis Nager, I think. Yes, he's flashing the light. Yes, he wants to get past, but Patrick Holtzman is not going to let this one go easily. For those that watched the BMW Sim GT Cup at Sebring a couple of months ago, you'll know that he was willing to be physical with Phil Denez all the way to the final lap, where he's still got 2 hours and 55 minutes to go. I think if you're that Mercedes, you've got to set it up out of this 90-degree corner, climb the hill in the toe, and see if you can sail on past.
And to put this politely, as we have a Pure Sims car, I believe that is, going past, to put it politely, I don't think Team Redline and Williams Esports are on each other's Christmas card lists right now. Louis Nazar, though, is alongside as they head themselves down towards the inner loop, the bus stop chicane once again, and Holtzman maintains the race lead as they work through the inner loop. Now they come through into the outer loop, the carousel, as is Holtzman. I think it's going to be 5-6 laps before the tyres really start to get to Holtzman. So NASA can't push those tyres too hard too quickly. This is the first time really that Williams Esports car has not been in the lead of this race all day long, and they've got to remember that they cannot risk going off their tyre strategy in order to get past the 71 quickly.
To some degree, I'd even wonder if it's worth pushing it too hard right now, although I'm looking backwards. Kova and Redline are both looking to do a splash and dash at the end of this race, so they're looking comfortable, these top two, in comparison to them. Fifth on the road, but net third, you'd assume, is Konstantin Scharf in the Mercedes AMG Urano number 22. Now, he's probably, what, a good 18 seconds back, 20 seconds back, excuse me. So, you can afford to fight if you're Louis Nazar, but why do it through the final corner? Oh, he's going for it.
That's one of those things that we've been calling crazy all day, but they're going to go side by side as they work down the front stretch. Now, Holtzman technically has the lead at the line. You can go wide on turn number 1, but who's going to break later? The answer is none of them. Holtzman goes off track. NASA has the lead.
Now, I wonder if that was just the Mercedes leaning on the BMW, and if you're the Williams Esports car, you've got to start to get the gap built up now, because don't think Patrick, it's academic. Josh Rogers has murdered Patrick Holtzman. Louis Nazar, well, he's got one hand on the victory.
It looked as though that could have been a really good battle. BMW Team Redline Red, I had them in the notebook as a team that potentially could have challenged Williams. They had been there or thereabouts. No fault of their own. Team Redline up the S's. I mean, we start the entire sequence. Going too wide into the final corner is aggressive. We know it is aggressive. And then we have the situation that coming up the hill, you have that moment with Coanda Esports. Here's the first replay then. So, again, you naturally go wide on the exit of this corner. Comes back onto track, and Holtzman came back onto track at the correct point. Now they've got LMP2 traffic. We're looking on board with Rogers. Mate, there wasn't a gap there. You're on the grass, Rogers. I'm very sorry. He doesn't make mistakes that often, but Josh Rogers, I have to say, has taken out Patrick Holtzman there. You could have just dabbed on the brake. Yes, there were two cars ahead of them. Yes, the speed might have slowed down, but you have to be prepared to slow down, guys.
Well, I've already talked about how some of the stuff that we've seen today is unacceptable. This might be the most egregious of it, though. I mean, there's never a hole there, Josh. He's on the grass. He's asking for a ticket to trouble, and, well, he's going to have to pay the piper at some point. Well, the animosity between Redline and Coanda, we're talking about Williams and Redline not being on each other's Christmas cards list, well, continues to be the case for Redline and Coanda.
I think Coanda and Redline do send each other Christmas cards, but what's written in them is not allowed to be said.
I thought you were going to say what was in the present was not allowed to be spoke of, but okay, I see
well,
that
yeah,
too.
both of them, basically. Even if you're on ESPN or a network you realise as well, you probably still couldn't say it. But importantly, Rogers is on pit road, and I was about to say, what damage is there to that Delara P217 of the Coanda Esports number 2 car? The answer is Rogers is on pit road.
Now, it was a scheduled stop, we should point that out as well.
Yeah. So he has done a pit stop. He is back out on track. They would have been able to replace the front clip.
I don't think they
even
did.
if we talk about the fact that there was another car just ahead that moved into the lane of Holtzman, it would have meant that Holtzman would have had to brake. A big part of driving a race car is that you're not supposed to try and run into the back of another race car, and Holtzman gets a lot of stick in sim racing. He gets a lot of stick in sim racing. He's had it over the years. I don't know a single ounce of fault for Holtzman. I would love to see the replay from his perspective, but I don't see any way you can put any blame on Holtzman there.
No, I don't think there's any way that you could do it. And again, sorry, I was just to repeat what I briefly said. I don't think there was a front clip change for Rogers. We know that this prototype is a bit of a tank when it comes to contact, which I think is part of the reason why drivers are able to ring it so hard. They're not having to be a bit more protective of making sure they don't take aerodynamic damage. Whoa, that was close for Rogers, almost doing what Mac Backham did a couple of hours ago. But you say uncharacteristic mistake. Zach Campbell taken out, no fault of his own. Mac Backham did a bit of murdering and then spun by himself. Rogers has now done a little bit of murdering as well. It's not been an easy race for Coanda by any means.
It's not been the race that Coanda would have wanted it to have been. And I was just trying to remember when I was talking earlier about the whole My Freddy for iRacing and then Coanda SimSport. It was 2014. The reason why I know that was because we did our first 24-hour race October-November 2014, and Coanda were Coanda by then. And the biggest takeaway from that race was the fact that Martin Kroenke was able to do something like 11 hours of that race with 6 incident points. That was the Coanda that many people knew back then. Today's just not been one of those days. Matt Emery's on pit road, hard point by Delta Sport. Number 95 car is on pit road. Here's another replay then. And this was coming down in towards turn number 1. We saw this happen previously. And this time we're going to ride it on board with Patrick Holtzman. So this is through turn 1. Again, you go wide here and he comes back on track. Even though that's a non-issue, he comes back on track on time. He falls behind the Williams Esports Chill Blast car. As he does, they go up the hill. There you are. Are you thinking what I'm thinking here?
No, well, depends on what you're thinking.
Not. I was wondering if there's anything from the front, but it wasn't. It was definitely from the rear. Definitely from the rear. And again, Rogers' black car was on the grass.
Yes. No, there's no mitigating factor here. As they say in rugby, for example, they'll talk about things that might stop a penalty from being so bad.
You've been talking to Paul Smith for far too long.
Oh, I wish. No, I just really enjoy watching rugby officials do their jobs because I'm a football fan. I grew up a football fan. The way that referees are treated there is absolutely appalling. And so it's good. It's good to see that there's at least some respect at the top level of rugby. I know there's issues down the field, down the ladder, if you will. But I like that, you know, in rugby they talk through things, much like they do in cricket with the third umpire. It's transparency in the process. But my point being, there's nothing mitigating for Josh there. There's nothing different that Holtzman could have done. There's everything different that Josh could have done.
The reason why I wanted the onboard of Holtzman was to see whether or not he had to check up, and it doesn't even look like he did there. So you're not even taking away a couple of kilometers an hour. So I don't understand. Yeah. Well, lap number 121 of this race, for those of you who are keeping count, by the way. Matt Farrow is leading this race by 3.7 over Arthur LeHuck. Now, after I proclaimed about half an hour ago that Matt Farrow's been able to start to build up a massive gap, it's not gone up above 7 seconds. It's currently down at 4.0 seconds. So Matt Farrow is maybe maintaining the gap again, remembering fuel saving, mileage, all this sort of stuff. But I am wondering whether or not it's something else that is allowing Arthur LeHuck to keep up with him right now. It is the Williams Esports 1, 2, and 3, technically, if you put the little dash and Williams next to it. So to go back to the rant that you were going to have earlier on in this race, Arjuna, it comes back into play.
Yeah, I do think for Williams they're in a really good spot right now. And when it comes to the Williams lineup, do remember how impressive they were at the Sports Car Open season finale that happened. What was it? At the end of, or beginning of April, excuse me. So time really hasn't gone too much since then. car hasn't changed, so whatever setup work they had done for that event will have played a big factor here today as well. They had the baseline knowledge that Coanda wouldn't have had, and they were looking on course for a victory, maybe fighting for the championship, until they got mixed up in some shenanigans, if we can put it that way. The drivers on that day, I believe, were Arthur LeHook and Mike Partington. So those are two drivers who I think might have a muscle memory advantage over the rest of the Williams Esports crew. Although, having said that, Matt Farrow as well as Josh Ladd have been ultra impressive today. And a fun thing about Arthur LeHook as well that I think is important to know, he does stuff in the real world as well. He is the DS Techeetah Formula E simulator driver. So, I mean, he understands what it's like to provide good data, to provide good feedback, and surely that's something valuable when you look at a team member here in sim racing.
Yeah, indeed. Not my favourite Formula E team, for the record, but I just have a tedious link from one miler to another miler. Jartine, in the number 91 car, actually has the fastest lap of anyone in GT Daytona of a 143.077. Now, you would expect that to have been set at the start of the race, but it wasn't. It was actually only set about an hour ago. Now, I am, of course, wondering if there are some shenanigans. I put the car back onto track to do a kind of qualifying style lap or whatever, but my towing screen did flash purple. It did make me a little bit confused about half an hour ago, but they are back on pit road, is the number 91 car. The fastest lap in LMP, well, that goes to Monaco Esports' finest car of Jaden J. Laddick right now, driving in the number 24 car. So it just shows that just because you are at the front doesn't mean you're always setting the fastest lap times. Although I do say it, that the gap between the fastest lap of the race and the fastest lap of the race set by Williams Esports Shield Blast is 1/10 of a second.
Yeah, again, we saw the margins in qualifying. The margins in race trim don't seem to be that much larger, if we're being completely honest. And it is very much stretched out. I mean, prototypes, this is really the only on-track fight that we've got between Pure Sims and the Apex Racing Academy car. Did get word that they had an issue where on their last pit cycle, tires were meant to be added to the car, but for whatever reason it did not get added, so Nicole Foggy had to bring the car back in on the next lap to get tires, which explains why they're back here about 50 seconds further back from where they should be. They were even in front of the Apex Racing main team cars. They sail on past the number 26, but the resurgence of the Academy is also a storyline for 2022, Will. I mean, this is an Academy that, 6 years ago or so, brought the likes of Kevin Ellis Jr., Sebastian Job, and Zach Campbell to World Championship competition. Now, this next generation, what do they have in store for them?
And I will say, Alex Simpson runs a very tight ship over at the Academy, along with the others. It's one of the most established teams in sim racing. I remember when Apex were the kind of newer kids on the block. That no longer is the case. They are one part of the kind of older guard, shall we say, of sim racing teams. A number have kind of gone over the years, but it's good to see Apex still plodding along. And again, they do it with the Apex Racing Academy, and they do it with the Apex Racing team. And there's always been conversations as to why they don't put more Academy drivers in as a third or fourth driver into these longer endurance races. I actually think it's better having an entire Apex Academy team car, because you don't get to learn everything if you're just the third driver. You don't get to make the big decisions. You're almost what they'd call the silver or the bronze driver, who basically his job is to go out there, don't crash the car, do some decent lap times. Whereas if you're running your team by yourselves, you've got far more decision-making power as to exactly how you can influence the way the car goes for a race.
And I think, you know, this Academy might not just have the established Academy people drive it. Talking to Brandon Trano, he's indicated he has an interest in working on doing more LMP2 stuff. Of course, he's part of the Apex Racing team, but what better way for him to get his feet wet in a car that he's not familiar with than by racing in this Academy car? Even the BMW Sim GT Cup, Will, we have seen the crossover between the Academy and the main team, and I think that's good, right? You talk about running a tight ship, but you want the convergence, right, of the experience and the youth, so that both benefit from what each other has to bring. Experience will help the younger drivers develop the mindset that they need. We talked about Kevin Ellis Jr.'s mental growth over the last 4 years, for example. But by the same token, for those older, maybe more jaded drivers, the exuberance of youth is often a good motivating factor.
That works in a racing car team, it works in an office, it works pretty much everywhere. And the big thing is it encourages everyone to step their game up, but do it in a competitive and friendly way at the same time. So they're running in P number 9 right now. Nicole Fogey behind the wheel of that car. I've actually pulled out a 2-second advantage already over Pure Sims Esports, and the driver of that machine is Daniel Zivi Zabo. I know how to say Zabo because it's a Romanian name, and one of my good friends who works at a university has exactly the same surname.
Makes our lives a little bit easier. I think that's one thing where I enjoy doing official races, whether it's the special events or the Monday Night Indy cars that we get to do, because you get to see names, you get to see teams that maybe you've never seen before, and you get to absolutely butcher some names while you
get away with it more.
Yes, and while you try and figure it out live on air. There was one name I remember, BMW Sim GT Cup at the Nürburgring, one of the R8G drivers put it on pole position, and instead of saying his name, I asked Lewis McLeod, Lewis, can you say that name for me? And to paraphrase, no was the answer.
I always used to have a technique of doing that. Instead of saying the name, driving in the number 4 car. Yeah, for Williams Esports Shield Blast. That's what we're going to call you. Because, again, people don't recognise that. You go to an endurance race at Watkins Glen, part of the IMSA WeberTech series. You know who's going to be driving, unless there is a very last-minute replacement. You know all the drivers are. The guys over RSL, the guys that are doing the TV coverage. Who does a TV coverage these days for IMSA? Is it Fox or is it NBC or?
It's IMSA Productions and then NBC on top of it in the US.
Got ya. So the good thing is they will have a data pack for every single driver. They will know and they'll be able to refer to computer screens. They can do what you do in baseball. You make your little depth chart, that sort of stuff. We come to an endurance race, and as you said earlier, Adriana, we find out half the drivers before the race are racing in it through social media. The other half we find out either through submission of paint skins and a little bit of black magic, or once we actually see a car on track and go, oh, this team's racing today.
Yes, sorry, I'm going to very much take us off on a tangent here, Will, because there has been a conversation in our YouTube chat about how these special events need stewards, at least in the top split. And to that, my point is stewards would be great, but we're not going to get into that specific discussion. My discussion point now is why should top split be any different from all the other splits? Because the beauty of iRacing, the beauty of sim racing, the beauty of these special events is their accessibility, right? Making these experiences available to anyone with a basic computer and a basic wheel or whatnot, right? Why should top split be any different to those other splits? I'm curious what you think about that.
Why are top split racers doing the sort of things that people would complain about in other splits, and why would we talk about them differently? It wouldn't be fair to people outside of the top split who are still suffering the same behaviours. I just think some of the behaviours is not, again, to go back to the philosophy of endurance racing, I just don't think some of the behaviours we see occasionally in these races are representative on how you would do an endurance race. Now, I will say, endurance racing, you said this earlier, is no longer just about, endurance of machinery and driver. You drive these races nowadays at 95%, whereas back in the day, you would drive a car at 70-80%. You would be a lot more risk averse because of the fact that the gaps between the cars and the teams were generally larger. You kind of knew who was going to be fast and the drivers that wouldn't be fast. Then along became balance of performance. And you were to put these drivers into a fixed setup race, we would have them all qualify within about 4 attempts to each other around this track, maximum. So the skill level is very high. You've got to remember here as well that the difference in the margins are so small that people feel the need sometimes to go for these ultra aggressive moves for 2 reasons. Number one, because they know that it's not going to be as easy to get one as a normal overtake might happen on the racetrack. The counter argument that a lot of these teams make, well, these are also top sim races. They should be able to adapt to me diving down the inside of them. They're supposed to be elite racers. They should be able to deal with it. So the whole idea is, because a lot of these drivers see each other as elite drivers, they expect more from them than they would actually do from average Joe in a race. I think.
Yes. I just, and that's what I wrote about in my article in VCO Send It. What is the biggest sim race of a year? It is ultimately, sim racing should be about the accessibility. It is great having, you know, our big private leagues and whatnot where we pay out, you know, decent money, or, for example, when we used to do the World Championship, Endurance World Championship, what was it, the VRS GT World Championship when it finished, that was great, right? You had stewards in that, although I don't know, remember the top of my head if they had live stewards or not. But the point being, that is what it is. These special events are all about embracing the community, and that's what I like about VCO, and the fact that we're, again, go over to twitch.tv/VCO esports, can win some iRacing credits and buy some of the new content available for this most recent update, of course, which is only a week and a half away from that week 13. We talked about Fuji, we've mentioned some of these new cars as well. Stuff coming up on the horizon is pretty interesting. I don't know if it slipped under the radar initially, Will, but we are getting the circuit with many chickens, Magny Core.
Which I used to really love that Grand Prix. It was the last time that I think Arrows ever tried to attempt to qualify. It was just as after the real-life Nigerian prince, the money that they tried clawing back after he screwed them over in 1999. They had orange sponsorship for 2000, 2001. And I think in 2002, the money dried up, and they actually had a really fast race car that could actually have gotten themselves top 5, top 6. And they had to basically just pull onto pit road because they wanted to fail the 107% rule. But Manicourt is a good track. Very tight hairpin.
Sorry, Will. Has Williams Esports Fanatic just had an issue?
They're on pit road right now.
And this is not a scheduled stop by any means.
No, it's 30 minutes too early at the best of times. So we will get the replay up. We will have a look at it. This is what happens when a ping on a red mark happens on our timing and scoring. By the way, you can look at live timing and scoring, the same as what we're using, by going to RaceSpot.wtf/endurance. That is RaceSpot.wtf/endurance, or just /timing today, actually, because I switched it over overnight. And you can have the same timing and scoring that we're looking at right now, which has a big red line over Kenneth Goldenspun. And I can already say that that's a longer pit stop than it should be as well. So definitely some repairs happening. Something's happened to it. We just need to work out what it is.
I'm grabbing a look. I'm just scrolling through on my end the previous lap. I don't see anything that looks particularly bad, to be honest. Maybe I'll try and get word from the team what's happened to them, because I think that will be much more illuminating than me randomly guessing based on what I'm seeing on track right now.
Yeah, so we'll keep you up to date with that one over the course of our webcast here today. Thank you very much, everyone, to those who have joined us the last 3.5 hours, plus for those of you who are just starting to watch online. As we say, this is a 2022 6 hours of Watkins Glen and iRacing special event. Our coverage is brought to you by VCO here today. Thank you to everyone watching on VCO's Twitch and our Twitch and YouTube and anywhere else that you might end up finding the stream on. Please do let us know what your thoughts are about the race, what the storylines that have developed. For example, the drive that we're looking at, Josh Rogers, involved in a massive incident with the Team Redline red car in this hour, and it meant that we had the Team Redline red car out of the race, the leading Team Redline red car. They bought 4 cars here today. 3 of them were Lamborghini Huracans. 1 of them was a BMW. The BMW was being OP for them, and it, fortunately, as it looked as though we could have had a nice storyline about them, into the Armco barrier, exit of the S's, and they are out of the race.
Speaking of out of the race, I think Kenneth Gulbranson's out. That car has been stationary for 2 minutes and climbing now. Surely there is no way that they are heading back onto track.
Or if they do head back onto track, they're already scored as 1 lap down. They'll be classified as 1 lap down pretty much for the remainder of this race. So a shame for them, Williams Esports Fanatic, because what it does mean is it's no longer a Williams 1, 2, 3 in terms of LMP2.
gives an opportunity for this car to be on the podium, although you've noticed the gap, Will, is gone from, what, 12, 13 seconds to 20 seconds.
Yeah, it's not good. And, of course, a good couple of seconds of that would have been the incident with Patrick Holtzman in the Team Redline red car. I say incident with, the incident of them just running on the grass into the side of Patrick Holtzman, to be factually correct. And there, just in the S's. That's what it was then.
Well, they are back on on the track now after spending, what, almost 3 minutes getting
but did they just hit the wall as they came back onto the track?
I think they got away with that.
Okay, so they are back on track, but they are now well down the field. As we just saw, they are in 13th place, and they are the second to last running LMP2 car. It's SRC Movano Corsa Viola who are the only car who are behind them, but in fact, they're only 4.4 back on the racetrack. So, well, this is an interesting one. We have a battle for last place in an LMP2 car of the drivers who are running.
Hey, and let's give credit as well for them, you know, jumping back onto track, right? I was saying that some of these teams need to just suck it up. They are going to suck it up 2 laps down. It's the endurance racing spirit. It's what we like to see. Getting word from Simon Feigl that it was a contact with the Altus team. Let's grab a look at what happened here. So it's the exit of the bus stop, and don't tell me for the 5th time today it's a car on the outside. It is, and well, that's a big old slobber knocker of a contact for Gulbranson, that's for sure.
Yeah, but it looks like Altus actually survived that one because they didn't hit the wall, so they spun. Yes, it would have messed the tyres up, but they survived it.
So you can see Altus is on the curb, and then as you tend to do, push up on the exit of the corner. Hard to place any blame there, to be completely honest. Although, you know, we saw the contact that Rogers had with Holtzman resulting in no contact and no penalty or repairs for Coanda. It's interesting that the rear of the car appears to be more damageable, frangible, if you will, than the front of the car.
Yeah, and at what point, as a team owner, are you going to have to say to your team, okay, please don't make any stupid passes on the outside of the carousel, because 95% of them just aren't working right now. You're right. This is, I think, at least the 5th crash that we've had there. That's the 5th one that we've seen.
Right.
But it's at some point, and I made the point about it earlier, you've got a dirty part of the racetrack, you offline, the temperature's still hot. By the way, the only reason why it went down was because of cloud cover. It's back up to 53.3 degrees Celsius. But I just don't quite understand why teams are still trying it.
Well, to your point, the outside line is the preferred line to make the pass happen because you lose a lot less time. I can understand why they are choosing to run that line, but when they've seen how dangerous it is, that's when, like you said, the questions have to be raised as to whether it is the optimal thing to be doing lap after lap after lap, because just in the blink of an eye, Gulbranson doesn't do anything wrong. Let's make that clear. That Williams Esports Fanatic machine, I don't even think you blame on Altus, to be honest. It was just one. The term racing incident is very much overused. That is the description of a racing incident, if you ask me. But it's the LMP2 car that loses out as Kova and Redline Ice Blue on pit road.
P2, P3 on pit road in class right now. Coming into their pit stalls, we'll keep an eye, because we are now over halfway through the race, to see what the situation is in terms of strategy, driver changes, because of course we are 27 minutes away from the hour, but these are the teams who are basically like, you know what, we're just going to go as fast as we possibly can. They're not worried about going to the hour. They recognize they can't make it. Josh Thompson is out of the car. Gianni Vecchio is into the car. Jürgen Frank is in the Simar CGT car. That's what we know. And it looks as though that we are staying with Ascari Run in the Cobra 707 machine. Said I'll stay there. To go back to the carousel stroke outer loop point, I agree. But can you not just tell your drivers to wait 4 seconds and just make the pass into turn 7?
You know what it's like at this level of competition, Will. 4 seconds is an age. And 1 lap, it might not be so bad. But if you're doing that lap after lap, losing those 4 seconds, that becomes 4 seconds that you have to find on track somewhere, or assume that the other drivers around you.
Yeah, but you're not losing 4 seconds. You're just waiting 4 seconds. And you're not losing 4 seconds on the road by doing so necessarily.
You technically, I think you are still losing the 4 seconds. The only time that you could say you're not losing 4 seconds is if you're in a single file train of all your cars in class and you all lose the 4 seconds. Yes, I know it's relative. Traffic gives, traffic takes. It's bloody, bloody, blah. I'm not disputing that part of it, but I can tend to see, as a former prototype driver, why those lines are being taken. Going back to those cars that pitted, though, for a second, Gianni Vecchio with a 63-second pit stop, I think has short-fueled that car again, whereas Kova with a 70-second pit stop have put in a full tank of fuel. Looks like the Lamborghini maybe a little bit worse on tires than the BMW, which, just like we were mentioning with SimRC, how they're short-fueling to try and just shorten the stint so that the tires can do a double in effect. Yes, it's less laps through the double, but you don't spend as much time changing them. Looks like we're seeing a similar thing with the Lamborghini.
Yeah, so the SimRC team, they've told us, we know for a fact that they are on short stints. As we've got the number 4 car, the Williams Esports Chill Blast car, on pit road. So they are doing what is a scheduled service. And I think, to be honest, ever since you had the incident with Coanda Esports, I don't know whether there's much value talking about that 1 lap here, 1 lap there. They're kind of still within 3-4 laps. I don't see anything massively different that over halfway through the race means that they're going to necessarily alter their strategy that much. Unless you disagree with me, and you have the right to, Arjuna.
The only thing I'm trying to figure out is how much time can Coanda gain in that final cycle of pit stops, because they're not due to come back down to pit road for another 6 laps or so, maybe. The Marla Racing team, number 15, is due a couple of laps before them. I don't think it's really about Coanda at this point. I think you're more wondering LeHook versus Faro, or rather Marla versus Williams Esports Chill Blast. It was coming down at the end of this stint. I think it was down to about 2.5, 3 seconds. Can they gain that much time in pit road by boxing a good 5 laps, 6 laps later in that final cycle and taking less fuel? I would think that maybe it's not an on-track pass that's going to determine the win of this race. It might just be in the pit lane.
Just to let you know, Peter Berriman has gotten back into the wheel of the number 98 car. So Kevin Les Jr. is out of the car, and Peter Berriman has gotten back into it. Matt Farrow has stayed in the car. So the way I'm seeing this now, it's after LeHook does a medium-sized first stint. This is the middle stint being done by Farrow. It's just going to be a case of when does Farrow give the car back to LeHook. Realistically, you do it the next stint to give then after LeHook about 30 minutes as Rochester's on pit road.
And that was a 19-lap stint. That was much shorter than I expected. So throw everything I said out the window when it came to Coanda on strategy. LeHook's actually gone out, is going to do at least a couple of extra laps, I would assume. There he is coming through the sweeping right-hand corner.
To be fair, a couple of pages back in the notebook, I do just have a confused question mark and Coanda in terms of what they were doing in terms of their strategy. It's still the same. Still the same for them. I'm very intrigued as to what they're doing. Now, everyone has still got, by my recollection, 2.5 stops to the end. Or maybe 2 stops to the end, at best. So I still expect to see them more on pit road. I still expect most of them to do a driver's change again. De Jong is back in the car, by the way. So Rogers is out of the car. De Jong is back in the car. Now, that doesn't have anything to do with the fair share rule, because as confusing as the fair share rule is, they've clearly done fair share between the two of them. Doing 2.5 stints, I think, is fair share, as we now see the Marla Racing team car on pit road a lap after Coanda Esports.
So Matt Farrow has stayed behind the wheel of that Chill Blast car. It was a full service. We'd likely see the same again from LeHook. Although, it's a very rapid lineup that they've got in that Marla Racing team car. Will they do a driver change? I would be hard-pressed to guess right now. Although with 2 hours and 21 minutes, you could do the driver change and then have that driver into the end of the race and keep them nice and focused.
They're out.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen. Kalpanen will take back over, and surely it would be to the end of this race.
2 hours 21, as I say, there's still this stint and at least 2 others, so you could have a change for the last stint If you need power mode, maybe. If you need someone to basically just focus on 45 minutes worth of racing, you could still do it. But realistically, I think Ati Kuppanen probably will stay behind the wheel, at least for double, if not for the treble, to go to the end. Currently leading the race is Monaco Esports' finest. They are due on pit road moderately soon, as we'll keep an eye out on them. They have not come in this time by, so they do lead the race technically by 48 seconds, but they are due a pit stop very soon. And in terms of GT Daytona right now, it is Mercedes-AMG Williams, Mercedes-AMG Williams, Mercedes-AMG Team Urano Esports. So a 1-2 on paper right now for LMP2 and GT Daytona for Williams.
Looking good. Looking very good for them right now. Although
it could give Nicholas Latifi some extra power coming into the Canadian Grand Prix qualifying later.
Well, I was just knocking on wood because 2 hours and 20 minutes to go, even though we're down to, what, 28 cars out there and running, which, I mean, some of the driving we've seen has been deplorable. I'm not going to mince my words here. Attrition rate is almost at 50%, and we've not even reached the 60% marker of this race.
And I will say, just to tie this all together, if you are new to iRacing and you're wondering, oh, so people can just push each other off the track, no, they can't. There is an iRacing protest system that is in place. So any driver can make a protest. There is a cooldown period to make sure that you don't spam the protest immediately. But you can make a protest, and it is reviewed by a team of stewards recruited by iRacing, whose sole purpose basically is to do stewarding for iRacing. They have a lot of stuff that come in, of course, hundreds of races taking place every day, but they are seen to be the impartial voice to monitor this. So, of course, a race like this, there's no prize money involved or anything. It is all about, glory and team visibility, etc. Drivers can, if found to be breaching of the rules, they can get a warning. They can end up being suspended from competition. And, of course, as I said before, it's a good thing in some cases that the iRacing World Championship Series are done for the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, because that can affect things. And let's take Mitchell de Jong, for example. If he was to go Punterino to someone and it was completely deliberate, he might not have been racing at Nashville on Tuesday.
That's a good point. That is actually a good point. It's also, to hold the World Championship license, you can't let your safety rating drop beneath a certain level, yep. Which is not an issue for de Jong, right? Because road versus oval licenses are different. But, whoa, Mahler, you got to be careful. They're fighting now with the Apex Tech Racing number 13, although that Apex Tech car is yet to come down and box, likely in this time, if not the next time by. That was a bit aggressive. But yeah, you got to maintain that level, and sometimes there have been grinds when drivers go out there and have some fun doing a certain race. They lose their license and then have to find some series, some combo that's going to get them safety rating as quick as possible. It's not the most pleasant of scenarios to put yourself in. Gap for the lead is under 2 seconds, though. It's 1.8. Kauppinen has started this this most recent stint off with absolute fireworks.
Yeah, so what has happened to bring the number 15 car back into contention? I mean, we have said the fact that the lead hasn't really ever been above 10 seconds in terms of LMP2, but Antti Koppanen right now, the gap is 1.8 seconds as they work themselves up the hill. A little bit of traffic that Koppanen might catch at a very bad time. In fact, he is going to catch it as they come through the bus stop chicane. Where is he going to make the move? He's going to do so around, but he's going to do it way before you get to that issue point that we've had all day long. So he's able to get past the car in the middle of the racetrack through the carousel. 2.4. It did cost him, though, about 7 tenths per second getting past that lap of traffic. Having to just wiggle off the noisy pedal a bit more than you normally would do. And the gap remains around that stage, and it will remain that stage. But looking at the last lap times, it was a 1:33.1 for Matt Farroy. It was a 1:32.8 for Ati Kuppanen.
It's close, but again, that gap was almost 2.5, 3 seconds entering the pit stop cycle. It was a little bit shorter in the lane for Kauppinen. Obviously, that combo with LeHook bringing the car into the box, maybe being a tad bit more aggressive on pit entry than Matt Farah was willing to do, but it is much closer than it has been at any point during this race. Yes, there is more traffic, but I think we're in for a fight. I'll retract what I said earlier when I thought it would be done on strategy. That Mahler Racing Team car is letting loose as we approach 2 hours and 15 minutes to go.
Yeah, you're right. And I've been saying, yeah, you're right, too many times in this race. I need to disagree with you more, Arjuna.
It's hard, I'm always right.
I know. As we're looking again on board, we did again briefly on board at Attikuppanen, 1.7 seconds coming into the bus stop. I'd love to see what their gap is out of it this time by. A little bit of traffic for Matt Farrow in the number 4 car. And again, with half, well, I say half, so many prototype cars have fallen recently. Jonas Wanner in the SLC Movana Corsa Blue car. You've had Joop de Ligt in the Urano Esports Data Group car. You've had Fraser Smith in the Full Send Racing 85 car. Then you've got Matt Backham in the 92 we saw earlier. Zach Campbell, number 88 Commander car, out earlier. Apex Racing Team number 99 was involved in that massive incident we saw earlier on in this race with Team Redline and Govan Keeney's number 18 car. And then you've got, the split between those people out originally was more towards the Dallara P217s, but we've had a number of IMSA cars, four IMSA cars in a row were classified out of the race. And that comes down, I think, now to the reason why we see so many less battles on track is because you lose that many drivers. There's only so many battles that can happen in a 6-hour race. And the only question I have here, Arjuna, at what point do you have to tell your drivers that they're not just racing for position, they're racing for their sponsors? Because this is what happens in endurance racing. Happens in some NASCAR races as well. Key thing they say is bring the car home to the end of the race, because you never know, you might get some TV spot for your sponsors.
And that's why I think there are some teams that do a great job with their sponsorship activation, right? When you have your look on board with the drivers, for example, right? They'll have the banner behind them, whether it's the team logo, the sponsor logos. That's always fun to see as well. It's something we see a little bit more in the eNASCAR side of things, though, where I think they take their media training a little bit more seriously. They coach drivers as to, the in-race interviews which happen, but also post-race, social media, all of those things. Williams is one where they do a very good job, at least on social media, of engaging with their sponsors. But that is something that, I think the road side of iRacing can learn a little bit more from their oval counterparts. For example, only one driver, we've only seen one driver's webcam. That's because only one driver is sending us a webcam feed. Kevin Ellis Jr. very kindly giving us a glimpse inside the Apex Racing Team facility. Yeah,
and in terms of media training, I know that Louise Goodman, who of course covered Formula 1 for so many years, she gave some media training to, I think it was F1 Esports when they first started. Maybe we just need to make RaceSpot Media Services Limited.
We can make a lot of money doing that.
We can set up another company and another company. Who knows? But I do agree. I mean, I do laugh sometimes at NASCAR interviews when they manage to thank all the sponsors in the first 30 seconds. But
which is how it should be.
It's the way it is. I know it infuriates some people, but your sponsors are basically why you can go racing, unless you've got a billionaire dad or someone like that, or if you're lucky, like Taki Inoue did that one time. But this is a battle for first. It's less than a second now between Williams Esports Chill Blast and Mahler Racing Team. So 8 tenths to a second. The key thing is going to be what happened to the 15 catches to 4. Well, I'm sure they're right next to each other.
How hard will they fight each other?
Yeah.
I'd assume that maybe that Farah will try and blend in and try and save a couple of laps of fuel. I'm not 100% sure how hard he's going to want to push the issue. If we're being completely honest, given it's a teammate, given the victory's on the line, if any one of them causes any issue, it could take both of them out, gift the win back to Coanda and Mitchell de Jong, so keep that in mind. And to go back and put a button on the topic, Will, I had a number of questions after I joined RaceSpot and we kind of implemented the policy that was always already there, but that if you're being interviewed, broadcasters are not to ask at the end of an interview, who do you want to thank? I had a lot of questions about why don't you do that anymore, and I had to make it simple. Because if you actually have sponsors and people to thank, you should be doing that as part of your answers.
Yep, that's why we did it. That's why we did it. Simple as that. As the gap remains 0.8 of a second between these two drivers working themselves up towards the bus stop chicane. I did promise you something earlier, Arjuna.
Oh, did you?
We talked about the time that I worked at Safeway, which then actually got taken over by a company called Morrison's. And I did promise you at some point I was going to do a kind of like how I would do a tannoy message.
Well,
Would you like to hear it now or later?
Yeah, hold on that for a second, because I think we have a replay to grab a look at, because I just mentioned Coanda, right? Well, Mitchell de Jong is not holding back as he tries to get around the Urano car. Just look here on the outside of the penultimate corner. Yeah, change of underpants, please, in the Coanda facility requested.
A massive change of underpants. That was crazy. Can we get an on-board look at that one as well?
After we see the pass, because Dominic Hoffman is going to slide on through in that Veloce machine. Look how easy he makes it look as well. Uses the Altus car as basically a pick here to, on the exit of the 90, just sail on past. That was very calculated from Dominic Hoffman.
Textbook pass there by Hoffman, actually. So here is a replay again. And this time we got to go on board with Mitchell de Jong.
So he's
corner.
Smart initially, gets less smart as he gets to the apex, basically.
That's a bit like me when I'm trying to take a test. I start off thinking, oh, I can do this, and I open the paper, not going to happen. So another look then. This will give us a better look as the cars go. Both of them go off the track, and then a little bit of contact between them. Request made to ground now from the new underpants. I do think as well that Coanda car has got some underfloor damage from the incident they had with Patrick Holtzman, because don't forget he would have been dragging over the curb.
Yeah, you say that. At the same time, they were slow before that contact.
True. So they've had some incident somewhere where they've lost speed. And we're just trying to work out when. Again, they probably will tell us after the race, but I've got a feeling that they just lost speed 2 or 3 times in this race. They're nursing a car now. It's not as bad as what we saw from the first Coanda car's car at the race in the first, 15 minutes of the race or so. The number 88 car, because that car literally looks as though, we've got oversteer after that first bit of contact. And then I say the first bit of contact, the contact probably even came to the start-finish line. And then that car just looked as though it wanted to go drift racing rather than actually go for a corner normally.
Yeah, Tokyo drifting. That's what it wanted to do.
There we are. As 2:08 remaining then in the race. The gap remains less than a second between Matt Farrow and Antti Kuppanen. The number 4 Williams C-Sport Chill Blast car, the Marla Racing number 15 machine. We also look at the battle for 4th place in GT Daytona right now, and that is Mercedes AMG Williams Team Urano. Then you've got Logitech G Altus Esports. They are running along then with another Mercedes AMG Team Urano car. So
I think you just said Mercedes AMG Williams Team Urano.
Oh, come on, we've been doing this for 4 hours and a bit now. Sorry.
I've got to have my fun, and I've got to make sure that I don't let you get away with it.
We used to have a You Blew It graphic for these broadcasts.
I know.
We don't anymore.
We should bring it back. There's many things that we should look at bringing back, to be fair.
True. The You Blew It should be at the very top of that list. So, yeah, I'll say it again. Mercedes AMG Team Williams are in 2nd place. Mercedes AMG Team Urano are in 3rd. Logitech G Altus Esports are in 4th. Mercedes AMG Team Urano in 5th and 6th place.
There you go. You didn't conflate 2 teams. Although, I remember one of the first broadcasts that you and I actually did on commentary together was the BMW Sim 120, as it was known back in the day. And that's when our love triangle of Marla, BS, and Williams really came to the fold. I think we had some fun.
Oh, my word.
Yeah, we had some fun with it then as well. But, at this juncture of the race, Will, it's only 6 hours, but even as the traffic is dissipated, it is still a mentally taxing race. Yes, you're down to 28 running, but we've seen, for example, with that Urano and Coanda moment, that when you're dealing with the traffic, it is still a high-stakes environment. And so I start to wonder, even though there's less cars on the track, are we going to see more mental mistakes as we work our way forward? Battle for the lead is really closed on up.
It's come down to less than half a second as they work themselves up the hill. There's actually, ironically, a Williams Esports Chill Glass GT Daytona car that serves for the moment as the perfect defensive pick, shall we say, for Matt Farrow. Farrow on board from the rear of him as they work on the exit of 6, the carousel into turn number 7. You gotta give it there. The GTD car came and helped out the LMP2 machine at the right perfect moment.
Totally unplanned, though. I think we should make sure we put it clearly, because as we ride on board with that Marla car, it was just that opportunity where he seemed to have gotten a great run out of turn 1, which is how we saw both these cars sail past on the Coanda car. So clearly, they've got some good traction, mechanical grip on the exit of that downhill right-hander. They've also got a decent amount of top-end grunt. Now, I wonder if there's any slight differences in the cars that these two are driving as the grid and go machine. That's very, very helpful. He's down several laps. He's not going to play any part of this battle for the lead.
So gap coming out of the final corner is half a second. There's Barney patiently waiting to wave a flag in about 2 hours and 7 minutes time. Into turn 1, gap's down to 4 tenths per second. Now we'll see how the slipstream will work as they work up the hill. In fact, actually, the Martin Racing Team car had a miserable turn number 1. They were 7 tenths per second back. They're not gaining anything into the bus stop.
Just got way too much understeer down the hill through turn 1, and that really just ran them a little bit too wide. Couldn't jump on the power as early as they wanted to, and yeah, gaps opened up again, but it's closer than it's ever been as their Williams Esport Mercedes AMG number 12 will come into the pit lane. Carl Jansen will hand over, likely for the final time today that we'll see him in the car. Daniel Lafuente, the fiery person that we saw plenty of fireworks from in 2021, will jump in as the 20-year-old is back behind the wheel.
You can also see in the background that's a BMW Team Redline red car that has got no front end on it. It's just being left on pit road right now. Partially as a distraction to other drivers, partially because you never know, they might actually fix the car. Never going to happen. Max Benecke is the current driver listed for that machine. Benecke is going to have to be angry with that one again. After what a success they had last year, for them this year to be in such a miserable situation, because, you know, yes, he's not the oldest driver at Team Redline, but you have to say that these days, he probably is their number 1 driver. And for your number 1 driver to be saying, okay, you're disputing that one, Ruth.
Yes. Well, here's the thing. I think Benecke has been around for a while, and so in terms of overall leadership, he is probably the main man of the team. However, you look at his track record the last couple of years. He was, on the edge of the top 10 of this year's World Championship, while the newest member of Team... Oh, I say newest. One of the newer members of Team Redline, Diogo Pinto, went on to win that championship. You look at the run that Benecke has had so far in the BMW Sim GT Cup, where it's fair to say it's been... if not unspectacular. Yeah, I was trying to be kinder, but miserable is probably the best way to put it, other than one brief highlight at Sebring, where, of course, they finished second. It's been miserable. Benecke, I think the torch is starting to be handed over. And, sorry, the real reason I wanted to make a point was, you talk about leaving that car in pit lane. It can be more than a distraction. We saw this during the iRacing Indianapolis 500, when a certain... driver that got crashed out on lap 4 went back onto the garage area with, I think it was 100 laps to go or whatever, pulled into someone else's box so that they slid through the box, had to back up, and then that driver was so frustrated that he then crashed exiting pit lane. Games can be played.
Oh, mind games are everything in sim racing. I would say, yeah, you are completely right, and I don't want to jinx it, because, you know, Benecke, the only driver to ever hit 11,000 iRating on iRacing. He is one of the most successful drivers that I have ever commentated on. That's why I called him one of the team leaders in particular. And, you know, to see the fact that there's not a Redline car inside the top 5 right now would, frankly, beat him off a lot. And I think that would be the same for a lot of people in the Team Redline camp. Again, especially after what happened last year. The Lamborghini attempt didn't really work because of the track conditions. Yes, we have dipped below 50 degrees now, but it just wasn't the track conditions for the day for those Lamborghinis where they could have made use of the second stint. And the red car was, you know, in contention for at least a top 3 in the mix for a race victory. And it just seems to be that once again, Beneke is having a tough time of it in an iRacing special event. And to be honest, there are times when some of the big teams just get so fed up with these special events, they just walk away. And that was the case with a couple of sim racing teams back in 19 before the pandemic happened. And it's one of these things that, you know, still might happen. Some teams slowly don't just cite the fact that there's, you know, no prize money involved in this compared to the World Championship Series. They also just, they don't need to have additional exposure like that to when they're seeing it out the race. They don't require the additional exposure for their sponsors, because some of the sponsors will require them to try and qualify for this race. And some of the others will just say, well, it's down to you. They want you to basically be the best in the things that you can. There was another point I was going to make, which I've just forgotten, so I'm going to come back to that one in a moment. I am noting, though, the gap between P1 and P2 in GT Daytona is up to 25 seconds.
Like we said earlier, if you're leading the race and we haven't talked about you much, you hope that that continues, because you've been out of trouble, you've been the fastest on track. Luis Nager, 26.5 seconds clear. What a run it's been so far, and officially 2 hours left to go in this race right now. Like I said, when unfortunately what happened to Holtzman with the Coanda car happened, they had one hand on the victory after that. It was looking like it was going to be a fun fight. From there, all they had to do was not put a foot wrong, and that's indeed what they've been doing.
As we welcome you then to the final third of our coverage here on RaceSpotTV of the 2022 6 hours of Watkins Glen, brought to you in partnership today by VCO as a part of the VCO Grand Slam. Your top 3 in each of your classes, Williams eSport Chill Blast are leading by 7/10 of a second over Marla Racing Team, with Veloce Fanatic rounding out your top 3 in LMP2. In GT Daytona, it is Mercedes AMG Williams leading from Mercedes AMG Team Urano Esports by about 27 seconds. Mercedes AMG Team Urano are in 3rd place right now, as actually we've got Mercedes AMG Team Urano on pit road, but we are due for a set of pit stops in GT Daytona. That was the bit. We never finished off our bit about trophies. We need to get a new trophy for Hugo. So Florian, if you are listening, please send one over to Hugo that we promise won't break. The reason why I say Hugo has a habit for this, the first time I met Hugo Luis, that's a number 95 car going very slowly through turn number 10. That is the number 95 car, which is the hard point by Delta Sport 99 car, Connor Wagner behind the wheel of that one. First time I ever met Hugo Luis was in California. We were supposed to be doing a commentary thing somewhere in California. It got cancelled at the last minute. Tickets were booked. Then we were going to give him the trophy that he won from the 2011 iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series. It was shipped from Boston over to California, and guess what happened?
Oh, did it really?
It did. So Hugo's 2 major accomplishments in sim racing are shattered trophies.
The 2 leaders in GTD down to pit road. Past the top of the hour, a good mark for them to be able to make it with just 1 more pit stop. So that is very much what they would want to see. I did notice you got a bit tripped up with the hardpoint car, because it's the number 95 in sim, but the name has the number 99, which is always a frustrating exercise in futility, if we're being honest. Let's have a look at what happened to it then, Will.
Yep, this is coming out of turn... Okay, that's a GT car needing to look in its mirror. Mirror signal maneuver. I don't know what you have in America, but mirror signal maneuver is what we'd have in the UK. Feel bad for them, because that was nothing wrong that they did.
Faultless again. And this time, well, is that the first time that we've seen a GT be the irresponsible
Aggressor.
party. Yeah, aggressor is a better way of putting it. But is that the first time that we've seen a GT be the responsible one or the culpable one today?
It's the first one that we've seen on the broadcast. Doesn't mean it's the first one.
Yes, because we probably miss a lot.
Yes. There's only so many cameras and so many eyes we can have for these broadcasts. But, right, we are, though, down to the last 2 hours of this race. And what we are essentially now we're in the category of a full-length BMW Sim GT Cup event, which, of course, is incredible series that we've had. They changed it for this year. No longer is it win and you're in. It is done for points. All the top 10 drivers from the teams for each of those races. We've got another one of those races coming up next Sunday, and it's here live on RaceSpotTV with you, Team Ty.
No, it's not Team Ty.
It's not, no, because he's having a day off, the part-timer.
Yes, but we have a capable replacement slotted in. It should be fun. It should be fun, that's for sure.
Yeah. And we bought him a tie. Ready?
No, but we're not allowed. We're getting into UK labour laws. We're not allowed to dictate uniforms.
A true story. True story. Here's a donation. Please consider wearing it at some point down the line. Fantastic. Someone, by the way, asked, what podcast is it that you do? So we have 2 podcasts at RaceSpotTV. We have RaceSpot Talk, which I host when I can ever find the time to do it, which we just bring a load of people together and discuss important topics in racing and sim racing. Then you have Talking Temps Arjuna, which is about...
As the name suggests, talking tents. We talk to the best of sim racing, maybe some real-world drivers as well, talking to some of them. Very involved in sim racing, and we'll learn about how they get into sim racing. And then we have some fun at the end when we throw them in a dump truck. It's the old generation Porsche 911 Cup car with a murderous setup designed by Zach Campbell. And they get 4 laps to set a lap time, and hilarity ensues. I have never had so much fun in sim racing as when I was watching Kevin Ellis Jr. struggle to survive a lap in that death trap.
What track?
It's Oran Park North A.
Oh, my word.
I did not make it fun. Well,
no.
It's fun for us.
Yeah. Jordan Caruso's on pit road, by the way, in the Logitech GR to C Sports number 43 car.
He's taken over
Kenneth
that car.
Gunn does... Pardon?
He's taken over that car. This is that final cycle of driver changes. Lafuente in, Laubish in, Caruso in, Daniel Pastor in. Final cycle of those driver changes. Sorry.
Kenneth Goldberson is back behind the wheel of the Williams eSports Fanatec car that was doing so well, then had its incident. Actually, no, they're coming on towards pit road. I take that one back. I should know that because it's on the pictures that I'm looking at. I'm looking at my timing screen instead. But the number 11 position car, the number 5 car, in 11th place, they came on towards pit road. Looks as though that Kenneth will stay behind the wheel of that car for the time being. 2 pit stops remaining. We hope for the LMP2 cars. We're looking at that battle for first place once again in LMP2. They'll be due on pit road in about 20-odd minutes time from now. The gap has gone back up to 1.1 seconds. Marla Racing Team car working through some traffic, gets through that one easily enough as they come past the start-finish line. That's number 4 car. So the Marla Racing Team cars come past them into the first corner, which they go through now. Gap was down to 1 second. Just over 1 second out of turn 1.
Well, I don't think we have 2 pit stops left for the LMP2s. Like, we're looking at, what, between 35 to 40 minutes in terms of their pit stops. They've been closer to the 35-minute marker through the course of the race, which, again, I think means that when you think about the crucial number, it changes the equation very slightly, where as long as you're pitting within 1 hour and 45 minutes to go, I think is probably a safe estimation, given that the temperatures might cool off. 1 hour 40 to go means you're pretty safe to make it on 2 stops from there. Which cars are going to get there? Because Marla is working lap 18 of the stint, Williams Esports True Blast working lap 20, so maybe 3 laps longer for Matt Farrow to bring that car in. I don't think he's going to be as close to that bubble as he would have wanted. Kalpanen is going to be a little bit closer.
And don't forget, you can view live timing and scoring all race long on the same timing screen that Drew and I are using by going to RaceSpot.wtf/timing or RaceSpot.wtf/endurance. Choice is yours. Point you to the same location at the end. Gap up to 1.6 seconds then as they come through to complete another lap. That's a big increase. Maybe you think Marla's tyres are starting to go off after 2 or 3 laps of really trying to get up to the rear?
I don't actually know. I think maybe just traffic playing its part again as they're diving their way past more of it. These cars starting to get quite dirty. No longer is it white and blue and black, it's now grey and blue and black. So much debris has been thrown up into the path of these machines. Paces equalized, though. It did look as though that the Kaupen and Marla car had a bit of an advantage for about 10, 15, 20 minutes, but now they look equal. It doesn't look as though Kaupen will be able to sail on past. And I am expecting Matt Farrow to get out of the car when he comes into pit road next time by. So, Josh Ladd, we saw the pace from him in the early parts of the race. What does he have against that number 15?
He'll have to do 3 stints at the end. Of course, I'm keeping an eye out on GTD as well, because we do know Sim RC, Ice Blue, Team Redline and Cove have all been trying this whole short stint strategy. I have to be honest, I don't think it's going to work out for any of them, even though Team Redline, Ice Cold Blue are currently in second place with Gianni Vecchio behind the wheel. And Oscari Rin are currently in third place with the Cova car. There might be 5-10 seconds in it. I just don't know how well they've timed this. And of course the difficulty is because they're going, especially Redline, I've been doing a little bit of weird stuff where the stint lengths haven't been the same. We're not really going to know until we get to the last maybe half an hour, even less of the race. So GD Daytona, yes, it looks very spread out right now, but we know in special events that the octaves get higher, the noise gets louder, because something incredible will happen in one of these 2 classes that just magically comes together at the end.
Knocking on the woods that we're not putting a commentator's curse down on that one. But typically at these sort of shorter endurance races, yeah, you expect a little bit more at the end because there's less time for gaps to build, even when the pace is so close through the course of 24 hours. You look back to Daytona, for example, it did open up. It was basically just Coanda versus the Apex Racing team at the very end of that race. So I think we're in for a treat, and don't think you can count out in the LMP2 class for that podium battle. The fact that Monaco Esports is closing on Coanda, closing on Veloce very slightly as well. I think the fight is not just for the top 2 steps of the podium, but that third one as well.
You're completely correct. Sorry, was just messaging the RaceSpot wife to ask her to take out dinner from the fridge so that I can cook it after this broadcast finished. Gonna be nice. We've got salmon with rice today and a Caesar salad.
Sounds healthy. Here comes Matt Farrow to pit lane.
Indeed. He's hoping for a healthy... I'm sorry. That
you were
was
trying.
too bad.
You tried.
A healthy entrance to pit lane is just about as cringeworthy as you can get as a commentator. I feel as if I need to retake my own RaceSpotTV commentary handbook.
We do have to have our RaceSpotTV commentary school at some point.
Yeah, we do. If we ever get the time to be together.
Right.
That is. We could do it live on broadcast one day. He will know. But yeah, Farrow's on pit road then from the number 4 car. We're keeping an eye out to see whether there's going to be the driver change. He's dropped behind some cars. He's yet to come on towards pit road. He might be staying in that car for another stint.
Surely not. Surely he's going to get out. Although, if he hasn't jumped out yet, you'd get that indication that, yeah, well, he took tires last time by, so maybe this is the double stint. If he's going to, yep, there he goes, rolls, no tires. So that makes sense. Now, do you do the driver change for the last hour and 10 minutes of the race? He's come out of pit lane with an hour and 47 minutes to go. Wrong side of the bubble, if you ask me.
Yeah, by about 5 minutes as well, which is about... He's looking at close to 4 laps. 4 laps in 2 stints is a lot to ask for. That's 2 laps a stint from now. Now, if he had a massive lead, yeah, great, you'd be fine. But he doesn't have a massive lead. He can't do the fuel saving. But the issue is the number 15 car is on pit road as well. So Antti not going to be able to make it, but 1 lap is a big difference. You go from having to say 4 laps to 3. That's slightly more achievable. But yeah, Kuppanen can't make it either in the 15 car.
It's a little bit closer, and we have seen that that car is willing to do a little bit more fuel saving. See how it fares out in terms of the cycle now, because Farrow did a full tank of fuel. We have seen him short fill on occasion, but that looked like it was a full tank. Will we see Kauppinen with a slightly shorter stop to try and gain the track position that he's been lacking so far today?
I've just realised that we're breaking iRacing's paint code here, because we've got an advertisement for New York Lottery, and I'm sure we're not allowed to have any gambling stuff on the cars.
Well, look at this, the sister GT3 car.
That.
No, I know, but look at this. The GT3 car has held up the Matt Farrow Williams car. There goes Kauppinen off of pit road. He's going to have the lead of the race, but Farrow's going to have the momentum.
He'll have the momentum coming up the hill, particularly then as coming out. It's going to be close. It's going to be about half a second as they work up the hill, but it's a switch for position. Antti Kuppanen leads away as they exit the S's. Now, the gap is actually a second, so that's enough. There's not going to be any issues of having to warm tyres or anything like that down into the bus stop, but there is traffic that is going to be on the exit of the bus stop chicane. That's going to bunch them both up together. Careful of your number 4 car, because you're going to hit them right at that apex where we've had issues all day long. They both survive. Although there is a wiggle for the number 4 car. Now they exit themselves through turn 7. The gap is not much between them. It's 3 tenths of a second as they come down into the toe.
And that might just change everything. The track position advantage with 2 cars, what we assume identical setups. How easy is it going to be to actually get the pass done? Kauppinen was unable to get the move effected in a timely fashion, and you can tell that Farrow feels like he's got to do it sooner rather than later. Look how close he is to the back of the 15.
And let's go back to what you talked about ages and ages and ages and ages ago in this race. These LMP cars had the option of running a long gear stack or a short gear stack. They also had different options in terms of the dive planes. Now, because most, if not all of these LMP cars have taken the short gear stack, we're hoping to go on board with the number 4 car, but the big issue is you're going to top out before you get to the bus stop chicane. So if you want to make the pass, you need to be alongside by basically now. And he's going to try and do that, pulling to the outside as they head down into the bus stop chicane. Number 4 car is going to have to go around the long way, and he does it! You cannot believe what you just saw!
Rule number 1 of racing, don't make contact with your teammate. Is that a racing incident? It's 2 trying to go for 1. The end result, though, is Matt Farrow has lost about 14 seconds as he still tries to get up to speed. The question really is there more damage on that number 4 car?
That car looks damaged. You can see some micro wiggling. In fact, there might be damage to both of those cars. Holy macaroni. We've talked about passes. I was just talking about how difficult it is to make a pass with these short gear stacks. We're going to have plenty of replays for you in a moment. But you're right. You don't take out your own teammate. Now, we know that one of them was a Mana car and one of them was a Williams Esports car. They are basically the same on paper. If they say each other's name in terms of the press briefing we got given, they are a part of the same team. Here's a replay coming down into the bus stop.
So, it is fair to say that Farrow was slightly in front. He had significant overlap, and that's why he tries to go for the move. I don't know where we're going to get some better angles from this one, to be completely honest. Up above might be our best indication. Look how much in front he is. It's just the nose that Kauppinen's got. He jinks across to try and get into the braking zone. Does Farrow turn in like Kauppinen's going to give him the spot? Oh. I'm glad.
That's the sort of thing where rule probably number 4 of iRacing, don't cut across until the spotter says that you're clear.
And even then, give a little bit more space. You get a good. That I was hoping this would give us a better look, but it doesn't. You do get the sense Farrow turns in like there wasn't a car there.
And very lucky, by the way, that the number 15. There's the first bit. You're very lucky that the number 15 went off track there and didn't get the second contact, because that would have put them both out the race. If they had made the contact again from the spinning number 4 car into the Marder Racing Team car, they would have both been out the race. Because it would have been side on side.
Sorry, I'm lost for words right now, Will.
So am I.
Lost for words. And we've been singing Williams' praises today, right? The pace that they've shown, the growth that we see from them in terms of competition in 2022, the way the program seems to be expanding outside of just competition, but to be embraced by the Williams F1 hospitality unit as well. That, do you call it a rookie mistake, or is that still being a little bit too nice?
You know, the last time I said rookie mistake, I got flamed by a couple of thousand people, but I wouldn't call it.
You know what I mean.
For the drivers, maybe not. For the team organisation, this is when people have to talk to each other. You go and look at IndyCar, for example. When you've got someone battling close together, you've got teammates close together, you've got, let's take Ganassi, Mike Hall talking to each other. You've got the spotters who will be talking to each other to tell the drivers what to do or what not to do. You kind of needed that in this situation. Now, they might be saying to the guys, let each other race, and I like the fact they're letting each other race, but you've got to do the basics right. The basics is getting to the checkered flag and not hitting people. Here's another replay then. We're on board. This is the Marder car. Number 4 car of Farrow is ahead. Now, just because the car is ahead doesn't mean that they're automatically entitled to the corner. And this is still technically...
Now, you can pick stuff apart in super slow motion as much as you want, and I'm going to give Farrow the benefit of the doubt on that one in terms of it's hard for us to analyze what he's thinking in the moment, but you see that angle, it looks like he turns in. Well, unbelievable, but now the end of the day, the result still a Williams 1 and 2. It's just they flip-flopped around.
You basically have to put it like this. Don't ever expect anything from anyone ever. And as soon as you do that, you realize that you made a rookie-ish mistake by turning in before you clear. Doesn't matter if it's your teammate or not, you expect for the other driver not to give you the room into the corner. You only turn in when you feel beyond reasonable doubt that you've got the room. As a team manager, I would be more angry about the fact that the incident happened than the fact that it might have cost them the race, because this is basic team racecraft.
Yeah, no, I think that's the ultimate thing, right? Is from a management perspective. It's like those situations, right, where you look at Red Bull a decade ago. Weber and Vettel. Right. Yeah. It's the atmosphere that you don't want. And I'm not saying, I want to be clear here, I'm not saying that Williams has that sort of an environment right now. Please don't say that. What I'm trying to say is the more that you have these moments, the more the attitudes start to change towards one another. And I hope that at the end of this race, the Williams guys will break out some beverages, sit on the Discord chat, hang out like I know a lot of other teams do, and just relax, because one moment does not define the rest of the mood for the rest of the couple of days that they're going to be reflecting and ruminating on this.
And in terms of management as well, on one hand I'd like to say get it out of the way, on the other hand I say forget about it, we'll talk about what we can learn tomorrow. This is when different team management styles come massively into play.
And knowing your drivers.
Yeah, knowing your drivers. Now, I wonder also, because even if you classify all 7 cars that are in this field as equal, the drivers don't necessarily classify themselves as equal. There are some people who, to take a phrase, feel as if they have bigger grapefruits than others, and they are demanding more respect than others. They feel that they might be the team leader, even if not everyone else is on the same page. And this is that whole thing. If you have a number 1, number 2 team, a number 1, number 2 driver, you might have these kind of commands built in. But otherwise, you treat your teammate the same way you treat every other driver. The only difference is you give them an extra half a lane. That's it.
I think I like what Dominic Stabe has thrown into our YouTube chat the most, where part of the Williams team, let's be clear, so it's someone within that camp. Both drivers could have avoided that, and I agree.
Yeah.
I won't play. I don't think anyone takes the if I'm a steward. Boy, first, would that even be reported to race control? That's a good question. But 2, I have no idea. I would be looking at that for a solid hour before I had any sort of an opinion to give on that in terms of a penalty. But as he also then says, it doesn't matter. Just push. They'll talk about it later. Yeah,
and as you know, I've done a lot of stewarding over the last couple of years, including for things like BMW Sim GT Cup and also for series we did with Hyundai recently. And that's one of those instances, you're right, it would take an hour, hour and a half to unpick. And that's, again, if the drivers were, if this was stewarded, were to want to report that. Because sometimes you want to keep it in the team. You don't want it to go to the stewards. Sometimes stewards in series automatically investigate things. Sometimes I have to wait for someone to report it. If I was a team, I wouldn't report it. I'd move on, deal with it internally. Otherwise, you just end up with even more issues. But the key battle is that right now you've got a battle going on still for the podium in LMP2. Whilst we've been looking at all this, we've been seeing the Veloce Fanatec car, number 28, which is the most basic livery you could possibly have. It's white with a Fanatec logo, but you know what? It's easy to identify. The Monaco Esports Finest car is 1.5 seconds back, and the VLS Grind SimSport car for 4.2 seconds back right now from the Veloce car. So still a battle going on also for third place on that podium. And don't forget that I've got that massive question mark as to the strategy for Commando Esports. They've also had that issue, of course, with Patrick Holtzman and that Team Redline Red car earlier on in the race. We don't know what the damage is. Monaco Esports Finest, they've just been hanging around, and I keep on thinking, oh, but they're not on a different cycle. They're on the same kind of, they're on the same cycle as the rest of them.
It's only the second time I've seen them in a race. The first time was during the BMW Sim GT Cup race a couple of weeks ago. But yeah, I've been impressed by the drivers they got as part of their lineup. Jaden Laydick behind the wheel of that 24. We've seen Arturo Melgar, I think, behind the wheel for them as well. Very impressive. Both cars up many positions. 12 gained for Veloce, 9 for Monaco. Qualifying maybe not going so well. We saw the margins there anyway. It was so tight. But to be only 21 seconds back after having to duck and dive their way through the chaos is not bad. Although Dominic Hoffman, that is a default livery with just Fanatec logos added in the paint shop.
Yeah. Is it impactful? Still kind of is.
It basically is still a Veloce livery, because the other Veloce car that had a proper livery was white with some logos on it. So
yeah,
it's not off-brand, that's for sure.
No. No, it's not. Reminder, RaceSpot.media for these teams. One day I'm just going to have to make a viral kind of video or GIF or something to remind people. Yeah, everything's on TikTok these days, isn't it? Yeah, so long as I don't fall off my bike, I don't think I'll have an issue about it. Looking at the Team Wrenchford Online car, 9th place in class. Apex Racing Academy, 8th place in class. Two great teams, two great histories. Love seeing both of them on track. Wrenchford Online looked a little bit slower earlier. They seem to have picked up the pace a little bit.
Yes and no. I think it's just another one of those situations, right, where they're taking advantage of the attrition. Look at them up the hill, though. They're getting a really nice toe and really popping out nice and early. Get the draft of those in front as well. They might be able to clear themselves of Cooper Murray on the run into the bus stop. This time, though, they go side by side, and the Apex Racing Academy car, that is a hard hit.
Am I seeing double? Have we just teleported ourselves 10 minutes back in time? And the important thing is that Apex Racing Academy car has more substantial damage to that number 16 car than what we saw with the whole Williams-Marler fracas earlier on. So, I was going to say, by the way, Wrenchford Online, the reason why I talked about them bringing back up speed was because they lost position earlier on to the Apex Racing Academy. Here's a replay then, coming up the hill. and it's always difficult. Here we are, up above. That's just a 0.7 seconds but later version of what we saw 10 minutes ago.
Yes and no at the same time. As you go super slow-mo, you'll see that Apex get the better run through the initial part of the corner.
Yeah.
And then again, because they maybe think that the RSO car is going to back out of it, they turn in, I don't want to say completely like no one was there, because they were trying to leave a bit of room.
A gap.
But not enough room to be safe. I think that's what I'll say.
Yeah, I've seen enough IndyCar crashes that look exactly like this.
Oh, I've been part of IndyCar crashes that look exactly like this.
And the difference is, of course, is that the Apex Academy car, despite being on the asphalt, had nowhere to go but the tyre barrier. And then because of that, that car's coming on towards pit road this time. Absolutely no front clip on that car. We're going to have to keep an eye out for how long he'll be on pit road. But Cooper Murray in the Apex Racing Academy 199 car has already dropped back into 12th place. And that team looking as though they're only going to go backwards. They are already the third from last car now in your LMP field. Only three cars behind them. Actually, Wrenchable and Lions on pit road as well. That's interesting.
So is Hardpoint, though. RSO and Hardpoint by Delta Sport are already off of pit road, which indicates to me scheduled stops when they expect it to come in. Cooper Murray, though, at least a 2-minute repair, if not more, based on what we've seen before. Yeah. I'm going to try and get word from the Academy as to how long the damage is going to be. We'll get back to you when I can.
Yeah, and the important thing about that is, for the Team Wrenchable Online car coming in when they did, they are just off that 1 hour 30 mark, but they should be able, because of the way that the stints work, they are clearly in that. You've got basically that stop they've just done, then you've got 2 more to get to the end of the race. One of them will be a little bit of a splash towards the end.
Sorry.
How long's the repair?
59. You want to guess?
Minutes.
No, seconds.
59 seconds?
Yes.
Have they just got the Audi Le Mans pit team or something?
Oh, no, okay. Sorry, I hadn't got the full picture. 59 required, 6 minutes of optionals.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense. 59 will be put in the clip on, I presume.
And you could understand why as soon as I saw 59 seconds, I was like, wow, because that made no sense to me.
Yeah, the 6 minutes plus the 59 makes a lot more sense. Okay, so that's a shame. And another team, the Academy car, having issues. The other Apex car is currently in 6th place on track. Peter Barrowman behind the wheel of that one. So another special event, and I'm sure Alex Simpson gets absolutely frustrated with me saying this. It's another special event when they had so much talent Apex today, and they've just been not able to capitalize on it, often through no fault of their own.
I'll only talk about today. It started with, I think, a call on strategy that got them track position initially, but then dropped them further back than they wanted. Then we saw the mistake from Peter Berryman, which dropped them back even further. I think they lost about 11 seconds in that equation. But even if you take away 11 or 12 seconds, they're still a good, 20 seconds back from the Williams Esports team. It's... Let's put it this way, right, Will? Williams didn't have much for Coanda or Apex at Daytona. Look at how that's transformed here at today, though. Coanda, 28 seconds. And you look at it, Apex maybe aren't so frustrated because they have a real chance, I think, of getting past Mitchell de Jong.
I agree. For Coanda, their day started off so strong, of course. Joshua Rogers taking pole position, even though the Williams car, we've got to remember, was identical. If you're just joining us, the battle for pole position was absolutely identical to the 4 decimal points. So it meant that Coanda got pole position basically because they set the time first. It's the way it works. Remember 1997 European Grand Prix? Basically those rules. But Williams Esports have been up there. Coanda looked to be good at the start. But as I said in hour 2 of our coverage, Arjuna, they weren't pulling away as much I was expecting them to pull away from. In fact, actually, the gap was a lot closer than I ever would have expected it to have been after the first 90 minutes.
I was wondering if maybe they just weren't being that aggressive in traffic, which at that point, we had enough cars on track that you could put that idea forward. You can't really say that now. I have sent an inquiry into the Coanda team to ask if they do have damage, so I will get back to you with that as soon as I can. We thought that maybe they got damage from the incident with Patrick Kurtzman's Redline car, but they were slow before that, so maybe they just missed. They tried something on setup that hadn't worked. I bring up again the experience that Williams have with this combo, the P2 car at Watkins Glen. And to go back to that race as well, they were fighting with Dominic Hoffman and Paddy Wolf. Williams have been a marked step above what Veloce have brought here today. The evolution in just a couple of weeks, months, from the same track, same car, same drivers, it's remarkable.
How you use your data effectively. It often comes back to that. How you utilize your own data effectively. How you, in certain cases, how you draw upon what went well, what didn't. We talk about things like college football, the amount of film they have to watch to improve from one week to another. You know, there's a lot of college football teams start the season, even if you're talking about Bama, not great necessarily. And then they grow and they develop over a season. Now, you've got to remember as well, iRacing builds always shake things up every 13 weeks or so. Well, 13 weeks, let's be honest. And sometimes some teams get lucky when it comes to how things like tire change, compound changes, and how build changes affect them compared to other teams. I mean, it's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. But being able to get used to a car, and so used to a car that you can feel it, you don't have to worry about, you know, the basic fundamentals of setup. You're just tuning for speed. And again, we haven't yet talked about this, but I wanted to think about it. The reason why a lot of these teams lower down the pack would not want to switch from the short gear ratio to the long gear ratio is not just because of the, oh, we're through the traffic now. There's a marked difference in how you have to drive the car, especially off of corners. The way you got to set the car to reduce oversteer, if you're on the short gear stack, for example, makes a completely different change. And some of these teams that started P10, P12, P13, well, you can't risk going to a different setup if you haven't tested it enough, and or if that setup is going to change the way that you've kind of attuned yourself to handling the car for a long race.
Yes. Sorry, I'm quite distracted trying to get the word from Coanda right now. So I'm sure you had a very good point there, Will, that he just went straight through one ear and out the other. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'm used to it. I teach, 400 kids at a time sometimes. No one ever bothers. The amount of times I say, read this seminar task because you need it for your coursework, and they don't, never happens. What I can do with 1 hour, 24 minutes remaining in this race is to remind you that if you are on watching our coverage, head over to VCO's Twitch page where you can win 50 iRacing dollars for taking part in the chat today. So, you can win even though you're not racing. There are physical trophies provided. Thank you very much to VCO for those for winners in this top split. And don't forget, whilst you're on the VCO platform, you can go to VCO's website and you can order yourself a copy of Send It magazine. Episode 1's been out for just over a month now. Some great interviews as they take their first ever magazine, a physical magazine for a digital age. And so that is VCO Send It. Find more information on VCO's website. Live timing and scoring is still available. RaceSpot.tv/timing. Well, that's a bit of a pit stop for Chris Ludham. 14,000 seconds. 13. Yeah, okay.
I had to show this because I noticed they're back on track. Is Chris Ludham going just to set the fastest lap of the race?
And pull it back in. Also, why is it exactly 14 seconds in terms of the pit lane? Did they deliberately time that?
Well, looking at the number, it actually was an exact number of seconds, if you can believe it. 233 minutes, 20 seconds is what I am being shown on my timing screen.
Well, thank you for the fun there, Chris Ludham. We'll keep an eye out, see if he goes purple in the next couple of moments. That is one of the Team Redline cars involved in incidents earlier on. Looks as though they pretty much fully rebuilt it. We turn our attention over to your leader in the leader in terms of the LMP2 field. I was about to give away a spoiler for the Formula One. I won't do so.
Whoa, yeah,
no, don't worry.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah, no spoilers allowed here. 12 seconds, 12.2 seconds is the gap between the Marla Racing team and the Williams Esports Shield Blast car. This is the issue when you have an Apple Watch. You just subconsciously look at it and say what comes out of the screen, Arjuna.
Yeah, I've had to stop wearing my Apple Watch on broadcasts. I got a call during a VCO Esports Racing League broadcast, and I was looking down while I was on camera, trying to figure out how important it was. Yeah, it's a dangerous situation.
Yeah, and of course the vibration as well. It just gets annoying after a while. But 11.4 seconds a gap at the front of the field. At some point down the line, we are going to have to start thinking about our teams of the day. So you can let us know on the YouTube chat, who is your team of the day? Who's done either the best performance or, I mean, we know the best performance of the cars who are at the front of the field, but who's done the best performance in your eyes? Who's done a standout performance? Who's someone who you think, you know what, they've done a better job than I expected of them today? Let us know on our chat on YouTube and, of course, on Twitch, on VCO's Twitch channel. We will compile them. We will talk about them. We will maybe even select our own. You know, historically, I never pick winners, Arjuna. I might pick a driver of the day, though, or a team of the day, even.
I like that spirit of the race kind of thing that RSL usually do.
Yeah, precisely. As don't forget, our next endurance event isn't that far away either, and it is a biggie, Arjuna. It's the 24 hours of Spa. So yeah, we have got another 24-hour race this year. I'm looking forward to it. Allegedly, I'm going to try and do as much as I possibly can. But 24 hours of Spa is also a really important race to us because it's, of course, where we did the first ever 24-hour race on iRacing back in 2014. Do you know who won that race?
I do, but my memory is just not helping me right now today.
Coanda.
Of course they did. I couldn't remember who Summit was. I mean, yeah, I was never going to remember that Coanda won that race, to be fair. Spa is always an interesting one to me. GT3 only, right? So one of only 2 endurance special events that we have, which are single class, because of course the Suzuka 10 Hours, which is another one of our VCO Grand Slams, is also GT3 only. It's at a long track, right, where because we use the longer pit lane, we've talked plenty about strategy today, but we're going to be talking all about strategy during that broadcast. 'Cause if you can cut a stop out at Spa, that is not just
2 minutes.
Yeah, that's not just significant. That is a country age.
It's actually more than 2 minutes, actually, because it's about a 2-minute trundle down the pit lane at times. It's horrible using both the combined pits. I will say, one day, I don't agree, like, you know, Nürburgring 24 hours, it would be great to have more cars. The Spa 24 would also be, if we could ever have more cars than 60 or 50 or 60, depending on how you do things, be it private or official, I would love to see more cars at Spa. I'd love to see more cars at Nürburgring for obvious reasons. But I really would love to see more cars at Spa. If we're going to have to use double pits for half of our special events, let's use double pits for Spa as well.
I'm down. I will allow it. I do think, though, Nürburgring 24, we need 15 cars to be selectable. We need 200 cars on track. Oh, I'm getting excited just thinking about it.
And a massive, we'll have to do it, we'll need to like rent a studio, fly people out. We need to have a massive barbecue out the back, playing Euro techno music as well.
Getting word from Coanda, sorry, Wilt, to jump off the barbecue that we're planning right here. But they did get a little bit of damage from the Holtzman incident. They repaired that and then got a little bit more damage. So that's why they're struggling a bit now. I'm being told that they made a gamble. I'm not sure what the gamble is, though. They're saying that it should be obvious. I'm not sure how obvious it is if we have...
It would be the... No. That's why I got the question. They did a short stint earlier on, so they're potentially gambling on their stint lengths, maybe. Okay,
maybe it was stint length. Josh is playing it close to the vest right now, which I'll give him full kudos for doing so. He doesn't want to reveal any secrets.
What? Do you ever think that Joshua Rogers ever worn a vest, considering how hot it is in Australia?
It's not so hot in Germany, and I have seen him in that puffy Porsche, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. I know, and to be fair, I still have a couple of them from when we did that event with them in Leipzig many, many moons ago. So they are really comfortable, by the way. My wife wears it pretty much all of the time. There's never a chance. I basically need to ask Porsche and IC for a new one because I'm never getting my original one back.
Can I get one too?
It depends. Are you going to do? Maybe. Who knows?
You could tell them I bought a car.
Did he buy a Porsche?
I did.
What Porsche did he buy?
I bought him a Macan.
Okay, Ben, you didn't have the option to go. To be fair, you're in America. You're not in Europe. You didn't have the opportunity to go down to Leipzig and go do a special track day sort of thing.
Yeah, European delivery not so easy nowadays.
Nah, yeah, good point. No, actually, European is fine. It's just UK that's the issue. As we're looking at the Marder
Sorry,
Racing team car.
and I'm going to jump in because Josh has finally revealed it. He was playing along with me. You're wrong with strategy. It was a gamble. It was a bigger gamble than I thought it was. They went with the longer gear stack on their car.
Okay, that's the interesting one. Because we thought that almost all the teams, and to be fair, we haven't really seen many onboards from Coanda, so we hadn't seen them battle in traffic that much, so we didn't really get the chance to really see where they were topping out. And this is a good way, there we are. We're going to look on board with Coanda. We'll do up the hill with them first. And I think what we should do, Mr. Director, is do a run then with your race-leading Marla cars to show you what the difference is in gears as they come up to... There's a yellow pen, the nice thick version there.
So make sure you're looking there. That's where we want to be looking. Revs just below the rev dial, the top of where the gear number is. That's the actual rev number. So keep an eye, and as we come into the bus stop, we'll get a good indication.
Yep, so coming up the hill, that's 8,200, 84, 85. They're going to shift into 6th gear, get past some traffic, and they are at 7,900 revs, I count that one, as they came into the bus stop.
Weren't even close to the limiter there. That's definitely what I'm seeing now. Peter Behrman's already through, so I guess now we have to wait until Ada Kauppinen will round himself through turn 1, and we'll take a look at them. But I'm curious, when Coanda makes a choice, they have data to back it up, right?
Yeah.
I'm curious, you know, in hindsight, how they look on not the decision itself, but the decision-making process, because constant evolution is how these teams get better. They look on not just the outcomes, but the process that led to the choices to understand what they need to change in the future.
Well, my normal philosophy here, as we now go on board and get a look at Ati and he has got some lap traffic. That's not going to be really the issue that we're looking at. But you note already, up to 6th gear, and 7,900 revs has already been passed, and you're not even on the exit of the S's. So coming up, 8,500 revs.
He's at the rev limiter. You could basically hear it hitting the soft limiter there. Wasn't in the hard limit just yet, but you could hear it. And yeah, you see the drastic difference there, right? Like you said, Kauppinen into 6th before he even got to the exit of the S's. Rogers pulling that final gear just before he got into the braking zone. That's significant.
So my rationale is, normally, as we said, you'd want to use the short gear stack if you're leading or you're not in traffic, because of the fact that you're not having to really think about passing drivers all the time. It makes more sense to use the rev range, and this always used to be the case in the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series. The drivers at the front of the field use different gear stacks to those who are in the mid-pack, and it meant that if the drivers who are normally at the front end up having an issue, they'd almost struggle to get past anyone in the race, and they'd be passed quite often because of the way the gear stacks work. Now, the only things that I can think about is, number A, having more ability to gain speed behind lapped traffic, or something to do with fuel and tyre economy. And I don't know the answer to that. I think it might be one of those things, but it is a very Coanda thing to do, and I'm a little bit upset now that they're not there battling the way that they might have done if it wasn't for the couple of incidents.
Daniel Lafuente. Connection issue.
Uh-oh.
So that is the second of the Mercedes-AMG Williams eSports car. That was up there in podium hunting honors. that has been dropped from the field. Carl Jansen, you would assume, will get back into that car to bring it to the end, but it's still looking like it will be a Williams victor in both the classes. I was wondering where Urano was earlier in this race. They are running 2nd through 4th in GTD right now.
Yeah, and I see Carly Jansen is down classified 13th place in class, so that is miserable there for the Mercedes-AMG Team Williams Esports car. The first half of the race was all sunshine and rainbows for Williams Esports. Second half of the race has been a much more testing time for them, both in LMP and in GT Daytona. Mercedes will be happy. They've got a 1, 2, 3, 4 still. However, actually, they've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as it is right now. But Mercedes-AMG Williams, I mean, I was, not going to say it until the end, but we were looking at a landmark potential double victory for them. It's one of those things, yeah, they can still get both class victories. They can replicate what Team Redline did last year. As number 4, Matt Farrow is on pit road for the penultimate time then in his number 4 Williams Esports Shield Blast car. But it does take the tiniest bit of shine off it when you can't get a 1-2 in both classes. It'll
be a slight disappointment, but it's I think overall a good day for Williams. They'll definitely look at this as a statement result, as one where they put in the work and it's paid off nicely for them for sure. And in terms of Mercedes, I'll just bring this up, Will. I mean, the Evo is a long-awaited addition to iRacing, this new Mercedes-AMG Evo GT3 car. The version that we had on iRacing for almost 5-6 years wasn't even technically the full homologated version. We got the prototype version that was campaigned in a couple of VLN races as they went through the development process of the car. And so when Mercedes took the step into esports at the start of 2022, Williams, Urano, well, they had to enter the cars when they didn't always think it was going to be a competitive car. Yeah. Now, I'm not trying to say they're being rewarded for enduring, but at the very least, now, as the BOP will evolve from here, remember the first time that we're seeing this Mercedes in a special event, the BOP will evolve from here, and at the very least, Mercedes teams, the Williams and the Uranos, will hopefully be a little bit more excited about special events.
That's one of those things about having works kind of sim racing teams that sometimes you just have to bite the bullet. And it means that you're not always going to have the best days. Of course, we would expect to see at Spa, Coanda running Porsches, specifically for at least, I'd say, 2 of their teams, if not the main one. You had it with BMW and Team Redline. They've had, obligation, shall we say, to run cars with each other. Mercedes, you're talking about it correctly, with Williams Esports. I think at one day we need to get a newer Ford car, so Team Fordzilla can actually run it forward once in a while.
Hey, Mustang GT3 might be coming.
Oh, that would be great. I mean, I do love the Ford GT. The Ford GT sits in kind of the top 5 of my most iconic cars, as Josh Rogers and Kevin Ellis Jr. are both on pit road from the LMP2 division, keeping an eye out to see if they're going to do a driver change at either of them. But as it stands, we'll find out on that one in a moment. But it's another part of racing. Obligations, sometimes you have to run something that isn't as fast as everyone else, but your job is to go out there and do the best job possible. Of course, with this Mercedes that's just come out, a lot of these teams would have been saying, oh yeah, it's okay, we can't find all the speed yet. Well, really, they've done it from day one. Ati Kuppanen on pit road for number 15.
And kind of to that point as well, right? That's why BOP in the real world is such a contentious issue, right? Because every manufacturer, every team wants their car. Let's be real, they want them to win, but at the very least, the very minimum, they want a chance of being in the winning fight, right? Even if they've got a car that...
Yeah.
BOP ultimately isn't about balancing cars that are built with different philosophies. It's about making sure that every manufacturer has representation at the top of the field. And now that we have that in sim racing, our BOP discussions are only going to get more, I want to say heated. Yeah, edgy is probably the best way to put it, right? Because Williams, Urano, they've got Mercedes obligations. Redline have their BMW obligations. So do BS Competition. Porsche, the Coanda Porsche esports team, they're going to have their obligations. And so, as we move forward, We want to preserve the unique driving characteristics of all of these cars, but we want to also be able to BOP them in a way that gets them close. We can't do what NASCAR does, right? We can't just have one common set of physics and say, all right, you can drive whatever car you want. That's not what these sports cars are all about.
No, and in terms of how BOP's been discussed in the past compared to how BOP's going to be discussed in the future, in the past it's been the sim racing teams complaining about X, Y, and Z. Basically, pick your favourite car, complain about the balance of performance, and hope the dice end up in your favour. Whereas now, you're going to have Mercedes arguing directly. You're going to have BMW arguing directly. Porsche arguing directly. The people who are going to be having these conversations is at a much different level to what we've seen previously. And it reminds me of the whole famous How to Win Le Mans in GTE. Don't qualify on pole. Because they're going to BOP the living daylights out of you.
Yeah, pull the Ford strategy and get the sandbags out in qualifying and then suddenly show up on race day and have found like 5 seconds or whatever. But I've been having some conversations behind the scenes with teams and drivers about how they feel BOP can be done in an effective fashion, because it is a difficult thing to do, right? A BOP developed for me or someone of my skill level is going to be very different from the BOP of a Rogers, a Beneke, Kevin Ellis Jr., right? All of these guys that know how to get the most out of cars. You're going to have different BOPs at different levels. Something we can't necessarily do in special events, but in some of the, private leagues where you're only focused on one level of talent, how do you BOP cars? How do you BOP cars when, for example, you might be better in the BMW and the Mercedes, I might be better in the Ferrari than the Porsche, and etc., etc., etc. How do we get to the root of what we're trying to do, which is balance the cars, not balance the drivers, not balance the teams. We're trying to balance the cars.
Yeah, for example, when I used to do GT racing, it would always be GT1 with me in the Corvette, because that's the only car that I could actually drive. The others I couldn't drive at all. In terms of GT3, I mean, I've barely turned 100 laps in any of these cars, but the BMW is a car that I can drive to about 90% the easiest. It's just then very difficult to push it, and we've got to remember that different cars react in different ways. Porsche, for example, completely different design philosophy to this Mercedes that we're seeing. Just to give you an update, we had a driver change. Danny Deslande is getting out of the number 26 car, handing it over to Daniel Civizabo. That will be for the last 2 stints for the Pure Sims Esports LMP2 car. We just had Jaden Laddick in the number 24 car on pit road, and in fact that is the Monarca Esports finest car on pit road for what will be its penultimate time in the race. We look on board with Josh Ladd in the Williams Esports Chill Blast.
That gap's closed. That gap is closing. It's down to 8.5 seconds. I don't think you can count this one out completely. Josh Ladd, we saw the speed in those opening 2 stints. He's looking like a man on a mission. I think he's going to be fighting for the next hour and 4 minutes to try and close that gap down. Both of them on a very similar strategy. Don't forget, they're only offset by 2 laps. If one requires a splash and dash, we expect the other to require a splash and dash. It's pedal to the metal time. It's go time.
Track conditions, we're down to 46.7 degrees Celsius right now. Air temp is remaining at about 28 degrees. It's still partially cloudy. We are getting occasional cloud bursts across the racetrack. Wind speeds remain windy, shall we say, at 15 kilometers an hour or thereabouts. We are now getting close to 4 o'clock local time. That means that the track will continue to cool over the next hour. These LMP2 cars, they're not going to bother trying to take no tyres, are they?
They will, at least for one of the stints, because they've just done a full service. We've seen double stint on tires pretty much across the board. And if they do require a splash, I think they should be pretty comfortable to be able to do that without any more drama. I don't expect tires for them from here forward. The question I really have is with these GT3 cars, almost all of them took 4 tires at the last cycle of pit stops. Does someone try a gamble and try and take no tires? Does Urano send one of their cars Nicolas Laubisch, for example? Do they send him off on no tires to try and get in front of Daniel Pastor to try and make something happen? That might be the opportunity to have a fight for the lead in GTD.
Okay, so the track temperature, we started off today at 39.4 degrees Celsius in qualifying. We started the race at 40.6 degrees, so we're still about 7 degrees higher than the start of the race, but we are substantially lower than when these drivers made their first pit stops. So, if you're going to take the risk can be taken now compared to hour 2 of this race, when the temperatures were just hitting themselves up to 50 degrees Celsius. You're basically banking on how cool will the track get. There is some cloud cover, but there's not much. And I don't think that cloud cover is really going to help you. It might help you from one lap or so. If you're going to think about taking no tyres, though, you would have made that decision, hopefully, about 50 minutes ago, and you're not ragging the edge out of them for the last 50, well, almost 55 minutes for some of these drivers.
I think there's that risk versus reward balance that you can play, like you say, a little bit more liberally now. We are down to 29 runners out of the 50 that took to the green flag. So we've mentioned this before, but traffic has become so much more spread out in the recent couple of hours that you can take risks, not in traffic, but you can take risks with the amount that you're pushing now as well, which as the temperatures drop means there's more grip on the track. You're going to be able to carry a bit more speed. Now we get the sense of who's going to adapt quickest to the changing conditions, because Kaupen has picked up the tempo once more. The gap is holding steady at 8.8. Josh Ladd is starting to run out of time. I know there's still 60 minutes to go, but in a race like this, 60 minutes will go by in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, we are into the final stage of this race almost. And for many of these drivers, this is child's play for them. They're used to doing way more than 60 minutes worth of racing. They're used to doing way more than 60 minutes worth of racing with a damaged car, with a car and old tyres. This is when the storylines will come together. As we continue to look at the number 4 car, lap times, by the way, last time by was a 132.0 for Josh Ladd, a 132.8 for Ati Korpinen. We're going to keep an eye out on those lap times. We look at the battle for third in GTD, Mercedes-AMG Team Urano and Logitech G Autos Esports. Logitech G Autos Esports, after kind of disappearing into nowhere for a while, are back up into the top 5. They are challenging closely for a podium position as we finally welcome you then to the final hour of coverage of the 2022 iRacing 6 hours of Watkins Glen. Our coverage today brought to you by VCO. This is an iRacing Grand Slam event. It's been crazy, let's be honest, throughout the course of this race. If you've been watching us the entire broadcast, thank you for sticking with us. If you have just joined us, there have been some crazy moments of the race ever since the first hour. We had at the start of this race Kawanda Esports, as they are now, at the top of the field. It was a joint pole almost there because Williams Chilblast, number 4 car, currently in second place, same qualifying time. The Mahal number 15 car started in third place but got up to P2 on the opening lap of the race. We had incidents very early on. You had Team Redline out in the first hour. We had Race Clutch going over the wall in the first 10 minutes. We had Sotomoto having a free car incident. We had then a free car incident with the number 99 Apex car, Team Redline number 88 and the number 18 machine. We've had issues with Matt Backham having a punting go in the number 14 car. We've had, of course, 2 big issues of the day. The first one was the LMP of VRS Kawanda Esports, number 2 car, currently in 5th place. They were coming up the S's, and they ended the race of the Team Redline red car, who were challenging for at least a podium in GT Daytona. Patrick Holtzman slammed into the Armco barrier coming up on the exit of the S's, putting them out of the race. He did cause some damage to Kawanda Esports, however they got away relatively scot-free. They are currently behind Monaco Esports' finest in the battle for 4th position. Then we had an even bigger incident, this time involving two drivers from LMP. They involved the Marla Racing Team number 15 and the number 4 Williams Esports Chill Blast car coming into the bust-up chicane. Well, you had one car alongside the other. Marla car was going for the pass. Two cars into one did not fit. The Marla car survived. The Williams Esports car pushed onto the asphalt on the exit of the curb. They lost 14 seconds. They have gained 6 of them back. Everyone in LMP2 has to do at least one more pit stop. Everyone who has not yet pitted in the last couple of minutes in GT Daytona has to do a pit stop. Mercedes-AMG Williams, the number 6 car, is on pit road right now, as is the Mercedes-AMG Team Urano Esports. We were wondering what would happen in this pit stop for the number 22. Will they dare risk it and try going no tyres? Will Mercedes-AMG Williams try to think about whether or not they have to counteract that? The gap, the pit stop time is over 40 seconds for Mercedes-AMG Williams already. We got a replay of the car deciding it wanted to do some lawn mowing. As the Mercedes-AMG Williams car will be out of pit road, I'd say in about the next 10 seconds or so, keeping an eye out on Daniel Pastors behind the wheel. They are still on pit road, as are Mercedes-AMG, Urano Esports. Logitech G Autos Esports are now also on pit road, as there is the Chill Blast car, the number 4, out of pit road. What about Nicholas Laubich, though? Is he going to take no tyres? The answer to that one, I think, is no.
Nicholas Laubich, 2 tyres as well. He's not trying to throw away any chance of holding on. Sorry, we're just getting distracted having a chat with one of the Coanda drivers, trying to understand a little bit more about what they think about this race. Not something I'll talk about right now. Gianni Vecchio in that ice-cold blue machine, going back to the replay that we saw, Will. He was just scared off the road by the Monaco Esports LMP2 car that was trying to go down the inside, and I think Gianni Vecchio said, no, I want to get to the end of this race after all of the turmoil that we've been on.
And that's one of the reasons why you keep your incident points and you don't abuse them. 50 incident points gets you a stop-and-go penalty.
50. That was my mistake. It's 35. It's even more restrictive.
35 then incident points. I'm only going by what gets provided to me, Arjuna. Come on. But the thing is, if you need to take a 1x in this last hour, you have to hope you have enough to do so. If you decide to go crazy in those first 2 hours of car contact, off tracks and spins and this and that, you come to the last hour of the race, and I've seen many teams say about it before, they have to basically be so careful that they actually put themselves more at risk of actually having an incident.
Yeah, because you disrupt yourself from that rhythm, right? Once you get in a groove at these sort of tracks, you built up the muscle memory in practice. When you try and ratchet it down, you're getting into the unknown, into the discomfort zone, if you will. So that is something to you really have to keep at the forefront of your mind. Here comes Josh Rogers on Arturo Melgar. Now, remember what we talked about 30 minutes ago. Josh Rogers on the longer gear stack. Is that going to give him the opportunity to slide past on the run up the hill into the chicane?
So we're looking then at Josh Rogers as he works himself. Actually, he's going to go alongside already. Not sure that's necessarily going to be the best of ideas, because this will mean that Melgar might be able to pull slightly ahead, but they come down. Yeah. If I was Rogers, I would have tried staying in the toe for a tiny bit more and then making the move right at the last moment.
How tidy they are as they really push the limits of the track, almost clipping the grass on the run down into the boot section of this track. I've noticed this with Rogers through the chute. That car is very sideways, very squirrely, and he's really testing how far he can push wide before he gets into that grass. You can tell that he's trying to wrangle the neck of that car. Remember, through these corners, through this part of the track where you want acceleration, the longer gear stack that he's got is not going to be helping him to stay close.
So the number 24 Monaco Esports finest car in, don't forget, red and white are the national flag colours of Monaco. So if you're wondering why that car is red and white, it's not because they've got a naughty cigarette brand or anything. It's because of the colours of the national flag. Come past the start-finish line, let's see the gap. It's about 0.5 of a second. Interestingly, Rogers needs to be a little bit further back than if you were using a short gear stack on the exit of 1 in order to make this tow really work.
Don't think he's going to get that opportunity because I think they're closing on Daniel Pastor in the Williams Esports AMG car, but already around that Mercedes is Arturo Melgar just flying on past. Not even close enough is Rogers to have a look this time by. And again, because of the gear stack that he's on, he's not really going to get it done through the twisty, tighter stuff. It's going to have to be using the top-end grunt, the advantage he has to close in into the braking zone of the bus stop chicane.
Next time we go up the hill, I'd love to see the onboard for Rogers to see what RPMs he's actually hitting in that number 2 BRS Coanda Esports car. And if you're wondering why I'm skipping over such a historic name as Coanda, it's because they're now Coanda Esports, not Coanda Simsports in terms of their team names. And again, having commentated on them for, it's been almost exactly 8 years since actually Coanda Simsport, as it was then, was formed. So as this is going to slow him down quite a lot, actually, having to wait until the following corner to get past the traffic. That's a Urano car. They both actually get through. Maybe it was Monaco Esports Finest who actually got the worst deal out of that. But I said, I'd love to go on board, and yeah, the Coanda, VOS Coanda Esports now, not Coanda Simsport, part of that tie-up, of course, they had, becoming part of the Porsche Coanda Esports sim racing team for 4 of their drivers. And I don't think that this time around Rogers is going to be close enough again, unless he can hold that tight line through the corner. Let's see how close he is. He's actually much closer as they come up the end of the S's. This could be the opportunity now for Rogers. He pulls himself alongside. There's the grunt coming to help him alongside. Has he got the room? No. Couldn't quite. He needs to be about half a car length further ahead, and he would have had it.
Melgar compromised himself by going for a lunge on, I think it was the Pure Sims car down the inside into turn 1. That really then backed him up on trying to get to the throttle, whereas Rogers kept it tighter, kept it a little bit slower on entry to turn 1, and then really ramped himself off the corner nice and early. Watch in the background as well, that 98 car has Kevin Ellis Jr. closing bit by bit, 15 minutes away from getting into the final pit stop cycle of the race.
Yeah, and Kevin Ellis Jr. is not a happy bunny right now, so he would want to get as much as he can out of this race. A podium, possibly impossible for Ellis Jr. and that number 98 Apex Racing Team car, but they might want something else, maybe a P4, maybe a P5. We hope that P4, P5 will keep it on the racetrack and not get themselves involved in another one of these LMP2 issues that we've had here today. Now we go on board with Josh Rogers, exit the final corner. This could be a run down into turn number 1, actually, because now we've got Josh Rogers on the outside line. The cars will track wide on the exit of turn number 1. Are they going to do anything? No. But now the second bite, oh, look at that. A wiggle, but alongside and past goes Josh Rogers as they work up the S's. And most importantly, it'll be worth noting that Melgar should not have much to come back from because of these 2 different gear stacks.
Can see him almost trying to bump on the run to the bus stop, but that was what I'm going to call a big brain move. He saw the opportunity to do the switcheroo, the up and under through turn 1, forced Melgar to go deep to compromise his exit. Rogers, well, he didn't even have to get up to the exit of the S's. He already had that move locked in and secured.
That was textbook. That was, you've seen it on film so many times. You know exactly what to do if the driver on what starts off to be the outside ends up straggling over that curve, trying to put the throttle down a little bit. Great move there by Rogers and the number 2 VOS Coanda Esports car, moving him up into 4th place. And remember, this is about as far as Rogers can go in this race now, unless one of your top 3 have an incident. We turn our attention over to Kevin Ellis Jr. as we go through turn number 11 on track, turn 10, sorry. And Ellis Jr. is currently about 0.7 of a second back from Arturo Melgar. So the last hour of this race, Monaco Esports Finest trying to hold on now to a top 5.
I think they're going to struggle. I think unless they can stay in the draft of Rogers, Kevin Ellis Jr. is a man on a mission. Just look how calm and composed he is behind the wheel. You couldn't tell that he's pushing for all he's worth, but I can guarantee you that Kevin Ellis Jr. is pushing as hard as that car is going to let him right now. Look how calm he looks, just looking to the right, there's no cars around him. He's just looking at some data, whatever it might be. That is the face of most of these esports professionals.
Yeah. Driving is just the easy part. It's the traffic management that basically they get paid the extra for. Kind of what I often say, we get paid 95% of our money for doing our job, 5% of our money for doing the job, 95% for when it all goes wrong half the time. So number 98 is actually visibly closing, actually. Here's Kevin Ellis Jr. over Arturo and Melgar. Battle for P5, P6 on track. It looks like all pit stops are completed then in GT Daytona that we need to care about. Interesting to note, actually, is the situation with Gianni Vecchio, number 70 machine for Team Redline, and number 22 car, which, just having a look through my film, number 22 is Mercedes AMG Team Urano. So Team Redline Ice Cold Blue have jumped up a position. Kova are running in 4th place right now in the 787 car with Ascari Rin. Question's going to be, are P2 and P4 got enough to make it to the end?
No.
We're still not sure about that. I think they've both got into a splash. They'll both, by my calculations, fall outside of the top 5. They'll finish probably P5, P6 as it stands.
Yeah, they're guaranteed. Redline Ice Cold Blue, the 70, the 707 Kova, and the 176 Sim RC. They're all going to owe us a pit stop in probably 8 laps for Vecchio in the Redline car, 11 for Kova, and around the same as for Redline with Sim RC. It's going to promote Urano's 22 to the 2nd step of the podium. It promotes Urano's 92 to the 3rd step of the podium. Altus will inherit 4th position, primarily because they took 4 tires in this most recent and the final pit stop that they were going to make. Alexei Nesov is behind the wheel. He's got 2 seconds to close to Pure Sims, and then a further 10.5 up to Jordan Caruso. All that Alexei Nesov, I think, is really looking for, though, is a top 5 finish in his number 90.
And Urano getting 3 of their cars inside the top 5 in GTD will be another one of these milestones for the Urano racing team. Vecchio's on pit road now for Team Redline Ice Cold Blue, so it didn't take 8 laps. They're doing it now. They know they can get to the end of this race without having to pit again, so they are on pit road. The Apex Racing Academy in 199, which is actually the 16, is on pit road. Cooper Murray is on pit road right now in the number 16 car. So for the Ice Cold Blue Team Redline car, we believe Gianni Vecchio is going to stay behind the wheel of that car to the end of the race. Keep an eye out on the timing and scoring machine just to double check that. And Cooper Murray gets out the car. Nicole Fogey gets in for the Apex Racing Academy car. Live timing and scoring still available. RaceSpot.wtf/endurance. RaceSpot.wtf/endurance. And if you liked our webcast here today and you want to come and have some fun with the folks here at RaceSpotTV, just head over to Discord. RaceSpot.wtf/Discord. That was close around the outside. What, that would have been incident number 6 if that happened.
Arturo Melgar is making some moves that I never would want to make, and Kevin Ellis Jr. will sling it straight down the inside. That was, well, a move that only Daniel Ricciardo would be proud of, and now the snake goes back and forth, but the Apex Racing team have stolen the top 5 away from Monaco Esports.
Blink and you would have missed that one down at the toe corner, because that was out of nowhere for Kevin Ellis Jr. We talked about how calm and composed he was. I would have loved to have seen his webcam as he went down the inside, because I still think he has very, very little facial expressions when he's doing that. He's been able to get himself out now to about a 0.7 of a second advantage. Going to go past the Urano number 22 GTD car towards turn number 1. My word, we need a replay of that.
That was fantastic. That was the spectacular. And now Kevin has got the task of closing 2.8 to Josh Rogers to try and battle for 4th as we get closer and closer to that final pit stop cycle of the race. Now both drivers will be wanting a little bit more. Who's got the speed? In terms of the battle for the lead, though, Will, we've kind of ignored Mala and Williams 1 and 2. The gap's closed by about a second since we last checked in, but it's still 7.3, 7.4. It's closing, but not quick enough.
Just want to remind you of something in terms of this final pit stop. Kevin Ellis Jr. probably has more experience of high-pressured, last-hour, big moment pit stops compared to anyone in this field because of the number of times, and please keep that connection going for the number 4, because of the number of times he has participated in IndyCar races, specifically the iRacing Indy 500. And I often say, coming on towards pit road under green for that final pit stop is one of the toughest mental challenges you can have in a race. Slowing that car down to there, 55 miles an hour. So if you're looking for someone to do the cool basics, good in-lap, good pit stop, good out-lap, my money's going on that number 98 car, who currently hasn't got far to go. Not got far to go at all. 2.7 seconds. You can make half that up on pit road.
See, it's funny you bring that up, and I don't technically disagree with you, but Kevin Ellis Jr., when I had the turbo round with him on Talking Tents, were basically quick-fire questions, don't really give them a chance to think about their answers, but he doesn't really, none of his answers were really related to the 500. He was more focused on all the World Championship experience that he's really, accumulated in the last 4 or 5 years or so. And I think part of what's also, helps that mentality, that mindset, is working within that sort of an environment like the Apex Academy, where you're always being encouraged to learn from those that have seen it and done it, to put it that way. But to some degree as well, you get the insight, even when you're not racing, for example, in a World Championship Series, you get a look behind the scenes. You get to see how they prepare. You get to see how they bounce back from their down moment. And I think to some degree, that is the part which steals these drivers more than anything else. Because on-track experience can be gotten with seat time, but the intangibles are something that you only get by working with people that really know what they're doing.
Yes, but learning a skill is a bit like riding the bike. Unless for the one incident that we've had today, you don't normally fall off the bike once you've learned how to ride it. So once you learn skills like, again, pitting under pressure and all these little sorts of things, it's something you add to your repertoire. And it's something that you can claw back on when you need it to. We're looking right now at P6, P7, Pure Sims Esports, Mercedes-AMG, Team Shirano. So the gap between them is about 7/10 of a second on track. And this is one of the things I love about esports sim racing, diversity. Now, we can talk about diversity in so many different ways, about, how it brings together communities who are ethnically diverse, about how, the gender diversity, all that sort of stuff. My diversity point for today is that very rarely do you get the opportunity for someone to 1 week jump in a GT car. The next week they're running the new Radical that's come to iRacing. The week after that they're in an Indy car. Then they're in a WTCR car. And because of that, the roundness that you get of some of these sim races and their adaptability, think back to things like, VCO Infinity, for example, where you had to be adaptable so quickly. You get a lot more of that in sim racing than you often get in other forms of motorsports, because of the amount of, track and car series diversity there actually is.
It's something we should be embracing as well, is the fact that we can do so much. There's only a couple of drivers that have ever competed in world championships across different disciplines. You look at someone like Mitchell de Jong, Johan Harth, Rallycross as well as...
Oh, come on, there's a bigger list than that.
No, I know.
It's
just the ones that spring to mind. Mitchell de Jong and Bobby Zelensky are the only ones who have done it in 3 different disciplines, Rallycross, Oval, and road racing as well. But I think to some degree, something else that we should be celebrating in sim racing is that diversity by doing competitions, much like VCO does, where we limit practice time. We don't tell drivers which track we're running at until the day of the events, kind of. We should celebrate diversity in that way, because otherwise, a lot of the series, official series or private leagues, they tend to just visit the same tracks year after year after year. The only way where you can really do wacky stuff is by breaking people out of their comfort zones, which a lot of people have pretty set comfort zones, if you will.
Didn't the IndyCar Road Series go to the Nordschleife recently?
Yes, you are welcome. I take full credit for that. As much as the IndyCar community is somewhat split around that. There is half that embrace it and love it for what it is, which is, again, breaking out of your comfort zone. And there's the other half that says, oh, I want to stay in the comfort zone. I don't want to learn the 170 corners, so I'll leave it. And then you get the people from outside the community that come in, love it, and because we always run it a couple of weeks before the iRacing Indy 500, both fixed and open, you tend to get a few of them that decide, okay, I'm going to try what this 500 thing is all about as well.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, my biggest one was always overall racing IndyCar at Talladega. Absolutely hated it until I was stuck in a flat in Finland, and there's two computers, and Riku Taulu. Oh my God, I've got the name wrong now. Yeah, Riku Taulu basically challenged me to an IndyCar race at Talladega, which I won by running out of fuel twice.
Nice. Solid.
I ran out of fuel the first time because basically he bulked me into pit road. Ran out of fuel the first time, but it got me to a number where I could basically run out of fuel again and still finish the race. Everyone else had to pit a second time. So yeah, crazy situations sometimes, and that's the thing. Crazy combinations are a good one as well. The number 90 Mercedes-AMG Team Urano car, that needs to be renamed into something far easier to explain. Mercedes-AMG Team Urano are about half a second back from Pure Sims Esports. Don't forget, by the way, we want you in this last 36 minutes of the race to tell us who are your teams of the day. Who are the teams who you think have done the best job? Who are the teams who are showing off in such a way that you didn't expect them to? Who is making a great impression? Who's having a standout day? I think GTD, even though they're not winning at the race, I think Team Urano are showing another great set of form. And Urano, you know, they've grown so much recently. And, you know, they might not get the W, but second, third, and fourth, if things stay as they are, you can't do anything but write home about that.
Second, third, and fifth. I think Jordan Caruso is
yes.
a little too far, but yeah, at the end of the day, this is solid evolution. Year on year, race on race, that's all you got to do. Creep your way forward, and Urano are certainly doing that. They've signed Luca Kita from the Bila Racing Team Euronics. That's going to be a very solid addition to their crew. They're not just focused on GT3. We've seen them in LMP2 as well. I think it was fascinating watching Urano in the Sports Car Open this past winter, where 2021 not great, 2022 dominant. And when I say dominant, they had the type of consistency that was mind-blowing, as that's going to be a look to the inside. Nessov backs out as Daniel Ferguson will slam the door shut.
See that? You back out of a corner and you realise that you still got a race car to complete the last 35 minutes of this race.
You both survive. You don't wind up in the barrier. But Williams, Urano, I don't know what's clicked for some of these teams in 2022, but they just seem to be taking step forwards in ways that it's really good to see. Like, we want to see these teams getting bigger. I look at Maniti, for example. We're not seeing any of their cars today, but they've gone from being a very much amateur sort of an outfit that was amateur discredits the performances that they've given us.
Yes.
But now they're partnered with T3 Motorsports, a real world team. They continue to get better. They continue to deliver results. It's good to see that it's not just about the Coanders, the Apexes, and the Redlines, you know, making and stealing headlines. It's good to be able to talk about some of these smaller guys.
I like the fact that you almost spoke like someone from Northeast London saying better.
Better.
But you got yourself out of it. Well done. By the way, two things I forgot to say earlier in terms of sarcasm, etc. It was so great to have Martin Haven on commentary for the 24 Hours of Le Mans last weekend, back on Eurosport. Thank the heavens above, which of course in your part of the world is Motor Trend. But the second part of that, it all comes down to partnerships. And the same way that I always say in RaceSpot, when I do my behind the scenes work or putting commentary teams together, it's got to come down to a partnership. You might have one person who's faster than the other, or two people that might be fast on paper, but if one person's got a different setup style, wants a car in a different way, you partner people up based upon how they drive first, and then you can build a setup that attunes both of them. Same way in commentary. I mean, I could talk about the Thai club that won't be together next Sunday, but were together a couple of Sundays ago. It all comes down, for example, I always say my favourite commentary team that I ever worked with was when Aaron and I used to work together back in the day, because we were kind of like hand and glove sort of thing. partnerships work. As a number 4 car, Josh Ladd, Williams Eastport Chills Blast is on pit road. And I think some of these teams have spent a lot more time working who works best with each other rather than just trying to put the highest I-rated drivers together.
I'm trying to come up with something intelligent to say, because I very much know what you mean. And I agree that in sim racing especially, I always talk about how you find a team that is a family. That is a place where you'll grow, because you spend so much more time with these people than you would do with a real world team. So you need to be comfortable. But by the same token, in real world competition, you drive where you drive, you know what I mean? You don't really...
You get forced to drive there. If you're a Porsche driver, you get sent to drive somewhere.
Exactly. So, and they make it work, right? It's not like they don't make it work. And so that's why I very much agree that in sim racing, with the amount of commitment that we have, you need to be comfortable. Does comfort in team mean comfort in car? That's where I start to wonder how different teams approach that question.
Well, I mean, I was in a situation when I used to own a sim racing team that majority of the drivers had a kind of driving style that was kind of neutral. I always have a case, for example, in an Indy car, I need a loose race car. On a road course, I like a loose race car on corner entry, but a solid car on corner exit. I'm a weirdo, I know. But we always had like a couple of people who did not drive that way. And again, going back to the finish point, Finnish drivers, one of the things I've learned is they've got a very different driving style from many other Europeans. Ahti Koppanen is on pit road, the number 15 car. That's the reason why a lot of the Finnish drivers work together, because they have a very similar driving style. Don't know where it comes from, it's just the way it is. I do also think the idea of family is an important one, but again, for me at the same time, sim racing has developed so much recently. The professionalism, little parts of professionalism, you know, spending that time to balance your schedule, so you've got that 30 minutes to do a kind of pre-race debrief with someone, just make sure everything's there, ready to go, rather than actually just jumping in, hi guys, how you doing, let's go driving, yeah, bye. To quote Marco Pierre White and someone else, perfection is a lot of little things done well. And that's what I think a lot of these teams are learning. They don't need to have the highest I rating. Perfection for them is a lot of little things being done. Simple as checking your internet router before a race, for example, or in a 24-hour race, when we joke about Finnish and German internet sometimes cutting off at a certain time at night, having someone that can drive the car at that time who's not Finnish or German.
Battle, by the way, between Kevin Ellis Jr. and Rogers are going to be close, because they've left pit road pretty close with one another. Ooh, Josh almost got into the back of that Urano car. Would not be the first time that a Mercedes has been turned around by a Coanda machine. It was Mac Backham that drove through the Mahler Racing Mercedes AMG Evo. I get what you're saying.
I get what you're saying is code word for I disagree with you, but I'm going to politely find a way around it.
You see, well, I was agreeing with you with the previous point. I was just trying to also say, how do you conflate the real and the virtual world, and how do they... Because each side learns from each other, right? Like, the real learns from us. That's why the ACO now uses Discord, for example, right?
Yeah.
We learn
compared to using pigeons.
Right, no, exactly. Well, Alcamel, whatever the system was that they had before. Now we flip it around. What can we learn from the real world teams? Because the level of comfort is important, but how can we find performance when people are uncomfortable? Because being uncomfortable is a part of life at the end of the day, right? You know that.
Honesty is always the key thing, and I think that's what sim racing teams have done over the time. So we've been past the part of, by the way, Arturia Melgar's on pit road, number 24 car. I think we've been past the point of people just trying to get people in sim racing teams because they've got a high I racing, because they won stuff. We're at the point right now, and I will tell you from day one, I know what Coanda and I know what Redline's policies are for recruiting drivers, and a big part of that is how they fit in. I believe in Coanda they have a vote for anyone who they bring into their team. That's one thing.
How did Zach Campbell get approved then? I've got to know. You talk about professionalism. Zach.
No comment. I would love, by the way, to go back on board and see the facial expression of Kevin Ellis Jr. at some point, because he's right behind Joshua Rogers. And look at him. He's still there. I would have loved to have seen his facial expression as he did that massive lunge down into toe corner. because that was one of the big ones. Sorry, into heel corner. That was no toe corner. I was right the first time.
The toe comes before the heel. If you need to remember,
the toe comes before the heel. It's been 5.5, 6 hours we've been on air almost actually. So it's one of those best. I think that would have to be best pass of the day.
To be fair, in prototype, it's probably a slam dunk. We probably missed a couple of GT stuff at the start because there was enough.
We were too focused on an LMP car that was basically in the wall before we got to the start-finish line. That's why.
Yeah, and remember, because we don't have the split class start, the GTs basically started through the exit of the boot. That's where they started their race. So there was going to be a lot of chaos and I'm sure drama there. Going back to what you said about sim racing being professional, Will, have you ever been in a sim racing Discord?
Yes.
I don't think we can say there's much professional about some of those.
Some of them are. Some of the time.
Some of the ones that we control, yes, I agree with you.
Some of them, some of the time. Yeah, other ones, I'd say certainly not. I deliberately refrained from joining a couple of them because I think my mental health would suffer if I did. So we're looking for the battle for second place in LMP2. That is Williams Esports Chill Blast and Veloce Fanatic. Veloce Fanatic, by the way, get one of my teams of the day. The number 28 car, been very quiet, very calm, running really, really well in this race. Yes, they don't have a full proper paint scheme on them, but apart from that, I don't think they've really put a foot wrong in this race.
No, they haven't. Again, qualifying didn't go so well. This car started this race down in 15th position, and I saw a comment from one of their team managers saying maybe I was being a bit unfair when I said we have seen Williams kick on since the SCO final, whereas for Paddy Wolf and Dominic Hoffman now driving with Veloce, the setup maybe has not evolved as much as it has. And I think, in qualifying, that's a fair comment. 9th for the other Veloce car, 15th for this one. But the strategy has worked out well. The pace in race trim has been somewhat impressive as well. And I do think that you look at that gap, it's come down to the Mahler car between the 15 and the 4, but the 28 has been the strong one at the closing stages of this race. Dominic Kaufman is picking up where he left off, won a championship here at the beginning of April, well now looks to steal second from Williams.
Yeah, and they're putting a lot of pressure on Williams Esports Chill Blast. Really can't relax in remaining 25 minutes of this race. Half a second separating Veloce Esports from the Williams Esports Chill Blast car that is ahead of them. Grows up a little bit on the exit of the carousel. Just having a look to see other little battles going on. And we don't have many. So Williams, Team Redline Ice Cold Blue even. Team Redline Ice Cold Blue are down in 6th place after that final pit stop. And there's 5 seconds between them and Pure Sims Esports. Having a look at the massive lap chart that we have. Last time by a 133.9 for Team Redline Ice Cold Blue, a 134.3 for Pure Sims Esports. That's going to be close. It might be a last couple of lap pass, but you've got to really push it if you see Redline Ice Cold Blue.
I think you're more worried about the Carl Jansen, number 12, behind them, because he's got fresh rubber compared to everyone else. Although he's 28 laps into his stint. Carl might have to make another... yes, sorry, confusing myself. Daniel Lafuente had his connection issues. Carl Jansen had to jump in. That's why they're off kilter from the strategy. Kova's in the mix as well. There are some fun battles. It's picking up at the end of the race again.
Yeah, it's like every endurance race in the history of time. You have your time to have a little bit of a chat, a little bit of chill in the middle. I didn't get a chance to do my tannoy announcement. I'm really sorry, Arjuna. But
still
then
time.
You come to the last 25 minutes of this race, and all of a sudden, we've got action. Most importantly, P2, P3 in LMP2. And then you've got, as I say, potentially P5, P6, P7 in GT Daytona. The gambles and the battles, well, they didn't do a gamble, did they, Urano Esports and number 22 car? When you had that situation, when you've got basically 45 seconds to the car behind you, do you think it would have been worth them taking the risk?
Risk versus reward. It's all good me saying what I think, but that's something that I've really started to try and understand with a lot of these teams. Where do they play that equation? Because different drivers, even within a team, right? Each driver is going to have their own calculation on whether something's worth it or not. And I think more importantly right now, I'm more focused on that gap back up to Ate Kalpinen, because it's coming down, Will. It is coming down. 6/10 last time around. 23 minutes to go. I don't think the battle for the race lead is just over yet.
No, it's not. We've also got battles going on, by the way, for 4th place, Commander Esports and the Apex Racing Team number 98 car. Williams Esports Chill Blast last time by, 4 attempts per second faster than the Marla Racing Team car. This could well come down to the last couple of laps, or maybe Marla Racing Team if they get past. So they're going to let Williams Esports go past them, do a bit of 2002 Austria with Schumacher Barrett. No, it was United States Grand Prix 2002 with Schumacher Barrett Kello. Because they haven't got the gap to do any photo finishes, anything like that. But as it stands, it looks like your top 3 could be mighty close at the end.
I don't think they can gamble that. I don't think they can try and play any team games at this point, because Dominic Hoffman is lurking. Yes, he's lost a bit of time with the traffic there down the exit of the chute, but he's clearly got some decent speed underneath him with 22 minutes to go. I think you let it play out right now. You get on the blower to Kalpinen and say, look, they're closing. It's 4.5. You've got 20 minutes, and they're closing a 3, 4, 5 tenths a lap. There's no margin for team games. Like you say, you can't do the photo finish at the line. Why risk it with doing anything else before you even get to the checkered?
Having a look, and we'll keep an eye out on the lap times as they come past the start-finish line again. So the number 4 just coming past the start-finish line now. Number 28 just doing exactly the same. 133.2 then for Ati Kuppanen in the Marla Racing Team car. 133.4 for Josh Ladd and the Williams Esports Chill Blast. 133.6 for the Veloce Fanatic car. If you're Williams Esports Chill Blast, realistically what you need to do is stay close enough in case you have some stupidly interesting traffic at the last possible moment, not just with GTD cars, but any of these LMP cars that decide to come out just to do the whole, oh, we finished the race sort of thing.
Yeah, I was just looking. I was trying to see how many of them do we even have. What was it? 24 prototypes started this race. Only 14 are left running.
Yeah.
You could get quite a few of them. Although, having said that, I don't get that feeling inside me that we're really going to see too much of them. Of course, we saw 2 of them retire. With 2 laps done in this race, Veloce and the 20 and the race clutch number 23 that got forced into an airborne excursion. Since then, VRS's number 77, Dane Warren, made a mistake through the final corner and looped it by himself. That significantly damaged the car. The 76 MRC machine got a disconnection of its own in the early stages, and about 20 laps in, I think they realized that their day was basically done. They parked it. Zach Campbell, Ben Fuller, they got mixed up with the Grid and Go Mercedes, that number 18 orange machine. Campbell hit the spinning number 18, and then Ben Fuller, Johan Hoth came on the scene. Ben Fuller didn't even get to drive the car. We saw Mac Backham involved in a couple of incidents. We didn't see what happened to Full Send Racing's number 85, but we did catch the 21 Urano car have its own bit of strife and get some damage that retired it about 100 laps or so ago. And then SRC Mivano's number 33, the most recent retiree in class. You look at those names, those are some big names in this prototype field. Now we take a look back at this battle.
Sorry about that.
Between Josh Rogers and Kevin Ellis Jr.
Yeah, sorry, I was talking to myself for a moment there. I went 5 hours and 40 minutes in, and I finally hit the wrong button at the wrong time. That is the battle for 4th place in LMP2. It is Apex Racing Team Josh Rogers in the number 2 Kiwana Sim Sports car, number 98 car, Apex Racing Team, still piloted by the driver of Kevin Ellis Jr. And again, traffic coming into play a little bit here. Kevin Ellis Jr., just to let you know, has got about a 2-second gap back to Monaco Esports' finest car. So he has to carry on attacking. He can't put it into cruise control mode for the last 20 minutes of this race, because if he does, there's a chance he will lose a position and fall outside of your top 5. So even though they've got no real shot of the podium, there is still a possibility that P4, 5 and 6 could change in the last 20-ish minutes of this race. Last little thing I just want to bring into the frame of consciousness here, Arjuna. that last lap, when the white flag comes out, because one lap can always make a difference. We've had it before when people have actually ended up running out of fuel because of the fact the white flag came out with 3 seconds remaining on the clock.
I think we're probably good in terms of fuel here, at least based on when all the pit stops came. The drivers in prototype came into the pit road. GTD, I'm somewhat confident as well, and there shouldn't be too much drama there. But yeah, we'll wait and see as Oscar Rene around the outside on red line ice blue. That's not a move that we've seen work too many times. Red line wants to fight that one back, but Oscar Rene is up into 6th.
Indeed, in that Cobra 707 car, that was on one of these alternate strategies. It didn't work out really well for them. They're not able to, well, at the moment, crack into the top 5. They're 4 seconds back, pretty much, from Pure Sims Esports in that 116 car. Just a reminder that Pure Sims car does not need to pit again, does it?
No, they should be good. They're on the same call as everyone in front of them, basically.
Yeah, so we talked earlier on about the fact that Team Redline has struggled with this different strategy. Cobra has struggled a little bit as well with this alternate strategy. And we're looking for the battle at first place in LMP right now. 5 seconds between P1 and P2. Well, we're looking at what's going on between P2 and P3. Williams Esports Shield Blast and Veloce Fanatic, or however you pronounce it, Arjuna, in that number 28 car. And that number 28 machine, about a second back as they work up the hill. 2 teams, both on short gear stacks, as we think we understand.
Yeah, and it is good to see Veloce, now with a proper iRacing outfit. Of course, they're partner teams with Yas Heat, as well as Lando Norris's Quadrant that we don't really see too much on iRacing, but a team that's mostly been focused on other platforms, slowly getting into the iRacing sphere, and, well, they got a good prototype lineup to build from, the likes of Dominic Hoffman, Paddy Wolf, Dion Fiallo, who left Mivano, one of the premier P2 teams in iRacing, to join up. Sven Noller as well. So 4 prototype drivers that they can use. And of course, because they do the swapperoonie with their drivers, Yassi and Veloce, they can count on the likes of Yardier, of Jake Burden, many, many more to come and fill out the rosters, or even go vice versa. Maybe we'll see some of the guys that are racing under this Veloce banner do some Yas Heat races as well, but it's good to see. First iRacing special event, they're on for a podium.
And what a way to start. Yeah, you're not going for the W, but the podium is important. Just to let you know, what might well be the last pit stop of the day, hardpoint by Delta Sport, number 95 car, have come on towards pit road. If I remember correctly, that's the red car that had some issues early on. So they make a pit stop with 15 minutes remaining in the race. Dominic Hoffman, we're paying attention to him. He's keeping that gap between himself and the Veloce Fanatic car at about 1.3 seconds right now, as we're now into that final quarter of the hour. Realistic question. Do you think anything in your top 3 will change? Because I'm thinking right now, Lad has it under control, if not just trying to keep it, out the wall and keep it safe for the last 15 of this race.
I think it's probably going to be status quo, at least based on what we're seeing right now. It might present, there might be an opportunity presented for Hoffman to get past for second, but I don't really think that's a realistic chance right now. It is going to be dependent on traffic closing it back up. The gap has come down. It is 4.2. Kauppinen has burst, and I think it's all about pockets of traffic where each of the top 3 is catching them. Yeah, traffic's going to play the deciding factor here. 4 seconds between first and second.
But 131.409 last time by for Atte Kauppinen. It was a 132.037 for Josh Ladd, a 132.4 for Dominic Hoffman. So Josh Ladd was just the faster driver that time around. Again, traffic comes into play quite a lot there. That is Ladd going past one of the BS competition cut. So we talk about BS competition for a moment. This is not what I expect from them.
They've had split focus this week. They've had many, many things on their plate. But yeah, BMW Bank is the best of their running cars right now, and they're down in 12th with Nathan Lewis behind the wheel. I think the Marla GT3 car, which was entered by BS Competition, was the one that I was going to be watching for, because any time I see Fuldenez in a GT3 car, I instantly go, okay, that's one to watch. That's one that's going to be competitive. Yeah. They obviously got involved in that tangle with Mac Backham that saw significant damage to the 91 car. But yeah, after the success that they had at the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, where they won the GT3 class, not the step that they would have wanted to make.
I will say one positive thing about BS Competition. Do you know they have their own postage stamps?
I do, because I got mine finally yesterday.
How cool is that, right? You have your own, but I don't know if it's a law in Germany where you can basically just have anything as a postage stamp, but really cool. Some BS Competition postage stamps on. Bit of mail, which had a nice ERL keyring. So thank you very much to BS Plus Competition and VCO for that one. I was going to say that's the last pit stop of the day, but the number 14 car says, hey, hold my rich energy, because they go on pit road, even though they're down in number 18 car's 14th place in class.
Hey, spirit of endurance racing. And talking of BS Competition, you see this livery, and I heard the story behind it, and I quite liked it. I asked Ryan Barneveld about this, and apparently there's this drink called Spezi. I don't know if that's how you say it. It's Coca-Cola and orange soda, so basically Coke and Fanta mixed together. And apparently Elias Panin loves this drink so much, so they've got a car in these colors.
I want to just correct you here, because there is multiple different versions of a Coca-Cola based drink and an orange-based drink. Spezi does, as far as I remember, it does not use Coca-Cola and Fanta, because they have their own. There's Mezzo Mix, and I can't remember if Mezzo Mix is the Pepsi brand one or the other one, but there's multiple different mixing a cola-based drink with an orange-based drink in Germany. I know this. I think I went through about 50-odd bottles of it the other week when I was last in Germany, in Munich, so it's great stuff. I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. I would love the idea of putting it on a race car. And it's a nice look, actually, as well, for the BS Competition team.
It is. Always like highlight. We have a great field of livery. We talked about Sim RC. You mentioned Kova. I think the new Pure Sims colors work quite well. Usually, of course, the team that Ash Sutton owns is white and blue, but the neon yellow looks quite good. Always love myself a good Redline car. I do think the new Red Bull colors they've got on it look quite good as well. Coanda's a classic purple and orange. I prefer that over the black and red that we see from the VRS colored cars. And the Apex car, you know what you're getting when you see one of them.
Sorry, I was just looking up Spezi on the students' favourite research place. And Spezi, yeah, was the first one registered in 1956. And there's other stuff going along. So Schwip Schwap is the one that PepsiCo make, and Mezzo Mix is the one that Coca-Cola make. Just so that we've got all that one cleared, so none of our fans from Germany shout to us for getting one of their most famous drinks, actually, soft drinks anyway, confused. 10 minutes of the race to go. Let's talk about teams of the race then. Have we had anything on social media? What's your favourite of the day here, Arjuna?
I saw someone say Veloce in chat. You know what? It's going to be the obvious pick, because they're going to, at least knock on wood, with 10 minutes to go, looks like they're going to win both classes. But I think it's hard to dispute Williams. They very well could have been on course for a 1-2-3 in prototype. If not for Daniel Lafuente's connection issue, they could have been 2 cars on the podium in GTD as well. It's been a huge step forward in 2022 so far, and I think the steps keep coming. I think Williams, if this momentum holds true when we go to Spa for our 24-hour race there, watch out and we'll see what they can do there.
And don't forget, the 2022 iRacing Spa 24, sponsored by Huizenveld, will be on the 22nd through 24th. Our broadcast, of course, will be on the 23rd through 24th of July. Catch it all live here on RaceSpotTV throughout the entire race, of course. And also, I was going to say, in terms of my people of the day, I just can't get over that crash between iRacing team and Williams Esports Chill Blast. So I can't give them either of them team of the day. So that's why I'm going to go for Race Fanatic in terms of your LMP car, and then in terms of your GT3.
Wait, you pick one.
Like GTD cars.
I know, but you pick one. I picked one that was good in both. That's why. I was smart, you see.
I make the rules. I came up with this concept.
I think we're going to have to talk to Radio Show Limited about that.
Oh, I don't. They're not here. I'm going to say, okay, Spirit of the Race then, not Driver of the Day, will go to Urano for their 3 cars inside the top X. So there we are. I managed to get Driver of the Team of the Day, Spirit of the Race. Everyone's happy.
Everyone's happy. Oh, I must say, I mean, it's been fun, these last 5 hours and 53 odd minutes with you. These VCO Grand Slams are always somewhat special, though, when we get RSL coming and joining the fun. So if anyone's missed them, well, sorry, you've had to deal with us instead, although I hope it was fun. But you'll get them back for the iRacing Petit Le Mans in October, so there is some time to go until then.
Which is basically a week before the actual iRacing Petit Le Mans, which I went to many, many moons ago, and actually got to work with Hindorf and company. And yeah, apologies if you were expecting RSL coverage. You get Simi Award-winning Arjuna Kankapati, and this idiot been yabbering on at you for the last God knows how long now. As we are down into that final stage of the race, we are keeping an eye out, by the way, on these remaining battles. Kevin Ellis Jr. versus Josh Rogers. It's going to take a mistake of traffic going the wrong way for Rogers in order for Kevin Ellis Jr. to get past. We have got Dominic Hoffman still on the rear of Josh Ladd. In fact, Hoffman's gotten a lot closer to the rear of Josh Ladd.
Not just that, it's 3 seconds to Kalpin, and yes, they're running out of time. 6.5 minutes left to go, but it's trending in a fascinating direction.
Indeed it is. Yep, as the last lap times, 133.1 for Antti Kuppanen, 132.5 for Josh Ladd, and a 132.3 for Dominic Hoffman. Again, some of the traffic might come into play with that, so we always have to remember it. But it's going to be close. I mean, let's be honest, after 6 hours worth of racing, your top 3 separated by less than 5 seconds. That's what we like about endurance racing.
I think the thing that I love, not just about, that, but the fact that strategies, we've seen them converge at the closing stages, and that's where endurance racing for me gets so interesting. When you start the race, you see the different storylines and trends, and then they come back together at the very end. It's something so unique, and it's something that, yes, we don't have safety cars, but in some ways I enjoy not having the safety cars because we see the strategies get to be played out without any on-the-fly intervention. Which team has done their preparation? It's down to 2.5 seconds, Will. This is not over.
It isn't. They've got about 3, maybe 4 laps of this race remaining. So if they carry on at this rate, I do wonder, maybe a tiny bit of fuel saving by Antti Kuppanen. Maybe he's just looking at his delta thinking, okay, when do I come past that start-finish line? Do I have to do the extra lap? I talked about that being a situation in one of these races at Watkins Glen in the past. 2.4 then between Marta Racing Team and Williams Esports. There's traffic here, which is going to close this up a little bit further as well, as we're looking at the Race Fanatic car getting past traffic, running into turn 10 on this track. I've got to be careful, just say turn 10, nothing else. And then Williams Esports Shield Blast now is about 1 second exactly up the road. They're going to come past the start-finish line again. 223 laps of this race will be scored complete in a moment. And we get a new set of lap times, 133.1 for Antti Kuppanen, 132.4 for Josh Ladd, and 132.6 for Dominic Hoffman. Okay, there's still something that could happen here in the last 5 minutes.
It's not over. It is not over. Again, you have to assume that Kalpanen's lead sort of evaporating because of traffic, but there's not too much between him and those behind that are chasing him down. It's just a Urano Mercedes, I'm pretty sure. I wonder if maybe the tires are falling off, maybe if he pushed them a little bit too hard early in the run. He's still got, what, 3 laps to go at the end of this one?
But you'd have to close a second a lap, and they're not closing a second lap. They're closing 4 tenths of a second.
And
a
even
lap.
then, to quote Murray Walker, catching is one thing, passing is another. With all the cars on the shorter gear stack, it's going to be very, very difficult for a pass to be affected. So I do think it is comfortable if you're happy being uncomfortable.
Yes. And at this stage, don't forget, the gap for the first 4 hours of this race was never really more than 5 seconds. We have always been talking about small margins in our LMP field here today. Just to let you know, Chris Lullum decided that he wanted to do a fastest lap of the race, a 142.993 in GT Daytona. There's been a driver change in terms of Cobra 777, and they've decided to put Matty Sippala in the car for the last 2 laps. So it's a bit like the shenanigans we have in Formula 1 and people trying to set the fast lap of the race. That seems to be the new game going on in your GT Daytona field with drivers who are well down the field here.
Well, Chris,
but we're now down to 2.5 minutes, so by my maths, that means we are going to see the white flag the next time by Arjuna. And because of that, well, I think maybe Mara are safe. I just think that all of these battles are now safe inside your top 5 unless someone makes a serious error on the last lap and a half.
Yeah, it opened up between the Williams, Chill Blast, and Veloce machines. It's also opened up between Coanda and Apex. If anything, Kevin Ellis Jr. more under fire from the Monaco Esports number 24. Chris Lullum, I should state, is not just taking fastest laps. I think he's gained about 4 or 5 positions since getting in that car and just doing some laps to tick himself upwards. I did see Matty Sippala try to roll out of pit lane about 45 minutes ago, but then got to the top of the bus stop chicane and basically said, okay, this car is still too damaged. I'm not going to risk anyone else's races. I think plenty of drivers have tried that Formula 1 strategy of let's go and do some fast laps at the end of the race.
Hey, why not? Put a tiny bit of fuel in it, fresh tyres, off you go. So it is going to be close, actually. So they crossed the start-finish line with about 1:25 remaining. You're thinking it wasn't going to be an issue. Well, we come to the point, this is now the white flag lap of the race. Barney has waved the white flag from the top of the iRacing gantry, and it means the Marder Racing Team car then has one more circuit, completing lap number 226 of this 6-hour race around Watkins Glen International. The gap between themselves and Williams Esports Chill Blast is 2.3 seconds right now, with Veloce Fanatic rounding out the podium as it stands, about a further 1.2 seconds back. GT Daytona, it is Mercedes AMG Williams who are leading the way for Mercedes AMG Team Urano Esports, with Logitech G, Altus Esports Blue coming back after running second in this race to being in a podium spot as we come and they take the white flag. Right now, the Marder Racing Team car is heading himself down to the hill. Just about 5 corners now left for it to go as that gap remains comfortably around 2 seconds. We have to remember that Marder Racing Team and Williams Esports Chill Blast had that memorable moment down at the bus stop chicane, which put the Williams Esports Chill Blast car 14 seconds back. They gained 12 of them, but they're not going to be able to gain enough in the last moment of this race. Into the final corner then comes Marder Racing Team to claim victory of the 2022 iRacing 6 Hours of Watkins Glen, presented by VCO. Williams Esports Chill Blast second, Veloce Fanatic in third. Now we wait for GTD. And there is Mercedes AMG Williams car. Number 6 machine, last part of the lap for him into Hill Corner. Your top 7 have completed now in Daytona, even in your LMP field, but we're waiting for Mercedes AMG Williams car. Just 2 corners now left for it to go. The number 6 machine is going to come home. Daniel Pastor behind the wheel of the Mercedes AMG Williams Esports car to take victory, and it means it's going to be a P1, P2 in LMP2 and the race victory in GT Daytona for Williams Esports. Mercedes AMG Team Urano Esports Well, they are the last real car to come home in a podium position to come past the start-finish line. Urano Esports will claim 2nd and 4th place in terms of GT Daytona, but you got to give it to them. Williams Esports, Arjuna, P1, P2 and LMP, and the victory in GT Daytona.
Doing what Redline did last year, sweeping the 6-hour race. This is a momentum building step, and of course the summer tends to be quiet, but they'll be working away, toiling away in private, building up for whatever's next for Williams Esports.
I love New York as well, especially upstate New York. And after this, hey, who knows? We can also go bowling. We're going to have a look at your final race results in just 1 second's time. But overall, apart from the LMP versus GTD scuffles, good race.
The only slight disappointment was the attrition, like you said. The amount of contact that we saw, some of it needless, some of it pointless at the same time. 50 cars whittled down to 28 or 29 technically if you include Chris Lullum in the Redline Blue machine, who made it to the end of this race. And it's one of those tracks that invites chaos. We don't always like to see that much chaos though. Just think about how crazy those opening couple of laps were.
Oh yeah, I mean, even before the green flag, we were having incidents, and those first couple laps were insane. Let's have a look then at your LMP2 result. You got victory in the end by 2 seconds. Did the Mana Racing team brought home with the number 15 Antti-Koppanen at the end. Williams Esports Shield Blast in second. Josh Ladd bringing that car home, and your podium is rounded off by Veloce Fanatic and Dominic Hoffman. Commander Esports started on pole position. They have to resign themselves to 4th place in this race. They were just ahead of the Apex Racing Team car and the Monaco Esports Finest car. Rounding out your top 6, all those drivers finished on the lead lap. Apex Tech Racing, SRC, Movano, Corsa Rosso, Williams Esports Fanatic and Pure Sims Esports, they are your top 10. As we look through the remainder then of your LMP2 results, you've got Luca Pape and Team Ridgeport Online in 11th. Hardpoint by Delta Sport, 1 lap down. SRC Movana Corsa Viola, 2 laps down. Apex Racing Academy, 6 laps down after an incident later on in the race. And then a long list of retirees, let's be honest. You look at those, I remind you that Arturo Melgar in the Monaco Esports Finest car got the fastest lap on lap number 9. 131.478. As a remainder of those results from LMP2 come up on your screen. But that's LMP2 out of the way. Let's now have a look at GT Daytona. And Daniel Patstor was the driver bringing home the field in his Mercedes-AMG Williams car by 25 seconds over Mercedes-AMG Team Urano Esports and Nicholas Larbich, number 22, bringing that car home. Logitech G Altus Esports claiming 3rd place. And look at that. P1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for Mercedes in the end. Mercedes AMG Team Urano in 4th and Pure Sims Esports in 5th. Covert, the first BMW, down in P number 6, 1 lap down. Team Redline Ice Cold Blue, the first. Lamborghini, 1 lap down. If Gianni Vecchio bringing that car home. Mercedes AMG Team Urano in 8th place. Monaco Esports Red in 9th. And Sim RC rounds out your top 10. Having a look back then, 1 lap down also is Mercedes AMG Williams and Team BMW Bank. 2 laps down, BS Plus competition. You notice how the Lamborghinis didn't really do much in this race, but that's because they were all involved in incidents. Team Redline Orange, Team Forzilla, and Team Redline Blue. But it was Mercedes Day really here in terms of your GT Daytona division, as we have now a look at the rear of the field. So there, the 50 drivers that took on this magical Watkins Glen International, and I am hoping in a moment, Arjuna, you get the chance to tour some people who's done well here today.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to chatting to our winners. I mean, it was a quiet day for the GTD winner after surviving the scramble at the start. Not so quiet for their counterparts in the prototype cars, but Atte Kauppinen and his teammate will be delighted with a victory here today.
And again, Williams Esports claiming P1, P1 and P2 in LMP2, and of course claiming the victory in terms of GT Daytona as well. They have had themselves a great race. We're just waiting for a couple of moments to get them ready for interviews, those who are available. That gives me a very quick moment to remind you, the iRacing Spa 24 taking place on the 23rd and 24th of July. Our coverage that day will be brought to you by Hooks and Veld, all live, all here on RaceSpotTV. Go on then, Arjuna, who are you talking to?
We have Luis Nager, who drove the Mercedes-AMG Williams number 6 to victory. And Luis, I mean, relatively quiet. And I say that knowing that I'm sure there was still plenty of stuff for you and your teammate Daniel Pastor to deal with. Talk to us about your first victory in a special event in the Williams colors.
Yeah, it was quite a good day for us. Then you got quite a good lap in quali, and from there was the crash, I think, on lap 2 with Alexi and Sota. So we got a little bit of a gap, and yeah, to be honest, we didn't even really know what to do on strategy, so I just told Daniel to push, and yeah, well, he built a gap. And when I came into the car, I did all the fuel saving basically, and yeah, managed the gap, and yeah, as you said, was quite a calm race, to be honest. Although it's it's never a calm race if it's endurance, right, with the LMPs here. But and also the fight with Redline there, where I think Josh murdered Patrick, and yeah, but no, it's just crazy. I don't know, I'm lost for words. Winning the first one here, and in what fashion.
Obviously, you came into this one feeling somewhat confident after the BMW Sim GT Cup race, but I do have to ask you, as someone who competes in 100-meter races in Germany, how much do you carry over to an endurance race? I'm sure they are very, very different.
Yeah, well, there are differences, but there are also things you can learn, like from both sports, to be honest. Like, for example, reaction time, and that you sometimes have to run or drive smart. And yeah, to be honest, just also the training, the practice, you know, what goes into you. You have to be really disciplined to put in a lot of hours, and hard work pays off, and I think that showed today.
I'll ask you to wrap this up. New Mercedes, how are you enjoying this, of course, with the partnership that you guys have, Williams with Mercedes? You had to run the older AMG GT3 car for the start of 2022. Is it bringing a breath of fresh air to be able to step into something a little bit more modern?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, we were a bit on the back foot, I have to say, in the first special events, like being in a bit underpowered car, and yeah, now we have the new weapon here, which is awesome, as you saw today. It's great to drive with a good setup, but also logically a tough challenge to set up now because it's new. But yeah, well, I mean, we enjoyed it, and the car is really nice to drive, and yeah, I'm looking forward to the future with it.
Congratulations on this win. After making the switch with Daniel Pastor, you are now a winner in the Watkins Glen 6 hours. Enjoy your trophy, enjoy your celebration.
Thank you, mate.
That was
just a reminder. Sorry for cutting you. I thought it was going to come back to me, but this is what happens when you're not next to each other. You can't punch me in the face for starters. But just a reminder as well that everyone, Arjuna, gets trophies who get themselves the top finishes in both Le Mans Prototype and also in GT Daytona.
Yes, all of our top split winners of this race will get trophies. I've got to say, at some point we need to demand that we get a trophy for sitting here and commentating, because it was a marathon one, as per usual. Well, 6 hours straight.
Yeah, 6 hours, no deal. The next one's going to be a little bit more difficult, I think. We'll see how that one goes. But yeah, we've got Jordan Caruso, who's third place in GT Daytona. He's going to have a chat with us in a second. As Logitech G Altus Esports, for one point in this race, it looked as though they were kind of out of it. But then they come back, they get themselves that podium. Jordan, are you there? Hello.
I am here. Hello.
Third place for the Logitech G Altus Esports team. I was just saying, at some points in this race, it looked as though your chance of a podium had kind of disappeared, but you managed to claw it back. Third place overall. How was it for you?
Yeah, absolutely stoked. It sort of looked like we were falling back in the middle stints, but Cody was doing huge fuel saving, so I could go flat out for the last 2 stints. I think there was a disconnect or something for one of the other guys, the Williams guys, so that helped us out a bit. But yeah, stoked to end up third. I think yeah, if you told me we'd be third after sort of where we were at the start, I'd be pretty stoked with that.
6 hours Watkins Glen, it's been difficult in terms of yourselves and LMP traffic. How tough was it out there in those first couple of hours, and even late on having to kind of like navigate or be navigated by LMP2 traffic?
Yeah, it's so stressful. You just cannot like relax ever, because at any point someone can make one little misjudgment. Like on the last lap, we nearly got taken out. So yeah, you just got to be so careful. And I mean, it's, for me and Cody, it's like 5 a.m. here, so not the easiest. But I mean, yeah, we had a few close calls, but I think we were pretty smart about sort of where we were letting them through and everything like that, and paid off in the end.
Well, Lord bought you a Mercedes-Benz to compete with here today. What are you going to drive when you get to the 24 hours of Spa?
No idea. This has been pretty fun to drive. I mean, we've got to figure out whatever the best car is, and I'll just drive that. Doesn't really bother me too much what it is.
Well, thank you very much. Third place there, Jordan Caruso in the Logitech G Autos Esports blue car. And with that, Arjun, what's your final thoughts before we wrap this one up?
Another VCO Grand Slam in the books. They continue to be fun. They continue to be exciting. We've got plenty more special events, of course, on the horizon, but Petit Le Mans, it's a long way away before we get underway for another Grand Slam.
Indeed. We want to thank VCO for being the presenting sponsor of this race, and of course, also the iRacing Grand Slam for 2022. Don't forget, head over to VCO's website where you can still order yourself a copy of the first ever edition of VCO Send It. It's a physical magazine for a digital age. And also VCO, so many more events on RaceSpotTV. So make sure to like what you're watching on YouTube or on Twitch, and if you're on the VCO Twitch in particular, make sure you hit those buttons to make sure you see all the great action that VCO provide. And with that, we'd like to thank you for being a part of our coverage here for the 2022 iRacing 6 hours of Watkins Glen, an iRacing special event. Our coverage presented by VCO. Been a pleasure to work with Arjuna Kankapati all day long. Thank you so much for being a part of our coverage. Check out racespot.wtf/Discord. Become a part of our interactive social media community. And for myself, Will Vincent, good night from Watkins Glen International.